bomb. Everybody's getting KO'd. Zati on the Blitzy too. And holy smokes, the Five Eyes are falling like dominoes here. But they're actually turning around and they're fighting. What an unbelievable fight.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Today we are kicking off the May finals here in the EU region. All day the best teams at EU have been competing to punch their ticket to regionals next month. We have some incredible matches coming up for you, but before we get into that, allow me to introduce myself. Hi, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw to you and yours, and I am joined by such an incredible team. I can't wait to introduce them to you. Jeff Hoagland, Zoinks, and Doob Snacks are all here with me. I will be casting today alongside the incredible Jeff Hoagland. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Spraggles. It's great to be back here helping bring everyone all the action on Eos Island. We are deep into the Championship Series season, and these teams are looking forward from today to try and punch their tickets to regionals and then eventually the World Championships in August.
Yeah, how incredible that will be. And we are so close to Worlds, the first half of our next dynamic duo, the Batman, I would say. Zoinks, how you doing today?
Not too bad. Glad I got that half of the dynamic duo, by the way. I'm doing really well. So excited that we're finally kicking off these finals of EU. Some amazing teams have made their way to the top yet again for our top four. And we even have some new challengers in the top four. It's going to be a fantastic tournament today.
Absolutely, and no broadcast would be complete without a second Batman. That's right, Doob Snacks. How you doing, buddy?
I thought you were going to give me a different detective, maybe Dick Tracy because of the jacket, but we'll let that one slide for now. I'm excited. We've got some rebrands. We've got some roster shakeups. These games are going to be close. The margins of wish are probably going to be a little slimmer than anticipated, just like the jacket I ordered for this tournament.
It's an incredible jacket, and you very much are Dick Tracy. We're going to start today with an amazing match. It's going to be a rematch between our grand finals champions from EOS, Random Gaming, now Interclaps Random Esports, but there's still the team to beat here in the EU, and they are going to be taking on Apprentice Unleashed. Jeff, let's take a look at some moments from our grand finals last month.
What an incredible grand finals we had between Random Gaming and Apprentice Unleashed. Random Gaming really just having a dominating performance throughout the entire tournament for the EOS Cup, bringing a completely new and innovative strategy to the field and being rewarded appropriately for doing so.
Absolutely. I want to point out that not only did they come up with a new strategy, so many teams have adopted it. Without question, Interclaps Random Esports is the team to watch and possibly the team to copy if you want to win a grand finals. Now, Doob Snacks, tell us a little bit about the teams that qualified this month.
Oh, I've got you. So 16 teams have qualified here, 4 from being the top 4 teams from the EOS Cup. And of course, that's Random Gaming, aka rebranded to Interclaps Random Esports, Apprentice Unleashed, Five Eye, and Pog Champs. But looking down the list here, there's a couple teams that you can recognize if you're watching the EOS Cup, such as Zephyr Red, of course, DZ, a perennial contender here in the European scene, and 5th in 13th, actually, Filth. Glad to see them here as well, a new upstart squad that, I was interested to see what they do here in May.
Zoinks, give us a little bit about our tournament format today.
No problem. So a little bit of a return to form after EOS. We're back to the rest of the monthly finals in a double elimination bracket. 16 teams start, and you start on the winner's side of the bracket. You play games in best of 3 matches. If you lose your first match, do not worry. You're headed down to the loser's bracket where you have a second chance. But in that spot in the loser's bracket, it is win or go home. If you go down there, it's a much longer road to get to the grand finals. But with a double elimination, we always get the best of the best teams by the end of the tournament.
And what a great lineup of matches we have for you today. Starting off here again, the rematch, Interclaps Random Esports against Apprentice Unleashed. We're also going to have DZ against Five Eye, and then the rest will be decided based on how these teams compete in these matches. I can't wait to see what happens here. Before we toss it over to Doob, Snacks, and Zoinks, our Batman and Batman, Jeff, I'm curious, do you have any thoughts about this rematch?
I think Enderclap's Random Esports are definitely going to be the ones to keep an eye on as we head into our first match of coverage from today. If there is innovation to be had in Pokemon Unite, they seem to be like the team to keep your eye on for it. And without further ado, Dubin Zoinks, take us away.
Oh, I am excited to get into this. The newly rebranded Random Gaming into, of course, we can't say it enough, Enderclaps Random Esports, and of course Apprentice Unleashed. They decided, hey, we're gonna just keep it static, from month to month here. We're not gonna shake it up too much. Zoinks, this is a big time rematch. What can we look into as we're getting the team compositions of these trainer cards here?
Well, honestly, what I'm so excited to see from these two teams is how I would kind of define the play style of both Enderclaps Random Esports and Apprentice Unleashed. I think we have in front of us the two best team fighting teams in all of Europe. Now, you have to be good at a lot of different skills in Pokemon Unite. A real strength is going to be, securing objectives, macro strategy, but team fighting is a very important skill, and I think both of these teams excel at that very one.
I can't disagree with you on that. Let's take a look at how these teams carve their path into the winner's final. Of course, there's no free rides here on Aos Island, as Enderclaps Random Esports had to, square off against DZ, another team that's in the top 4, and of course Apprentice Unleashed as well, as Five Eye is also on the loser's side of the bracket. So we're squaring up for some potential rematches there, but no easy road.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, these brackets are filled with so many strong teams that no matter what, if you got here, you have proved yourself again and again throughout the day.
That is without a doubt. We do have a player to watch that we identified, and for us, that is going to be Redmaw on Enderclaps, and of course, we're going to see them probably on the Lucario in that top path, squaring off against Klaus for Apprentice Unleashed.
Redmaw, an exceptional Lucario player, does have the Serena in the back pocket, but we are talking about how Enderclaps Random Esports shook up the meta quite a bit. A lot of that was on the back of X-Attack Lucario. That Unite move does so much damage to objectives when you're using it right on top of it. So expect to see Redmaw within the Zapdos pit and within the Zapdos when it starts to spawn at 2 minutes.
Well, glad to know that Redmaw is sticking with the tried and true float stone. Not a joke anymore. We're sticking with it. We're bringing it back. Adesu on Sylveon did so much good work last month, of course. And Zante looking like they're going to try and rumble with Serena. Technically, it does have a green check mark. They do have the option to hit B and select something else real quick, but it is there for now.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see where this Serena actually goes in. Right now, it seems like it will be in the bottom path. Zante usually their bottom lane attacker player more than everybody. But on the other side, we do have to mention Enderclaps Random Esports showcasing a new player. They are now having Bruv HD on their team. So a new addition to the squad, but Bruv already. I guarantee if you've watched any Pokemon Unite, an incredible tank player. And the tank of the choice right now is usually Blissey.
Yeah, we've known them and highlighted them historically on that Mr. Mime, but they're taking that Blissey up for the squad here. And a squad that just won the Aos Cup, finding they still had roster improvements to be made, and we're going to see if they showcase here, because, if you're going to make big moves at the #1 spot, you expect it to pay dividends. So Bruv got a little bit of weight on their shoulders today to step up and get it done for old Enderclaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Roster swap sponsorship secures, so Enderclaps now got that backing behind them. All kinds of shakeups in that camp as well. But interestingly enough, not really a meta shakeup at all. Going in with their exact team composition that really led them to so much success in Aos Cup.
Yeah, we see Enderclaps splitting a Desu, getting those first, get that Lillipup, getting that first buff, and going to be a Sylveon here in short order so they can start using Hyper Voice and try and go for some early KOs down here. Zante's going to be on the chopping block. Are they going to get eyed down? They do too easy. You're already feeding a Desu, and it's only, 40 seconds into the game? Come on.
Yeah, Adesu just gets one of the buffs from the central area, takes that blue one, and immediately comes down to the bottom path. We saw them rotate to the top path a lot in the last tournament we watched them in. This time, it seems like they're keeping the enemies on their toes and changing up their rotation. Zante, on the other hand, does get KO'd, but they were just trying to get those attack weight stacks in early.
Geese supporting up top very quickly with Redmaw. Going to make sure that Klaus doesn't get too far out in short order here, as we're just waiting. We're waiting for the bees, because they're going to show up. Chelvin and Klaus going to get the first action on that. They're going to push forward. Hyperboy's coming through, getting a whole bunch of those, and Redmaw's taking that action against Chelvin. They're pushing forward. Apprentice Unleashed, feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Zervis here on the Hoopa. Interesting change in Hoopa's metagame as we've seen this Pokemon, obviously so popular, incredibly strong, has now opted into the Phantom Force over the Shadow Ball on most common plays. Very interesting, has a lot of pop-off potential, and a lot of supports are choosing that move because of the big game-swinging potential it can have over Shadow Ball.
Oh, without a doubt. And they're in the opposing central area here. Zante's getting chased. They get chipped up and stunned. Gatlu coming in. KO Shrika 2 for Adesu. Let's go. That hyper voice hitting the right notes early on this Saturday. Come on.
Adesu with this Invader, so they came back. Oh my gosh, this is some courage coming out of Adesu to come back through the portal. Did not expect them to return there, but with Sylveon's, speed and things that they have available to them, they are able to get out of there just in time.
Yeah, we're going to make a quick note here. The names at the top of your screen do not reflect the teams as the colors as we're seeing them. We're going to get that sorted out, flipped up, and script for you as we press forward here. Chelvin, a little under level. Probably would want to be a little bit higher this close to the first objective. That's Dreadnought here at 7 minutes.
That is true, but they are fortunately out-leveling the opposing squad until they just hit that level 6. But this is a really important note we have to hit. Chelvin's fun fact they wanted to submit everyone to know is that this is the team that they want to beat the most, the one they're facing off right now in Winter's Final.
Well, Chelvin getting dusted here, eating a good shot from Redmaw and forced to retreat a little bit. And old Chelvin, it's going to be tough to beat Enderclaps if you're branded as Enderclaps on the screen right now. So something to keep an eye on is we've got 7 minutes rolling. That Dreadnought, the action's kicking off. Good little egg bomb chips too. Hypervoice catching them too. They're moving forward, but Adesu already half HP. Gatlu trying to get into the mix. They're forced to retreat here. Good little hyperspace hole rolling back through. That's a Blizzy getting a KO on the War Turtle. We're pushing back. Nice little push by Lucario. Zarina getting in the mix too. Eating a turtle themselves, but the right side team takes it. That's Enderclaps in orange taking that, and that's Bruv, of course, saying, hey, you wanted to see something, Kirk. Here's a little action for you, buddy, as they're pushing in the bottom goal zone right away.
Bruv has been so exceptional already. Look at the level difference right now between them and Gecko Kami. 9-6. Bruv is winning this experience race by a country mile. So Bruv doing a great job there, and because of that level advantage, they had access to their Unite move within that team fight. Utilizing Blissey's Unite move is great to support your teammates. Of course, it gives them the unstoppable, their increased attack speed. Not to mention, as you rush through to your teammate, you knock up everybody as if you were rolling a strike at a bowling alley. So Bruv positioning really well, getting some great displacement and support at the same time.
Good little sus there by Zante, able to bully Redmaw out a little bit and buy a little space for this Drodom as it's getting just dusted here. Chelvin and Klaus doing work. Zervis coming through. Is Redmaw going to get the steal? They're going in deep. No, they don't get it, but they're caught on the backside of nowhere. Big rapid spin of the Blastoise coming in, pushing forward. Adesu using their Unite move. They're going to try and convert. That's 2 players down, and they're going to use that to push forward. Chelvin is fighting on the backside of nowhere, trying to keep Adesu contained. They're half HP. They're still just a War Turtle here, as Adesu's just kind of running into the mix, doing whatever they want, and that Rotom does not find its mark.
No, absolutely not. I'm completely shredded before it even hits that goal zone, so impressive play. Gotta make sure you deal with that threat quite early. A Siege here in the top goal zone, and the Unite move to Gatlu with a great eject button tech.
Oh, and then the Rapid Spin coming up. They're in the chase. They're gonna get this KO. Don't give up. They don't. That's a KO Shrika 2 moving back Gatlu, and Adesu playing so far forward into the path, and that's gonna open up this goal zone to just rain in those points.
Redmaw a little bit stuffed there. Would have loved to throw their 15 in before Gatlu, but hey, breaking that goal zone is actually a really, really good time to do this. Yes, you give the opposing enemy access to Autonos, but now they're going to be later to Dreadnought than your team is.
Yeah, that Hoopa is unbound, and they're pulling the team through, just taking the Rotom, defending the Rotom, pushing back through, taking a goal zone, and now Bruv getting another Dreadnought under their belt. Redmaw pushing forward, getting down Serena, and this looks nasty work as Chelvin just rapid spins almost out of there. Hyper Voice takes care of them as Gekakami's on the chase, and Zervis, the Hoopa, was unbound, and they shrink back to a tiny little monster here as there's just another siege on this second tier goal zone. Zoinks. This is all going Enderclap's way.
Did Zonte's Unite move just get sent off? I believe it got canceled by the teleport going back, and Zonte does not have access to that anymore. If I remember correctly, though, when it does get canceled, they should have the Unite charge reset, not all the way back down to 0, so they should still have access to it. That might be one of the saving graces for Apprentice Unleashed right now. They are currently losing this game 210 to only 10 deuce knacks. Only 10 points scored in this entire game so far for them.
Yeah, didn't think there would be this airtight of defense here. We want to make a quick note for those at home. The graphic on the screen is not correct. Ender Claps Random Esports is in orange, Apprentice Unleashed in purple. So just keep that in mind as we're talking about these teams moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Yet again, Gecko Comic goes down. Bruv is just such an exceptional player onto this roster. Not often do we see a Blissey out-leveling the damage carry of Sylveon. So a Desu actually behind the Blissey. That's just honestly a picture of how well the early game went in the bottom path for Enderclaps Random Esports. I mean, your boss over at Enderclaps might be playing their own tournament right now, but trust me, when they watch the review on the VOD, they're going to be very happy with this team's performance.
I mean, there's so much extra mustard on those egg bombs. Might as well be on a platter, right? Serving them up as hors d'oeuvres. Looking good out here as Bruv, as that's just a quick dusting of that Rotom. Doesn't find its mark, of course, but that is good arbitrary map pressure by Enderclaps. Able to get, Apprentice Unleashed working on some other space on the map so they can go farm up, get more experience, and, protect this goal zone if any nonsense comes their way, of course. And Gatlu playing very far forward again. They're looking for a good engage. Want to hit level 13 in short order before the Zapdos hits the map as well.
When you have this level of advantage, you can absolutely push this far ahead. You're going to be able to win pretty much any 1v1 situation that you're in.
Yeah, good rapid spin just to get out of there, not wanting to hemorrhage any of that, air quotes, comeback experience into the hands of Apprentice Unleashed. But Enderclaps looks like they're going to get this Dreadnought for free if they want it. Kind of taking a little slow here. Thought they would have worked through it as fast as humanly possible. But hey, buying time because Zapdos right on the horizon.
Exactly. Such a crazy play there from Enderclaps, by the way. They all go up. We saw 4 players defend that top goal zone when Dreadnought was actually spawning in. So they read that Apprentice Unleashed wanted to make that split push.
I mean, Klaus getting caught and chunked with huge damage. The Koopa is unbound here for Apprentice Unleashed. They're moving through. Zerv is already half HP. That Zapdos hasn't really been touched. It's working through. Blastoise Unite pushing back. Zervis on the edge, Redmaw on the chase, Blastoise gets a KO on the Lucario. We're moving forward, and that is an easy take by Enderclaps as the Zarina is down, Lucario's down, and Hoopa's the one that gets credit for the Zapdos. Chelvin going for the back cap action here as we're going through, and I can't believe they took that under the nose of Enderclaps Random Esports.
Yeah, Apprentice Unleashed secures that Zapdos, and they are all of a sudden back in this game. They have a 20-point lead with a minute and a half left. Redmaw used that Unite move, but like I said, they weren't right on top of the Zapdos, like we were talking about how that exceptional Unite move can work. So they just missed that secure, and now Apprentice Unleashed is back in it. They need to play an airtight defense, though. They only have a 20-point margin that they can give up.
Well, of course, now that the graphics are updated and we are good, Enderclaps up by 20 zoinks. So defense can be played on both sides, yes. But they're going to have an incredibly difficult figuring out who's in the lead based on that 1-minute notification that comes up. So nobody's really attacking here, and if they just let this thing shake out the way it is, Enderclaps going to get themselves a cheeky win here.
Absolutely. Gecko Kami, the most forward-facing player of Apprentice Unleashed right now. Then they probably, I didn't actually check it during the pre-game screen, but I'm quite confident that Blissey will be running Score Shield. So they will have a little bit of extra protection when they are trying to get these AOS energy in.
I mean, here we go. That was a great reset by Bruv. Going to try and put in a little Egg Bomb chipping in. They're going to get points in. That stretches the lead out a little bit more. Unite move to catch Bruv. They're working through the Zarina. They're going to use another Unite move on Bruv again because that is a tanky egg Pokemon here. Finally, they go down. The Pokemon Center Pokemon sent back to the respawn here. But is that enough? I don't think so. Apprentice didn't push anywhere, and they didn't get any more points in, Zoinks.
Yeah, I saw Zervis playing close to this goal zone. I assume they had Unite move to try to, rip open that Hoops Unbound, tear space-time open, and get their whole team there. But Enderclaps is going to take this despite giving up the Zapdos to Apprentice Unleashed. Great work from Enderclaps Random Esports. They take a nail-biter for Game 1, 306 to 270.
Yeah, and it honestly seemed the way that Apprentice Unleashed was looking at their scores after that Zapdos, they probably thought they were the ones ahead, and they didn't really have to take too much action here. But look at these KO numbers, 8 by a Desu, and that was a train that left the station real early in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those numbers a little alarming, definitely, if you're Apprentice Unleashed. I think the lower numbers on the other side are a bit more of a shock factor to me. And look at that number across the bottom line. 10 points all the way until 8 minutes. Apprentice Unleashed has to figure out a way to either get these split pushes to pay off and get the sneak past Interclap's great defense, or get some concentrated teamfight sieges on these first goal zones. They really need to find a way to give them a better chance at these Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, the impact of that Sylveon so early with the Desu, it's like one of those things. Once it gets rolling, it gets so far ahead, and then it can start pressuring. I mean, they were playing hard in the bottom path. They were jumping into the central area. They were just putting the screws to Apprentice Unleash in a bunch of different ways. And Enderclaps, although faltering just a bit and getting out secured on that Zapdos, still able to take the win here in Game 1. Good show.
Absolutely. Yeah, phenomenal play. I think another Pokemon selection that was quite interesting was the Serena in the bottom path coming out of Zante. A melee Pokemon we don't often see filling that role, especially one that's trying to stack going up against a very, very strong Pokemon lineup in Interclaps. So it was a pretty big risk for Zante to pull that off. I don't know if we'll see that be a repeat in Game 2. However, it's a strong strategy. Serena's Unite move is so incredibly powerful. It can leverage teamfights, especially if you're hunting down an enemy Pokemon that you want to completely remove from the team fight for 3 to 4 seconds.
Yeah, you can't get that far behind, though, if that's the strategy you want to employ. Let's take a look at the highlights here of Game 1 and see how this thing exactly shook out, all the way down to that Zapdos that got flipped in the favor. And this was that pressure. Oh man. I mean, that's exactly what a Desu wants, right? If they could draw it up, 8 minutes getting, KO streak of 2 in the opposing central area, too clean, my friend. And this is that bottom goal zone siege, which also looked solid as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, you'll see more and we'll see more and more of this, by the way, of these central area invades from either team because of how powerful Hyperspace Hole is in the meta. You can rush all the way into the enemy and you can get out basically for free via a Hyperspace Hole as long as the enemy team doesn't KO you before you get to travel through it.
Absolutely. Good. Big Unite move by the Blastoise, trying to come in and do some heroic work here, but it actually gets caught on the backside of nowhere. Chelvin just forced to retreat a little bit as it's immediately eyed down, and a Desu, the Sylveon, comes through, closes out that KO.
The defensive stats and HP stats on the side of Interclap Random Esports so incredibly strong, and there we go. That's the Unite move going the other direction. I believe it was the Hoopa who actually secured it, so shout out to Zervis on Apprentice Unleashed for getting them back in that game so close. But yeah, unfortunately not able to capitalize any more than they did. They had 2 Pokemon down in that team fight before they even secured Zapdos, so not as much scoring potential as they would have liked.
Yeah, and of course the floodgates open back the other way. Now, I mean, that 1 minute notification comes up with kind of where your position of your team is and relative to the score comes up, and it's a little ambiguous when the score is close. And it looks like both teams felt comfortable with where they were. Neither really wanted to pressure forward. Finally, Bruv makes a final move, and they're able to get just a few more points on the board and really secure that win.
At our last tournament, one of our biggest talking points was the nerf to Score Shield and how it went away from a lot of compositions. However, there are a few Pokemon that it is a great idea to still have Score Shield on. You saw a great effect of it there in the end game of Bruv just getting some of those maybe security, good feeling points at the end of the game. But you also cannot underestimate the power of getting a quick score in to break a first tier goal zone to increase the threat of Rotom to the enemy team, or to give your team a better chance of securing Dreadnought by taking away that high speed highway zone along one of those paths. So getting small scores in with Score Shield, maybe not as popular as it once was, but I do think that it still can find value.
Yeah, I just want to talk about a quick little moment in that first game here. Rotom was taken by Apprentice Unleashed, sent in the face of Enderclaps. They close that thing out. They close out Rotom before it can hit their goal zone, immediately flip the script, siege the opposing goal zone, close that thing out, and close it out so quickly they're actually able to make it back in time for Dreadnought and have the positional advantage there, and then take that as well. That was Dreadnought number 2 off the back of Bruv, of course, closing the door out on that one. And that was just a very seamless exchange that says to me, hey, these teams are talking, they're communicating well, and they know exactly how they want to approach this particular team and in particular moments in the game.
Exactly. Yeah, countering enemy teams specifically is one of my favorite parts that we've had in this entire metagame, considering the entire Unite Championship Series that we've been watching and been a part of. It's so fun to see how these teams adapt for an individual threat. And okay, Zante doubling up on this Serena pick. It's a very interesting strategy. If Zante can get past the heavy damage of Gatlu and Adesu to find a target to jump on and get those stomps in, then they definitely can get some great success, but it's going to be tough to close that gap without getting hurt too much.
Yeah, I'm going to want to see them team up with Zervis or Gek or some other player on their team to make it a concerted effort to be able to really penetrate and get into the back line there and attack those Pokemon at will. They're going back to the well because they think it's where they want to be. Now they just need to help leverage that execution a little bit, something we didn't see too much of in Game 1, and I think that's part of the little disaster that was getting KO'd 12 seconds into the game by that Sylveon swooping down. Of course, that's a Desu.
Yeah, you definitely don't expect something like that to happen. And honestly, if you are playing an attack weight, you have to expect to get KO'd in the early game at certain points. You're playing that risky, you're playing that loose. However, you're hoping to get at least 2 stacks before that happens, not just one single dunk. You're hoping to maybe level that up a little bit. So maybe they'll be able to find some more value, but Adesu does know what's coming on the other side now. We'll have to see if they can shut down Zante the same way they did in Game 1, because we're headed right into Game 2.
Yeah, Zante gonna get those stacks early, moving real far deep, and there you go. There's a stack, as Spraggles would say. That's a stack. Get it on the score sheet early here. As Gatlu's gonna chip into Zante. Zante's just gonna try and take this Audino and maybe score again. Oh, darts right back real quick. There you go. They keep him from scoring. Oh, they get it in finally. I was like, come on, Adesu coming in with the Hyper Voice strong. There you go. There's that KO. But there's the 2 stacks that you were talking about, Zoinks, exactly on the nose.
Exactly, and it seems like another player from Apprentice Unleashed has the same game plan, just in the top path. So Klaus is doing the exact same on Lucario, but the power-up punch is unlocked for Red Ball. They combine with the Hoopa, and they find a nice KO there. Klaus may not be getting these scores in, but they're still keeping pace, but they are finding these KOs, which experience-wise is going to be so valuable.
I want to see Gecko Kami needs to take over. I think Bruv is looking to take over on these bees as well as they're coming through. Are we going to get a Blissey? Yes, we are. And it's on the side of Apprentice Unleashed as they're caught in the backside. Gecko Kami getting taken down by who else? That Hyper Voice, that Sylveon, and that's Bruv as well. Going to help siege this bottom goal zone here as Zervis is just chipping in auto attacks, but here comes Klaus to try and get a Desu. That would be a big KO. Power-up punch just falls short, and they're going to see if they can chase it down. Finally, Zervis closes the door on that Sylveon.
Zervis makes it work, and Klaus is now level 5, which means they have their signature extreme speed unlocked now. We get to see those great resets happen. Unfortunately, they're not able to secure that A-Palm, and they don't get the score. They would have loved that to go the other way, so great defense by Geese. Geese is a player that we love to feature on broadcast because they're so dynamic. Their Hoopa play is amazing, but they also have an incredible Charizard. They can play Central Area, they can play support, and they can KO Blizzies.
Yeah, and that's a good KO on the side of Enderclaps for them as this top goal zone's getting a lot of action. Was that a close combat? That caught everybody here. Enderclaps pushing very far forward. Nobody's down yet. A good reset on Klaus. They're going to come through. Sylveon gets the KO on the War Turtle here. And what a look by Enderclaps, and what just a move. Just the Express Hyperspace Highway was set up. Enderclaps rolls through, and they're about that action as they push back Apprentice Unleashed in a very convincing fashion.
Enderclaps Random Esports is, make no mistake, their offense is fantastic. They're playing a really good game macro-wise, but what we've been talking about all day so far, and I want to keep bringing it up, is their defense is just incredible. Every time Apprentice Unleashed is going for one of these split pushes, they're trying to get scores and they're trying to be cheeky. Enderclaps is reading it every single time, and thanks to Geese's fantastic Hoopa play, they're getting the rotations on time, and we're about to see it again. 5 seconds until Dreadnought. Apprentice Unleashed is posturing to maybe get a bit of a split push before Dreadnought comes in.
So many level 7s, so many level 6s close to level 7 as Enderclaps is all around this Dreadnought. They're already working on it. We're going to see what Chelvin can do. Level 6 War Turtle going to come through. Of course, they get bubbled out by a Desu. Have to dart around, but already took a considerable amount of damage. Enderclaps still working on Dreadnought. The Hyperspace Highway is up for Apprentice Unleashed. Enderclaps takes that pretty easy, and Egg Bomb comes through a little late dollar short here as Enderclaps is going to push this bottom goal zone, and we're putting the pressure on, and they're letting Redmaw use the charge. Oh, that's a Bliss Assistance onto the Lucario here, and here we go. They get a KO on the Blissey, but that looks so clean, and that's a little bit more action if they want a good Egg Bomb, and it looks like Enderclaps is content with the work they've put in so far. I was going to say, did the Zarina, the Zante push a little too far forward and get caught, but they did not.
Yeah, right now, so again, Apprentice Unleashed is searching for value around the map wherever they can because they're not securing these objectives. They did get this Rotom and sent it down the way. Gatlu, not out that Blastoise yet, is not going to do a ton of damage to objective Pokemon. Klaus was doing a little bit of a central area invade, not as much value netted there. Gecko Kami having to stare off with Bravo a little bit here. 1v1 Egg Bomb duel.
Yeah, and just blinked out of existence, so Adesu's Hyper Voice can't find its mark. Gek rolls back through. That's a good Egg Bomb on the bees from both sides. But there you go. The chase is immediately on Gek. They kind of forsake the bees as they push forward. Unite move by the Blastoise. Catches two, and that's a KO on this arena. Gecko Kami's low. Zervis is there on the chopping block if they can get the damage output up. But here comes Klaus trying to save the squad. A little E-speed back and forth. Bone Rush combo. Is Adesu on the menu for this dog? They're trying to eat, but they can't find their lunch. As that's a good little reset there. Apprentice Unleashed holds tight on this goal zone for now.
Apprentice Unleashed does block it. It gets left at 2, so any bit of AS energy, 2 or more, is going to break it. You want to stack up as much AS energy as you can before you break it to get a fantastic overdunk. That's going to be the game plan that Interclaps is trying to execute on, and they don't want to break it until very close to Dreadnought spawning. They want to give minimal chance to secure Audinose and other wild Pokemon that are going to spawn in on their side once that goal zone's broken.
Zante has to use the Unite move to try and buy some time with Red Maul. If they can close out the KO, that's big. Good comeback experience. Here comes Adesu. Going to put the pressure on them as we're taking a look downstairs here. Just 4 seconds until that Dreadnought.
And right there is why we see that Serena's picked. Serena is one of the best 1v1 characters in the entire game. Self-healing and Unite.
Just absolute kerfuffle down here. The hoop is around bound. Dreadnought is melted. Left side team takes it. Of course, that's on the back here of the Lucarios. They're pushing forward, and they're trying to find their mark. 3 players down on Apprentice Unleashed. Good little goal zone siege as that Blastoise used a little Unite move action, and we're able to seal that up. But we see Zervis up top, or Zante, on this arena, trying to get, as you mentioned, pressure somewhere else on the map, get something going for Apprentice Unleashed.
Yep, that Dreadnought is KO'd though, so they know that all of Interclaps is going to be rushing up to destroy this Rotom as quickly as possible. So no one's going to try to push with this Rotom. Everybody else is rushing, spreading out across the map, knocking out wild Pokemon and leveling up because they definitely need it. Taking just a look at the Blastoises, Gatlu at level 12, Chelvin only at level 10. If they're going to have a great team fight in this final 2 minutes, which we're 2 minutes away from, they definitely need to level up and get on par in some other way.
Yeah, that Rotom like that, as Jeff likes to say, is just kind of autopilot map pressure, something the opposing team has to deal with while you can go do other things of larger priority for you. And of course, Apprentice Unleashed trying to leverage that, maybe buy them some time to get some wild Pokemon and get their own experience up here before the next objectives hit.
Adesu just hanging out here for bees to spawn. They want to be able to take those away. When that goal zone is broken on one side and not on the other, the bees are going to spawn a little bit closer to the side that is broken. So Adesu playing a little bit forward, trying to catch that out, earn some extra experience. But Redmaw on this Lucario running that X attack, and I think we've seen so much value out of the X attack already. Anytime you see that glowing red orangish circle underneath Lucario's feet, you know that they have activated that battle item and they're ready to swing and do some damage.
Yeah, Red Maul's ready to get them red feet and get after it, and Gecko Kami's coming in. They're putting up power-up punch, a little close combat. Gecko Kami, half HP. These bees are up. Oh, that's a good little dart through here. I don't think they closed the door on them, but they put a lot of good pressure in the top path.
Blissey has so much HP, they can definitely just throw themselves into danger when they need to because they can get out here. Gatlu and Bruv, though, already starting up this Dreadnought. Going to be free and clear for them to take. Very good evaluation by Apprentice Unleashed. If they go into this team fight, they are probably never going to win this, and even if they were going to, they would have to be on the back of some Unite moves. Better off saving those for the Zapdos team fight, which is going to start in 20 seconds or less.
Yeah, it looks like Apprentice really wants to put some pressure on this Rotom, going to absolutely melt it down, going to try and keep Interclaps from taking it. They do. Now, they're just going to want to back off and not get KO'd here so close to the main objective, the biggest objective, the Zapdos. They're pushing for a good reset. Gatlu's just going to sit on it, though, and so is Adesu. As Chelvin comes back through, the Bone Rush comes in. Unite move catches a few. Hoopa is unbound. Zervis is trying to drag the team through. Adesu's so low. They're working through. Interclaps takes the Zapdos this time, and they're going to try and rain in those ducats. Hundo burgers, as nobody is down on their side, and just the Blastoise is down for Apprentice Unleashed.
Yeah, now Enderclaps is going to be getting in so many extra points because of that Zapdos secure on the back of Bruv. So amazing. Blissey is so good at securing those last objectives. Gets that extra little bit of damage for being a support or a defender Pokemon in that situation. Zervis even gets the reset there. Nice work. So Apprentice Unleashed did get to put in a little bit of extra scoring, especially because the Rotom did hit that second tier goal zone. I think Apprentice Unleashed was hoping for a little more value out of there though, because they are still over 300 points behind and counting.
Yeah, we're at the 1 minute 10, I'll say 8-second mark here. Apprentice is gonna get the ticker that they are down big, and they're gonna have to make some moves. So you gotta fill up the pockets, you gotta reset those Unite moves, of course reset your HP if you're Chelvin, and get together to make a big push, because you have a heck of a gap to make up here in 54 seconds.
On the other side, Enderclaps, Random Esports have completely devoted themselves to defense. Nobody going in for these cheeky little scores anymore. Gatlu has also rejoined to defend the team. Red Moss still in respawn for 10 more seconds.
Big Unite move catches two, and they're going to use that to rapid spin forward. They get a KO in combination with Desu, who comes in with a little pincer maneuver, gets the KO back the other way, and Zanti going to get them with the Unite move, going to chip in. Desu, though, level 15 against the level 12. They get the KO. Oh, right, that's 2 levels. Here we go. Push back forward, Chief, as here we go. The Unite move from the Blastoise come back out. Apprentice Unleashed is pushing here. KO streak of 2. That's 3 players down for Enderclaps. If there's a time to score, it's now. The Egg Bomb comes through, chips them up, and that Blastoise is so low. Picks up the Bliss Assistance. Picks up the Bliss Assist to hold it down. Yes, that's 100 in the gut, but they needed way more than that. What a stand by Enderclaps on this goal zone here with the Bliss Assistance. As their point's gonna go in, there's 100. No, just by the razor's thin margin. Apprentice Unleashed, I don't think they got enough of those hundos in at the very end, Zoinks.
Oh, it was so close, though. Okay, well, maybe you could breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that even if Gecko Kami did get that 100 in, it wouldn't have quite closed the gap. But Apprentice Unleashed came so close. Incredible use of a late-game team fight in those final moments to push in. Never give up, and they almost do it. But your winners here are Enderclaps Random Esports. Yet again, they are going to be finding themselves in the grand finals of our EU tournament. Apprentice Unleashed not done for the day, though. They are going to be headed into our losers bracket for some even better games after the next one.
Yeah, DZ or 5 Eyes going to wait for them there, but did you see Gatlu 71k damage doing a lot of good work? And here we can see that the game was fairly close. Zapdos was taken, and of course, great little counter push by Apprentice Unleashed. I'm pretty sure they had 2 players still standing with 100 in their pockets. If they just had a few more seconds on the clock, that might have been the difference to get themselves a Game 2 win.
And those seconds were evaporated by amazing play of Gatlu and Bruv. They have so much HP and defensive stats, they can hang out in that goal zone forever. Even when they got Gatlu to such a low HP, then comes Bruv with the Bliss Assistance for a great final boost of HP, shields, and a little bit of attack power. They are able to not get any KOs with that, but they do buy time, and that was the most important resource in our Game 2. If there was more time, that game would have ended in a very different way.
Yep, you can hold on, don't let go. Enderclaps, the bricks fall at the last moment, but not all the way to the ground, as they're able to get themselves a win and become, they're going to be in the grand finals for the May finals. And that's going to be another second win. Probably going to want another win here, but at least another top 2 for them. As, of course, Apprentice Unleashed is going to slide down to the losers bracket and await the winner between DZ and 5i. Let's take a quick look at this Game 2, though, and how these highlights shook out, because this was a good one.
Oh, absolutely. I think this one was much closer, like you were saying, in terms of points, but I really do think that was on the back of Enderclaps Random Esports playing just exceptional defense. They weren't overscoring either very often, at least not when they needed to, so these scorelines stayed very much the same. The story of this one, though, was the levels were pretty sliding scale toward Enderclaps. 2 Dreadnoughts is definitely going to be a help to that.
Oh, absolutely. They're taking great team fights, getting a lot of quality KOs, and we're seeing some of that action here as the Unite moves just seem to fly. You saw the Hoopa come unbound, the Blastoise come in, roll in, and that Zapdos was gone before the 2 Pokemon we saw use their Unite moves could even really engage here. And of course, Hundo Burgers, Ducats going straight in as that lead stretches, but not as much as you'd think as we're in the final throes of it here.
I know, these final moments were so exciting. I had a little more belief than you do, but that's because of, canonically, I have horrendous math. So, that wasn't impressive. Who doesn't, though, is our MVP, Gatlu. Incredible play on the Blastoise. You mentioned the amount of damage they did, 80k. Blastoise, such a strong Pokemon in this meta, but really what makes this play strong is Gatlu's exceptional play style on that Pokemon.
Yeah, great work by Gatlu. And what I really liked was kind of how they were working in tandem when they were playing defense. They used their Unite move to catch two, and Adesu swept down from the central kind of Zapdos pit area to catch them on the retreat with the Hyper Voice. Got a quick KO there, and if they hadn't gotten that KO, things might have gone sideways, and they might have actually taken the L there, because that might have bought them the amount of time they needed to convert here. Let's take a look at our bracket and what has shaken out so far. Zoinks, break it down.
Oh, this is the first look I'm actually having at our entire EU bracket. So some very interesting games. Zephyr Red getting beat by DZ first round. DZ also beating PogChamp. And now they are making their way into our next game that we're about to see. So very exciting. Interclaps Random Esports, though, in that grand finals, they are no strangers to that position. They are looking for a three-peat Dupe Snacks. They're already in the very exclusive club of having 2 Championship Series tournaments under their belt. They would love to be into the even more exclusive club of 3.
Well, if I gotta ask you, Zoinks, if there's a team out there that thinks they can dethrone Interclaps Random Esports, and you think you have what it takes to compete at Worlds in London, then sign up to compete at the regional qualifiers on at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. Don't hesitate, get over there. Lots of great stuff on the line here, including some money, which is always good. And of course, bragging rights. See who can dethrone Interclaps a little bit. So, give them a little taste of humble pie.
Absolutely. Anybody can do it. Our other casting pair entered a tournament and they took down some top teams. So shout out to Jeff and Spraggles. Anyone can do it. Make sure you sign up. But before we get into our next games, we're going to go to a really short break, but do not go anywhere. All of EU is coming up after this.
Fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Eos Island will go down.
Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Eos Island.
In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Eos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Eos Island, stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You are watching the May finals of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. There are 4 teams left here in EU who are fighting to become your May finals champions. We just saw an incredible match there. Jeff, why don't you tell us a little bit about our match schedule for the rest of the day?
Well, the first match that Doob Snacks and Zoinks were wonderful to cast for us was taken down by none other than Enderclap's Random Esports, formerly Random Gaming, which brings us next to our loser semifinals, which Spraggles and I will be bringing you all the action for here of 5i, another returning team from the top 4 last month, against a new challenger, DZ, a team that has made top 16 breaks before, but this is their first time breaking through 2 broadcasts in the top 4 of one of our events here on the Championship Series. Then we're going to have the losers finals where Apprentice will face off against the winner of our semifinals, and then Enderclap's Random Esports is once again into a grand finals where they have been many times before.
Now let's take a look at our format right here. For those of you who are just joining us, these are best of 3 matches. It's a double elimination bracket, but now we are here in the losers bracket, meaning if a team loses here, they are gone. These teams need to win to stay around and claw their way back up to the winners bracket to go against Enderclaps in the grand finals. We are going to have an exciting match here between DZ and 5i coming up for you. Let's take a look at our team.
If you're 5i, you're looking to improve on your top 4 finish from the AOS Cup last month. And if you're DZ, you're looking to prove that you have what it takes to hang here with these teams that have been in the top 4 time and time again as we've gone through these championship series. And here's our character selection screen now.
Wow. And I mean, there are a lot of great players to watch here. Dravix from 5i, I think, is one of the big names that you're going to want to watch, this dominant Machamp player. But they have been messing around with a few things in this tournament so far. I saw them with a Garchomp a little bit earlier, so I'm not sure what they're going to land on. But as you mentioned, Jeff, DZ needs to prove themselves here on the world stage, and they are ready to do just that.
We see Absol here being hovered for TA 95, perhaps going to be playing that in the central area for this team. Notably has that attack weight stack and looking to scale up that Absol for big damage into the mid to late game potentially.
That's right. We've got Absol with the attack weight, maybe Machamp with a weight as well. I love stacking items so much, so I'm very happy to see it. And this looks like a really interesting team composition here from DZ. 3 supporters there, very much that protect the Venusaur team composition, but they also have that Absol in the mix. And I wonder if they're going to use that to sneak into the back and try to assassinate some of the weaker enemy Pokemon on 5i. It's going to be really cool to see.
I had mentioned Absol could potentially be their central area character before things have been locked in. With that Venusaur being selected for DZ, I would expect to see Venusaur in that central area for them, with Absol likely taking that solo top role, which is not a character we often see in this position in competitive play.
That's true, but Absol, I feel like, has been seeing a lot of momentum lately. A lot of teams are picking this Pokemon up, and I think it's because it's incredibly mobile and incredibly difficult to deal with one-on-one. Here we go, heading into our match. Is that an Eldegoss in the central area, Jeff?
That was an Eldegoss clearing the Lillipup. Something noteworthy on the Eldegoss, it had choice specs as an item, so perhaps we are going to see not a support Eldegoss, but a more damage-focused build on this character as the Glossifer works its way through the central area.
And this is interesting. We're seeing even a very different team composition from these two in their paths. We have one in the top path here for DZ, and here comes that Eldegoss. We actually had 2 starting off from 5i. Ooh, Absol's so close to getting KO'd there, but look at Eldegoss continuing to push, looking for that Machamp. Can it get it? It's so close, and it does.
We see that Leaf Tornado, a staple on Eldegoss's kit, allowing it to not only do damage, but also speed up the movement of the team. Eldegoss, one of those Pokemon that hits its first power spike at level 4, so being able to come out of that central area early and be powerful for this first push.
I just love seeing this Eldegoss here in this unusual role, although, boy, that did not go well for DZ. That Hoopa bringing a lot of their team up right now. They have 4 here on this top path. DZ just has to fight back at this goal. There's not much they can do here, even with this very beefy Eldegoss. Can it get away? Grabbing a berry, and it is safe, it looks like, although they're going to re-engage right here, trying to get out with that hyperspace hole, and they actually are able to pick up a KO on the Hoopa and Wartortle in the top path.
Yeah, really interesting positioning from 5i here, choosing to overload the top path and push an advantage there. Notably, that push up onto DZ's goal zone allows them to get those very valuable attack weight stacks on their Machamp so it can scale up and hit even harder in that late game situation.
Look, they just left this Blissey alone in the bottom path, but Blissey has such incredible secure, such an incredible ability to last hit some of these Pokemon. It's really impressive with that big pound, that huge hand that comes down from space and slaps them. It's really amazing. So they were actually able to secure it done and score right in their face.
Yeah, we see Venusaur here doing pretty well on levels here. Kind of the downside to 5i overloading that top. Venusaur really looking to be that level 7 for the first Dreadnought, so it can unlock that Petal Dance attack upgrade to give it more movement around the battlefield. And we see here Absol almost level 7 as well. Incredible levels from DZ across the board as we head on into this first objective here shortly.
I can't believe we're going to be heading into a Dreadnought here in 20 seconds, and the highest level Pokemon on the map is an Eldegoss. This is just so incredible. I'm a DZ fan. Get me the t-shirt. This is amazing.
I don't know if you noticed it there, Spragos, but like I predicted with those choice specs, that Eldegoss has that knock-up attack as its secondary move there, so not providing heals and shields as we're used to with this character, but instead a more aggressive build on this typically supporting character.
Oh boy, and here comes the Machamp picking up a KO on that Hoopa. This Dreadnought is very low. Who is going to be able to secure it here? We've got Blastoise with a big Unite move, and that takes that Dreadnought right there. 5i pushing them back. I love what DZ's doing, but 5i wants nothing to do with it. Blastoise spinning them, taking them down.
As is often the case, the first team to get their central area Pokemon to level 9 has just such an incredible advantage with that powerful Unite move at this first objective. 5i pushing that lead, getting up on this goal zone, getting in many dunks, but notably not breaking it because they don't want to stop these Audinos from spawning in the bottom area to provide very valuable experience for their team.
Yeah, this is a strategy that a lot of teams like to employ where you don't let either of these goals go down. You continue getting experience and you make yourself stronger and stronger as the match goes on. If the goals are gone, you give your opponents a lot of free experience.
Yet we see here both teams placing small value on this very first Rotom objective. Rotom walking into your opponent's first goal zone in the top does not really provide much strategical value, so you typically leave that on the map until you can get a push and break their goal zone, which 5i looks to be doing on the top area with a push now.
We've got here Steve-O's pregame ritual, Jeff, likes to pray for consistent internet connection, something that I, of course, pray for every day as well. You got to get those fast internet speeds if you want to win.
They didn't say fast, Spriggles. They want consistent. They need some fiber in their internet's diet, I think, here, as we've got DZ up top, resetting their characters, looking to maybe get a push of their own before this Rotom can eventually go in.
This Absol looking for the KO. Is it able to get out? It is not. We saw earlier, actually, an amazing Absol Unite move getting away from that Pikachu Unite, but that time not able to escape there.
Yeah, 5i taking their early lead that they gained from securing that first Dreadnought and pushing it nicely into the mid game here. And we see that Rotom still untouched as the second Dreadnought is ready to spawn. And our teams are grouping up here in the bottom path, trying to get that coveted bonus experience that this objective can provide.
And take a look at this here. 5i bringing them down with the Hoopa Unite. We've got the Unite move coming in, pushing forward here. Venusaur trying to counter with the Unite of its own, but it looks like DZ is just being pushed back here. They're not even close to this Dreadnought right now. Secured once again by a big Unite move there from the Blastoise. 5i cleaning this up here. 229 to 9.
Not even just 229 to 9, but look at the levels of these teams. Level 13 Blastoise for 5i. Level 12 Machamp, while there are only level 10s and 111 now for DZ. These levels dictate who is going to have that advantage when we head on into that endgame fight. And gosh, this Blastoise is going to tick 14, it looks like, before we even hit the 330 mark.
Yeah, this is incredibly high. If you have not watched a lot of Pokemon Unite, sometimes teams are hoping to get 13 by the end of the match. This Pokemon here could easily be 15 by one of the big fights coming up here. But we actually have a huge fight happening right here. 2 members down from 5i, and DZ needs this here. Every KO they get is worth a ton. Can they take this Blastoise? It's worth so much. Does it really live?
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
The 5-2.
Wow. 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 Well, there you go, Jeff. We talked about the level advantage, and oh my goodness. Wow.
We talked about it just ticking level 14. Spraggles, that Blastoise is 14 3/4. It is easily going to be 15 for this endgame fight as Zapdos. And for those not familiar, 15 is the highest level a character can achieve in a match of Pokemon Unite, and you get an incredible stat increase for hitting that breakpoint, and you're just unmatched on the battlefield when that happens.
So there's no question here, DZ is far behind right now. They are in trouble. They need to win a big fight, and it's probably not going to happen at this Dreadnought. Most likely, they're going to give up this Dreadnought that's coming up very soon, and they're hoping to have a big win here at Zapdos. I wonder if they're able to get a huge KO, if they can maybe grab the Machamp, maybe grab the Hoopa before it unites. They could make something happen here, but boy, they are in trouble right now.
If you're on DZ's side, you're trying to figure out, can we get this Venusaur to level 13 to get that Petal Dance Plus before the objective spawns in the middle? DZ doing exactly like Spraggle suggested and giving up this Dreadnought to gain positioning in the center. I wonder if we're going to see them try and rip this objective here before 5i can push in.
They do have that level 13 on Venusaur, and right now 5i is saying, yeah, we're just going to score. We're going to score right in your face. You want to take Zapdos? We don't even mind. We're way ahead right now. They're just walking away from it. They don't even care. DZ takes it, but I don't know if it's going to be close to enough. We just have, I think, 200 more heading into the main goal.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
This is just an incredible play from 5i, acknowledging the fact that, hey, we are up on points, and if you all are in the center, that means you are not defending your goals, and they just counter score their own 500 points here, meaning even if everyone from DZ scores off the Zapdos, which actually isn't even going to be the case, they would still be ahead for 5i.
Wow. I mean, what an incredible play there for 5i. What a smart play for their team. If they go into that central area, I would say they probably win this fight. They have a big level advantage, right? But there's always a chance they don't. A Unite gets missed. They get a big pickup, a KO of the Machamp or the Blastoise, and all of a sudden DZ's back in this. Instead, 5i puts all their points in the goal here. With a minute left, they're up by almost 500.
Yeah, and it's not even just that. Even though 5i could be favored to win that team fight, maybe they lose the flip on the Zapdos that happens while the team fight's going on. Some of them are knocked out, and then they didn't score 500 extra, and they end up losing them. This is such powerful posturing from 5i. Just like, we're up by 500 points. We're going to push up to you so you can't push up on us and lock you completely out of this game.
Yeah, they are just really dominating this one, and from early on, they started to control this match. You know, at that first Dreadnought, I would say the teams were relatively close here, but ever since then, 5i has just been dominating here, continuing to put points in right now. I think they're asking DZ if they want to surrender at this point. Like, we're still putting points in the goal here, guys.
I think we're padding the stats. We always look at those damage numbers and knockouts at the end of these games, and I would wager 5i, they just added a lot of metrics to the damage stats here in these last 45 seconds, Spraggles.
Absolutely. Let's take a look here. The scoreboard, again, 881 to 295i with a dominant performance there. Incredible. I mean, every player on 5i really crushing it, but that Blastoise, 12 KOs, 12 assists, scoring an insane amount. I mean, that was just unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, there were only 13 knockouts total for DZ's entire team there, with 5i's Blastoise getting almost that many on its own.
I'm taking a look at the scoreboard here. You could see 5i was ahead the whole time, and that's when they made the decision to leave Zapdos and score on their own. They took every objective as well. Taking a look at the stats here, obviously, like you said, Jeff, you know, they're putting up some numbers late in that match. But, you know, looking over at DZ, there's actually some stars here too. That Absol doing 76,000 damage right there as well. And there was no big final fight for them. So that's very impressive.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if we see a repeat of this Eldegoss center for DZ in this this second game, because they've really assumed more of a damage role both with their item loadout and their positioning on the map, and they didn't end up putting out that much damage total in that game.
It's true, and it's all on the line for DZ right now. So the question is this the strategy that you want to leave this tournament on if it doesn't work? Let's take a look at some of the big moments from that last match. I mean, it was an incredible game here. And here we have that early fight where Five Eyes sent 4 of their Pokemon to the top path here and just bullied them as best they could, pushing back that Eldegoss. Absol coming back in to fight there, and they were able to pick up 2 from Five Eye as well.
Yeah, and that's gonna be one of those things that we'll probably see adjustments from on DZ and even Five Eye, honestly, in this next game. Even if we see the same compositions come back, that early game positioning could look very different. And this was definitely the first turning point, like you identified, Spraggle. Securing this first objective with Blastoise took a close game and pushed the lead in Five Eye's favor, and they did not take their foot off the gas for the rest of the game. They just pushed, and pushed, increasing their lead constantly.
You know, something I noticed, some of the players were running Fluffy Tail. Now, that's an item that helps people secure objectives, so your Pokemon are going to do more damage to it, whoever puts that Fluffy Tail on a Dreadnought, Zapdos, or Wild Pokemon. I'm actually curious to see how many members of Five Eye are using that item, because I think I saw it a few times there.
Yeah, and it's important to note too, not only does Fluffy Tail give you a better chance to secure that last tip because you're dealing more damage while it's active, but it also gives you a chance to melt it faster. We take a look here at our match MVP here. Keep running from Five Eye on that Blastoise, securing that first Dreadnought, and tons of knockouts over the course of that game.
I mean, are you surprised? For everyone watching at home, there's no question what Pokemon was the MVP there. Keep running. Dominant performance there from Keep Running. I can't wait to see what they do in this next match, and I can't wait to see what DZ does to try to counter this, because that was oppressive.
Yeah, and we got to remember, when you're thinking about counter strategies, there's 2 different directions they could come at it from. The first is at this character select screen we're going to be going to here soon. We could see different characters selected, but we could also see the same rosters, but with different positioning throughout the course of the game. That early push from Five Eye, where they overloaded the top with 4 characters, really stands out in my mind as a place where DZ could have reacted sooner and better to not get nearly as far behind in that top path as they did.
Yeah, that's so true. There was another moment as well. I think DZ had a really impressive moment when that Eldegoss first made it to path. I think they were surprised. They weren't sure exactly how they were going to deal with this. So both teams have a lot more information now heading into this next match. I'm really excited to see if they change anything up, or if both teams say, no, this is the right strategy for us and we know how to beat them.
Yeah, I honestly would be surprised to see too much change from Five Eye outside of perhaps they push the bottom this time instead of pushing the top, but their team composition really seemed like it flowed well. And DZ, they're kind of our unknown. They're the first time into a top 4 here today, and I'm honestly not sure what their range could be. And after seeing their first composition here, it feels like anything's on the table.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what they pull out. Like I said, I've already ordered the t-shirt. I'm a huge fan. They've got Eldegoss in that central area. They've got Absol in the top path. I would love to see them pull out some more wild choices like that. And it really takes amazing teams like this to shape the way everyone views the game and how people want to play. I think when you see something like this, all of a sudden your mind is opened up and you say, oh, wow, we can actually put Eldegoss here. Oh, Absol can play in this position all by themselves. It's really amazing to see. I hope we see some more interesting choices throughout this tournament. Obviously, Interclaps is one of the teams that seems to continue to define the meta inside this game.
Yeah, it's important to remember, not only does Pokemon Unite have regular balance update, but our competitive scene is still incredibly young. There's so many things to be innovated and tried out and discovered, and we see teams month after month at this highest level bringing new things and finding success with them.
Yeah, let me tell you, Jeff, I needed to get some sleep last night for this broadcast, but instead I'm lying in my bed watching Japan's Pokemon Unite stream, just so excited about all the different strategies that teams bring to the table. So I can't wait to see what is brought out here today. I'm talking about Cramorant with stacking items. I'm talking about teams running Crustle. I mean, it's happening out there, Jeff. It is not solved, and I think it takes these great teams to really crack the code.
Yeah, and we even see regional differences as we head on into our character select screen here as we focus on our EU region today. Our 5i is on the right side this time through. We see a Lucario locking in for DZ this time around, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving to something quite a bit more traditional here from DZ. Very Interclap's random esports style play. We still have that fluffy tail there from the Blissey, actually, interestingly enough. Yeah. And then taking a look at 5i, we've got ourselves a Garchomp.
We don't quite have the green check mark on the Garchomp yet, but that character could play either central area or that top path role. Something to note is that because DZ had that Absol in the top path, if you're 5i, you feel like perhaps we could have a little wider range of characters to play there, because something like Garchomp typically doesn't line up well into Lucario, but could play into Absol, so they might be in for a bit of a surprise here.
I mean, I think we have a Garchomp and a Gengar being locked in here from 5i, and I saw them play this strategy earlier. They are definitely familiar with this, so I think this might be a really cool way to hopefully catch DZ on the back foot. They don't know what's about to come at them, and all of a sudden a strategy that they were prepared for, the one that just beat them, is not at all what they are facing in this next match.
Yeah, I really love the composition change after you win the game, because, you know, usually the onus is on the team that is down a game to feel like they need to react and reassess to what they have going on, and now they've reassessed, but the other team's kind of pulled the rug out from under them. They're like, ha, you were reassessing into the wrong thing.
It's a tricky play. It's a bit of a flex, I would say, as well, and I love to see it. We've got Hoopa Garchomp heading top here for 5i. It looks like Gengar in that central area.
All right, we see that fluffy tail go off from the Blissey there, but 5i able to secure it on the right side of the screen here. Blastoise in the bottom path for DZ notably is playing those special attack stacking items and did get an early score in there.
And that's just going to make that Blastoise incredibly powerful. It makes that Unite move insane. Also, all of its moves are affected by special attacks. So stacking with Blastoise has become incredibly popular, and I love to see it. Ooh, just saving it there. Oh, trying to give it to the Gengar, but it did not get enough experience to evolve.
Okay, the back crab here is going to spawn in there. We see 5i for the second time loading 4 characters into the top path for this first push, and DZ has not really responded in kind. They are going to be 4-2 in the top path for these bees.
Here we go. There's a fight happening up in this top path right here, but we're seeing Wartortle. They're going to get their evolution, but here we go. Pushing in here, that hyperspace hole, keeping that little Gibble alive and healthy, and they are fighting hard on this point. Are they able to take them out? Garchomp does go down. Pikachu trying to get out of there. Pikachu going down as well. Wartortle cleaning this up, but Gengar doing the same.
Yeah, just a huge fight early on in the top path as 5i overloads, then DZ responds in kind, getting a number of knockouts for minimal value as 5i was only able to deposit 5 Aeos energy inside of that push.
And it was deposited by Hoopa, which I don't believe is doing any kind of stacking. Ooh, and we've got that extreme speed Lucario, one of the most difficult Pokemon to deal with. And as I say that, Garchomp eats them up, Jeff.
We see an advice for new players here: level your items to level 20 and make sure to read all of your Pokemon skills. Reading is essential in life and Pokemon Unite, and knowing what your character does is definitely the first step in any battle. As we see a battle itself breaking out here in the bottom path between these characters. Huge quick knockout from Gengar with that incredible burst.
Yeah, Gengar just has such incredible bursts right there. And speaking of reading your moves and knowing what they do, when Gengar gets a KO, it resets one of its moves. It resets that Dream Eater, so it's able to continue chaining KOs. And that's why you see Gengar clean up entire teams right there. Read your moves, everybody.
We see Lucario here with that extreme speed getting to delete those bees and potentially the opposing team here. Can Hoopa reset? They both get out in the nick of time there right before Lucario can cross them off the map.
I'm loving the coordination here between the Hoopa and the Garchomp, but right now we're looking at this. 5i really doesn't have anyone down here to deal with this. It's just a Blissey, maybe hoping that it's going to throw an egg from downtown and get the secure. It cannot. not get it.
I like the Blissey just calmly sitting there. I'm not going to engage. We're just trying for the cheeky steal. They missed it, but it was worth the shot on 5i for sure.
So 5i breaking that top goal early, which is a really interesting choice. As we've talked about, that gives the opposing team access to a ton of experience. Oh no, but they weren't able to secure that rotom. I'm not sure what happened on the top path. Down here on the bottom
up
path,
and stole it with a portal, Spriggles.
Wow, what a move right there. What a move. And this is pretty unfortunate here for 5i. They were definitely hoping to push that Rotom towards their second goal.
Now, something to note here, while 5i did not get that first Dreadnought objective, they are still doing fairly well in terms of levels as we see a ground attack. Garchomp with that huge stomp there. Not the typical moves that we see on this character when it's played competitively.
That's right. Most of the time you're seeing the Dragon moveset, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rush, but here we've got a Dig, Earthquake, Garchomp, and I'm wondering what strategy they're trying to employ with it. Obviously, that Earthquake does a ton of damage in a big area. We've actually got a fight breaking out here. This Garchomp just seems to always be able to make it out and into those portals.
Yeah, portals really excellent at supporting those Garchomps, able to get them back to their home base to fully reset their health total and get them back into the battle ASAP in that front line where they want to be. We see level 10 for Gengar here, looking for that first attack upgrade at level 11 to be even more deadly with the burst of damage that it can output.
Taking a look here, they are not yet breaking this top path goal here. So 5i still has that goal up, meaning there's a lot of experience they don't have access to, but DZ does. Every minute they have these Audinos spawning in the top path, and it's going to continue to push them forward in level right here, getting ready for this big fight, and we've got a Hoopa Unite.
Yep, we see all of the people compiling in around this objective. We see the Fluffy Tail go off. We see the objective secured for DZ, second Dreadnought of the match going over to them, and then a team fight subsequently breaking out as they look to push their advantage further.
And this team fight and objective not going well at all for 5i. Now, the strategy we're seeing right here, again, this is a very popular strategy. This was Inderclap's Random Esports, formerly Random Gaming strategy in the previous month's finals, and it's very, very difficult to deal with. They are just able to take these objectives so incredibly well.
We see that seemingly random unite from DZ here, but notably that we are currently at that 4-minute and 15-second-ish mark, which means for Sylveon, this is the last opportunity for them to use their Unite move and still get it back before Zapdos spawns at 2 minutes. So even just getting a single knockout there with it is good value, because otherwise it's just going to be an unused resource.
Now, this is a really interesting match. DZ, I feel like, is a little more in control of this match. Well, especially more than the previous match, without question here. But 5i has such an amazing team that I just have to root for it. I've already bought the shirt. I don't know what I'm going to do, Jeff. I think I'm going to be wearing 2 team shirts.
Oh, you have a front and a back on you, Spriggles. We can just double them up there as we have a fight breaking out. We see those Unite moves popping off at the 3-minute and 30-second mark. Characters like Pikachu still good to go here and get more knockouts off the backs of their powerful attacks.
And look at this here. I mean, just such an interesting situation. I feel like if I'm DZ, I am kind of trying to figure out how to deal with this as this Gengar starts cleaning everyone up, eating their delicious, delicious dreams. I've never eaten a dream before, Jeff, but boy, I can't wait. It looks so yummy.
We see Gengar leveraging those resets. The first knockout leads to your skills coming off of cooldown, which leads to a second knockout. And if DZ would have kept coming in there, they would have kept getting knocked down. Gengar at level 13 is something to be feared.
Absolutely, and they are coming down right now. 5 members of 5i making it down for this Dreadnought. And this is an interesting one because this can turn into a very big fight, but it's a little early, so teams can actually afford to get KO'd right here as this Lucario starts E-speeding through the entire enemy team. Can it take anyone down? It looks like it does get 1 KO there.
We see 5i finally securing a Dreadnought this game, perhaps going to be the difference between this Gengar being 14 or not for the final fight, while they also secured the Rotom in the top path, which DZ has now cleared out as they also have a level 14 here in Blastoise.
So here we go. 10 seconds until Zapdos. You have to be worried if you're 5-Eye right now because DZ is set to rip this bird to shreds. Let's see if they go for it. It looks like they are going full damage right under the Zapdos. A big fight breaking out. Here comes the Blastoise Unite secured by the Hoopa. That is what we were talking about. That huge secure from DZ's team composition there takes Zapdos easily.
Yeah, in a situation like this, it's easy to say the Zapdos was flipped, but remember, DZ's team composition is designed to give them an incredibly weighted flip through. This was not a 50-50 objective. DZ, with their power-up punch and their fluffy tails and their Blastoise Unite move, was incredibly favored to secure the final hit on that important objective in this instance.
And now it looks like DZ is coming back to life right here. 688 to 214. They want to stay in this tournament. They've got something to prove here. This is their first time in a top 4, and they want to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, something noteworthy here. Those little dunks from Hoopa there might seem silly, but it's important to know that you gain Unite move recharge every time you deposit Eos energy, no matter how much Eos energy you're putting in. So I would not be surprised to see a Hoopa Unite move pop off here as we see this final push from 5-Eye start to happen.
And look at this here, just getting healed up. We've got the Blissey hiding in that bush right there with the Sylveon. Here comes the big fight right now. Unite moves coming out. Blastoise actually has a Unite right here. They're trying to push them off this point. If they can get a big team wipe here, 5-Eye could still be in this match, but it's so hard to do. And here comes Lucario. E-Speed saying goodbye to everyone. Goodbye, Blissey. Goodbye, Gengar. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, Garchomp. Goodbye, Jeff. They did it.
Yeah, incredibly close fight there when 5-Eye was 5-4 on DZ, but Lucario respawned, it jumped to the point, and it got every extreme speed reset possible there and just deleted 5-Eye off of the map.
And it looks like we've got the Hoopa Unbound just heading towards the enemy base, probably to say hi, show them how big and scary they are. And that is a big win for DZ. They're back in this thing. We're heading to a game 3.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see where 5-Eye goes with their composition here, because we see kind of an inverse of the first game. DZ commanding finishing points here, 688 to 230 this time around.
Yeah, and you just take a look at this here. You have to applaud 5-Eye for bringing such a unique and interesting strategy into this. You even see, I mean, that Gengar really cleaning it up there on KOs, but they just couldn't get it done against this amazing strategy here from DZ. I mean, look at that Lucario, by the way, 91,000 damage. Yeesh, Jeff.
Yeah, and you know, the big difference between these two teams in my mind is just that securing potential that this composition that DZ brought to the table had. There's so many ways to get last hits on important objectives like Zapdos, and we see here they secured that bird, and their points went from 190 to 688 real fast.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to deal with when a team is so good at securing an objective. Like you said, it's not really a, hey, whoever gets it, gets it. No, they have a very specific strategy to take Zapdos down immediately, and it works extremely effectively. You've got to try to do something to counter it, and unfortunately, the strategy from 5-Eye just wasn't it.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see, you know, there's not only positioning, but also character selection that we could see change. We saw 5-Eye not only play Garchomp top, but they executed a 2-1-2 strategy with 2 characters in the top and 2 in the bottom, as opposed to the 3 in the bottom with a single in the top, like we often see in competitive play here. And I'll be interested to see if they re-execute that or if they go back to what we saw in the first game from them this time around.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Let's take a look at a few big moments from that last match. We can kind of see where it all went wrong for 5-Eye and what was going so well for DZ. Here is that big push on this top path as this Wartortle actually comes up and is able to push almost every single one of them off.
Yeah, and you know, 5-Eye did this 4 top push twice in a row, but this second game, it was not nearly as successful. Many of them got knocked out, as we just saw there, which meant as they headed into this first Dreadnought objective, they actually just didn't contest it, choosing to push in the top path instead.
Yeah, it's a really interesting play, and it's just so unfortunate because they had a strategy, 5-Eye, and it just didn't work after that Rotom was secured by DZ. So DZ actually got both of those objectives.
Yep, kind of worst case scenario there. 5i assumed that they were giving up the bottom to secure the top, and then that did not even go their way. First pop off for Gengar here was a big push, but DZ appropriately pulling back to not give as much advantage because this is that Zapdos just getting deleted as you see everything fire off there. Lucario Unite, Blastoise Unite, it all just comes across the board at the same time.
And here is the MVP, Ray DZ. And you know, I mean, we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot of Blastoise MVPs right now because Blastoise is so incredibly good. I mean, it secures, it KOs, it's big and tanky and bulky, and it's hard to deal with. It feels like Blastoise is the new Greedent out there. I mean, just such an incredible Pokemon and incredible performance here from Ray DZ.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. This is a character that is not only one of the most powerful in this current balanced iteration that we have, but it's also one of the most flexible. We've seen this in that bottom path slot as both the attacker or defender. It plays solo top sometimes. It plays the central area, trying to scale up as big as possible. Blastoise really does everything except be Hoopa.
Yeah. If it could be Hoopa, oh boy, Blastoise, I mean, it would just be unbelievable. But yeah, you are so right. Blastoise feels like anywhere you put it, anything you have it do, it's extremely dominant, extremely difficult for the enemy team to deal with. And I'm always surprised when we see a team not using a Blastoise, which right now is very rare because it is just so important right now.
Yeah, you could argue Blastoise is unstoppable, as we frequently see it be as it goes into that rapid spin mode, which again gives it more of that objective securing potential because you can't stun it or push it or move it around, that it just gets to sit there and spin its spouts for an incredibly consistent damage that's difficult to kind of knock out in between.
Yeah, it's just such a tough Pokemon. And even as I'm thinking of it right now, I'm thinking, well, what do you really have to counter a Blastoise to really shut it down? It's pretty hard to do. Like you said, this unstoppable spin from it is just, whew, so tough. It gets everywhere you don't want it to be. And then it's got that Unite move that can take down a Zapdos. It's pretty incredible.
And it's important to note too that the real power inside of Blastoise's Unite isn't even just the damage that it deals, but Blastoise's Unite move also knocks up all of the enemies in range, which means even if your Unite doesn't secure the last hit, it gives the rest of your team the better chance to do that for you because the opponents are currently knocked up.
Jeez, is there anything Blastoise can't do? Can it do my taxes? Let's find out. When are taxes due? Oh my God, it's so late. Well, I'll have to deal with that later. Yeah, Blastoise is just unbelievable right now. I feel like every team finds a spot for this Pokemon. You can see it in the bottom. You can see it in the center. You can see it in the top. It is Blastoise. And you know, Hoopa also seeing play on every single team right now. You see its incredible Unite move when it's unbound, obviously, but also the ability to bring your entire team with you. We saw, you know, some incredible moments where teams bring it into Zapdos. We also see teams make some really sneaky moves with it and throw it into the enemy goal. So it's just such an incredible Pokemon here. And now we're heading over to character selection, Jeff.
We see 5i lock in that Blastoise character select real quick there, Spraggles. Completely agree with that. I was surprised to not see that in their team composition for the last one. Bouncing back and forth here for Dravix, their top half character, locking into Machamp. Oh, be a little indecisiveness, and there's the check mark. Looks like we're going to see that in the top. And
Dravix might be the best Machamp player out there. I don't know if anyone compares to Dravix. Just such incredible play. We've got that stacking attack weight, which, you know, we talked a lot about Blastoise's Unite move, but boy, Machamp's Unite move, those huge flurry of punches coming out when you have a fully stacked attack weight, it is incredible.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to note that I'm going to be watching as we start this next match off here is, will that Machamp be going to the top path solo, or will it have someone coming along with it to assist it in this early game levels? One of the downsides to Machamp versus something like Lucario that we see out of DZ is a little bit weaker before it hits that level 5 breakpoint and evolves into Machoke.
I mean, we've seen it head up into that top path a few times here with Hoopa, so I wouldn't be surprised if they continue that strategy, but you never know. I mean, Machamp can hold its own. That Karate Chop really has an amazing potential to secure some of these wild Pokemon.
Yep, as we see here that Sylveon heading into the central area for DZ, getting that important level 4 power spike. We see 2-on-2 for both of these teams, with Hoopa going into the top and Blissey and Pikachu going into the bottom, along with Blastoise for DZ.
And that means that little Blissey there, I was going to say, was going to be all by itself there for DZ. But no, of course not. It has Squirtle with it, who's going to be taking these A-bombs.
I love this from DZ Squirtle, kind of being aware that teams typically leave those A-bombs unknocked out and using one to secure another stack in this bottom path to start.
And look at this here. 3 members of DZ top, 3 members of 5i top. So this is a huge battle up here in this top path.
Yeah, notably, neither of the top pathers getting to level 5. So Lucario will not have extreme speed for this first set of Bs, which is going to make it a little bit more competitive for 5i for sure. But Sylveon has Hyper Voice, and they melt these objectives very quickly.
And wow, yeah, speaking of, there they go. Lucario now does have that level 5, and here comes that extreme speed. Oh, they're looking to clean this up here, but no, they're actually backing up. They're a little worried because there are so many members of 5i here, as 5i does push them back, and Lucario goes down there.
Lucario trying to sneak into that Hoopa portal, but getting knocked out at the last second, almost successfully pushing off this 4 top path overload, but just getting knocked out at the last moment there.
And right now we have Blissey's soloing that bottom path. This is not a strategy that you see often, but they left both their Blissey's alone. They said, you guys fight over it.
Yeah, and this on DZ's side, this feels like a reaction to 5i, kind of being like, okay, we know you're overloading top, so we both all want to be in the top, so we're not outmatched at any given location in this early game to start.
And look at this, Lucario coming in with this extreme speed, being stuck right there by the Pikachu, but no, it is able to clean that up pretty well. Extreme speed Lucario, if you are standing next to your buddy, you need to run when this Pokemon's around.
Yeah, we see that blue circle underneath the character, which when Lucario gets to extreme speed across someone with that blue circle, you get a reset on the skill, which means that there's a bunch of them grouped up like that. 1, 2, 3, 4 extreme speeds does an incredible amount of damage, deleting them off of the map very quickly.
And, you know, I really thought Lucario was going to score right there, but that Hoopa did an amazing job of stopping it.
Yeah, 9 points, just a little bit too much Aeos energy for Lucario to be able to get in between attacks. You see the bees spawning here and Blastoise just deleting them with that water spouts.
Taking a look at our levels here, Blissey is one of the highest levels in the match here because it's been all alone getting all this experience in this bottom path. And, you know, this is interesting because no one's even close to a Unite move here besides Blissey for this first Dreadnought.
Yep, we see here just a full rip from DZ's team, but ultimately losing the last hit to 5i there. The risk of taking this line with the opponents being at present.
Wow, I mean, here we go. This match is so interesting because 5i has not scored a single point. Talking about that Machamp earlier wanting to stack up its item, it's not able to do that at all. Blastoise not able to put any points in right here. DZ barely getting any score as well. This is a really interesting game because both teams are defending so incredibly well when the enemy team pushes.
Yeah, kind of an acknowledgement to just how important getting those items scaled up is. You know, on 5i's side, their Machamp is effectively playing with only 2 held item slots at the moment if it can't manage to get in a few scores to activate that stacking item.
We do have a Blastoise here, though, Jeff, and we don't have one from DZ just yet. So this could be a big fight starting here. Machamp looking for a score here in this bottom path. There we go. That's a stack.
Very patient there, waiting until vision was up for everyone on DZ's team and then sneaking in there to see Unite moves popping off here in the top path around this Rotom fight.
I mean, think about that. Think about how important stacking that item is, where you would be nowhere near this Rotom fight, nowhere near most members of both teams, just so you could get that item to give you more attack. It's extremely important if you're running one of those items to make sure that you get all your points in.
Yep, and we see that 30 dunk. The important thing to note about these stacking items is they don't care how much Aeos energy deposit, they care how many times you do it. So that 30 dunk from Machamp is only a single of the maximum of 6 stacks that it can get. So I'm going to be interested to see, can 5i position and push to leverage this item on Machamp before the end game fight where they really need him stacked up.
This match is a close battle, and at the same time, the game says it's a close battle, and they are fighting everywhere, all over this map, all the time. Here we go, big fight. We've got the Machamp Unite move going after the Blastoise. It is able to take it down. Can they get the secure? No, secured by Blissey.
Yeah, we see big difference in this fight here is that DZ's Hoopa was level 9 and 5i was not, and not having access to that unbound mode on Hoopa puts you at such a disadvantage in these full team fights.
Wow. I mean, I gotta say, this is such incredible play here from the Machamp, but you're right, it just couldn't do enough against that Hoopa. And then Blissey, one of the sneakiest Pokemon with one of the best secures in the game. That Egg Bomb, you can't really stop it because Blissey is just so tanky and it does a ton of damage to objectives.
Yeah, and not only does the Egg Bomb do a ton of damage, but similar to like what we talked about with Blastoise's Unite move, it also stuns people in the area. So if your teammates are there and your egg doesn't secure, it also knocks up the enemies nearby, so your teammates can try and get that last hit as well.
Big Unite move here from DZ, but we also finally have that Hoopa Unite move. They have to use it now or they won't get another opportunity here before Zapdos. So this actually puts 5i in a really nice position to push this top path, maybe get some more points in here for their Machamp. It looks like they are going to take that opportunity right now. They're going to break top path and they're heading to beat up on that little Rotom. Oh no, it's so mean. Look how big they are and look how small it is.
I'm honestly kind of surprised that 5i did not give their Machamp an opportunity to get multiple little dunks in there. Only 2 stacks for their character's attack weight at this point, which is going to severely limit its damage output in that late game team fight that's coming up in just about a minute now.
That's right. In 1 minute right here, we're going to see which one of these teams moves on and which one of their tournament dreams end today. 5i DZ, 1 game each. The score almost tied. The levels extremely close. This is a nail biter right now, Jeff.
Blissey might be fighting this Rotom into the next match here as DZ positions to the bottom to potentially contest this Dreadnought, but 5i has a number of team members that looks to be easily tearing through it uncontested.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to try to get a steal there from DZ, but not able to do it. Screamion coming down there with the big hyper voice. That's Sylveon, not able to get it there, but it was worth a shot.
And we see here, despite the fact that 2 Dreadnoughts went over to 5i, levels are incredibly close in this match right now, with DZ actually having the first level 13 character with Machamp now matching it for 5i. This Blastoise for 5i is not going to be 13 for this endgame fight.
What you're watching right here is you're watching a Blissey that they didn't want to KO right away because they wanted it to be down as soon as the Zapdos came up. They were basically putting it in jail for a moment right here. And oh boy, Hoopa goes down. And I think Sylveon, yes, Sylveon goes down as well. Big move here for 5i. They are in control right now, and they are going to be trying to take down this Zapdos.
Yep, interesting. We see Lucario and friends coming in. Blastoise still has a Unite move for DZ. We're going to start seeing those here. See the Blissey Unite, and 5i takes the objective and secures more knockouts. Those points are going to be raining in here, and it looks like 5i is well on their way to securing this match and their step to the next part of this tournament.
Incredible play there from Machamp, but also that play was set up by the wonderful play earlier to keep that Blissey out of this Zapdos fight. DZ was in such a horrible position as soon as that happened.
Yeah, so we saw early knockouts from 5i. That Machamp move pushed people out of the pit and secured a knockout, which gave them the opportunity to relatively safely secure this objective with far more people in that central area.
So here we go. You're DZ. You've got about a minute left right here. You need some Eos energy, and you need to win a big fight right now. This is going to be tough. Not impossible. We've seen it happen, but the tournament could be slipping through their fingers right now. 5i could be heading into our next match.
This looks pretty impossible, Sprinkles. DZ would have to have every one of their members dunk 100 points and then pick up another 12 points and deposit those as well. And this team fight is not decisive for DZ. In fact, quite the opposite. It's fairly decisive for 5i as they get an entire team knockout without losing a single member here.
Extremely impressive, and you're right. Look, I hold out hope. I've already got the shirt. I love me some DZ, but 5i with a dominant performance right here. Incredible. And I would say, you know, some of the most big brain plays I've seen in Pokemon Unite as of late. Their first match with the big scores instead of Zapdos, and then this right here, just putting that Blissey in jail for a moment, not letting it attend the fight. Really impressive moves from 5i.
Yep, dominating score finish here, 816 to 129. Our final markers here with that MVP going to Machamp here. Easily the MVP of the match, really showing off the power of that character in the late game with its Unite move to push people out of the pit. So many knockouts spread all across 5i here.
Yeah, and 5i was set up really well to win this thing, but so was DZ. I mean, this team composition's incredibly good at taking down that Zapdos, but they weren't even able to fight at it. 5i really taking them down right here. And look how close this game was. As I said earlier, a nail biter until the bird, and then 816 to 129.
Yeah,
winners 5i.
I think 5i understood what they needed to do really well in the end game of that fight. Like you said, the team was able to secure Zapdos well, but 5i just kept them out of the pit with their knockouts. As we see here, they're looking to improve on their third place finish in the AOS Cup last month.
Yeah, they're climbing right up there. They've not made it to a grand finals yet, but boy, they could taste it. They've gotten so close. They're such an impressive team. So I can't wait to see if they can make it all the way up there to deal with Interclap's Random Esports, a team name that I love saying, Jeff, okay? And I actually have to announce I have been purchased by Interclap. So I am now Interclap's Random Spraggles for the rest of the broadcast.
Interclap's Random Spraggles, I am glad to have you here broadcasting along. Let's take a look at our replay here momentarily, some of the best things that happened inside of that match.
Yeah, such an incredible game here from both teams, and we saw, this continued pressure here in this top path. This is very different from a lot of the games that you'll see where all the focus is on that bottom path before the Dreadnought.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting development as the format kind of pushes further along, where people identifying that, okay, the characters that actually need the levels the most are in the top path, so that's where we want to be pushing up early, like we saw 5i do game and game again inside of this match.
Here was that big fight we talked about earlier where you were thinking, hey, maybe they're going to let this Machamp score a little bit more, but they did not need to. Looking at this fight right here, it went very well for 5i. Blissey did finally make it in, but very late after multiple members had already been KO'd.
Yep, really just commanding performance in this late game from 5i. They won all of these end game engagements decisively, which is the upside to playing something like Machamp over something like Lucario. Machamp is a bit worse early, but boy golly does it scale powerfully into the late game, easily making Dravix the MVP for 5i this time around.
Yeah, incredible plays. If you want to know how to play a Machamp, you've got to watch Dravix. This player has this Pokemon down. I don't know if anyone can compete with what they do. Incredible, and we saw those huge clutch moments that ended up winning the match. Without question, the MVP from that game.
Yeah, that moment that stands out in my mind was when the Machamp caught Hoopa, forcing its Unite early just outside of the Zap Pit, preventing ZNet from being able to get into that central area there and flip the objective with that weighted flip like they did in the other game that they won.
Let's take a look at our bracket here, Jeff. We've got some incredible matches ahead of us still. Now 5i is going to head into Apprentice Unleashed. The winner of that will be taking on Interclap's Random Esports. And you see a lot of huge teams having to fall so that these teams could make it here. And interestingly enough, Interclap's Random Esports sent DZ down, and DZ now getting taken out by 5i. So the question is 5i or Apprentice going to be the team to take down Interclaps today?
Yeah, and it's worth noting here too, as we look at our bracket, that Apprentice was actually the ones that sent 5i to our losers bracket with a 2-0 victory earlier in this tournament.
Wow. Such incredible games coming up here, Jeff. And, I think if players want to compete, you know where to send them, don't you?
Definitely. If you think your team is the best like no one ever was, you'll want to make sure you head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to try and qualify for our regional championships, which will have $50,000 in cash prizes. And it is a last chance qualifier to make it to Worlds in London in August.
That's right. We are going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, we're going to have Five Eye versus Apprentice Unleashed in the losers finals. I cannot wait. Don't go anywhere, even if there's an emergency. Stay right there. Goodbye.
Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Unite! Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of two attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Eos Island.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We are at the May Finals, and there's only 3 teams left vying for that Grand Champion spot. Zoinks. Let's take a look at our match schedule so far and let the people know where we've been, where we're going.
Sure, where we've been is pretty easy. If you've been watching, Interclap's Random Esports took a 2-0 win in our winners finals game against Apprentice Unleashed. Then we jumped into the losers semifinals. Spraggles and Jeff brought us all the way to the end of that one. 5i took it in a 2-1 match. Lots of variety in that last game. We saw Eldegoss Central, we saw Garchomp, we saw Giga, we saw everything. So a very exciting game too, but the next games we have up are losers finals, 5i versus Apprentice Unleashed, and then finally after that is going to be our grands.
Yeah, just a little, let's get into the sabermetrics of this one here, Zoinks. Fun fact, this match is a rematch of last month's losers finals, so if Apprentice wins, they've had a winners final rematch, a losers final rematch, and then it'll be a grand finals rematch, all from last month. So, little bit of a Groundhog Day scenario we got going on here for Apprentice wins, but let's talk about the teams real quick. I know you like Inferno and their Pikachu.
I do. I love Inferno and their Pikachu. On my notes, actually, I was writing down that's one of the matchups I'm so excited to see is Zante versus Inferno in this match. However, due to Zante's recent swap over to the Serena in this bottom path, this stacking melee Pokemon, gonna be a bit of a change. And Inferno is actually going to be slotting into a Sylveon pick. So no one going with their iconic selections this game, except of course, Dravix is on the Machamp.
Well, that was a late switch. They were sitting on that Garchomp for a second, and that's a little flavor they gave to us in the last round there. Oh, did they just unselect from Machamp? You're always keeping us on our toes here in the booth. I'm trying to take a look at the held item, see if we've got anything standing out anywhere. That's a cookie on Chelvin, eh?
Yep, Shelvin is going with the AOS cookie, so not running special attack specs, instead opting into that added HP bonus instead of the extra damage. I think they're already counting on Serena and Lucario on their side to give them a lot of secure value, but also team fight potential. They'd rather just a Blastoise be around as long as possible.
Sure.
With that extra HP, you're going to be able to push way deep into behind enemy lines and still get out with the great benefits of Rapid Spin and your increased defenses and all of that.
Yeah, Rapid Spin in combination with the Water Spout. It's been doing a lot of work in every game we've watched so far, and it makes sense, when you skew your composition one way to another, you have to adjust your items accordingly. So it's a good look. I hope it works out for them because we're going to have to see that shake out in real time if they're trying to punch their ticket to the grand finals here.
Yeah. Hydro Pump, Water Spout, the two options you have on Blastoise. Water Spout, by far the more popular move selection, but I mean, can you blame them? You tip a Blastoise over, pour them out, and it seems like you're getting match wins. So I, too, would go with the Spout if I was choosing a Blastoise today. Spraggles was saying it last game. This Pokemon is so incredibly strong. We have a couple of staple picks in our meta right now. I would call those Blissey and Hoopa, but there are a few other Pokemon that are incredibly strong, and I'd say Blastoise is one of those.
Yeah, and just the perennial, we'll say, an iconic matchup, specifically for Dravix themselves, going into that top path with Machamp, usually facing down Lucario's, and Klaus, no slouch on that Pokemon.
No, not at all. Klaus and Dravix is going to be a very fun matchup to watch in that top path. I talked about last time we were casting together Dude Snacks just a couple of games ago. Klaus was up against Redmaw, a very tactical, more defensive top path player. Now Klaus is going into literally the opposite. Dravix loves to throw hands, 4 of them if he can have them, and will rush you down every single time. So very, very aggressive players in our top path. And with the new addition to Hoopa in this metagame, they don't say top path forever. Those hyperspace holes will make them rotate no matter where, and they will take fights whenever they get the chance.
Also, the unsung hero, it's kind of weird to say unsung hero Hoopa, right? But specifically in their composition, Dravix able to call and get support in the blink of an eye when they need it. We know that the Machamp, when it's just a Machop, struggles early against Lucario. But once it starts getting speed, once it starts getting that momentum, it can really start taking over the game. And that's just what Dravix is looking for. And getting that little edge of support is going to be a key factor in that. Hoopa facilitates it.
Yeah. So right now we're actually just working on something on the back end. We're gonna do a little bit of a reset on the game, make sure the players are all in there and established and good to go. It won't be too long of a wait, but luckily I get to keep talking about these teams. And these are literally 2 of my favorite teams. I have been a huge Apprentice Unleashed fan for a long time, but I've been a very fast fan of 5i. 5i recently finding a lot more success than they historically have. They've always been a good team, but they have been finding a lot of huge tournament success, and yet again they they find themselves in a Final Four. And just so everybody at home remembers, so the way our tournament format works, these Final Four selections are automatically secured for your regional finals. So just by playing in these games, you already know you don't have to participate in that gigantic last chance qualifier. That's a huge load of stress off, especially because there's a lot of good teams up there. You want to avoid upsets wherever possible.
Yeah, you know, take as much variance as you can out of it. You've been working hard all year. No sense in getting thrown into the blender in the last event and missing your opportunity here. Of course, the goal for all these teams immediately ahead of them, win this event, of course. But the long-term goal is to make it to Worlds and eventually be the world champion. And you gotta qualify to get there. So why don't you take out as many steps as you can along the way?
Absolutely. Apprentice Unleashed, we talked about a few of their players, but another one I want to bring up is Chelvin. Chelvin is the central area player and has played a myriad of Pokemon, but most recently it's been that bottom selection of Blastoise. We talked about how strong it is in this metagame. Not only it's securing objectives, chasing down weaker HP Pokemon on the other side, and then of course the Hydro Typhoon Unite move creates space, it throws Pokemon up in the air, it gets you so much value, and Chelvin is a great player with this Blastoise. I feel like they're always making the right decisions. They're never caught out, they're always positioned well, and no matter what, their Unite move is getting maximum value for the situation.
Another thing that's leveraged very well by Chelvin is, of course, the support that their team provides. I know kind of that's been my motto, we'll say, or the thing I like to touch on here. But Chelvin can't do those engages and can't push as far forward if the team isn't behind them, because then yes, you're dealing out chunks of damage, but you're not really closing the door out on anybody. You're not getting any support to get yourself back out. So getting that support is what allows them to push so very deep, and they are a pretty aggressive Blastoise, which makes it fun to watch, and it's even more fun when it's just a truck and trailer of that Blastoise leading the charge and the rest of the team, kind of like a spearhead, the rest of the team following suit, and really opening up those gaps.
That's true. And right now, Tube Snacks, I think it's going to be a question of momentum headed into this next game. Five Eye just won a very, very close game against DZ. They're coming up hot. Apprentice Unleashed has had to wait around a little bit, but they had plenty of time to, go back to the lab and figure out the reasons why they failed to Interclaps in that winner's final. And we saw it a few times. The bottom path, experience-wise, was a really, really tough gain for them. We really need to see Gek and company in that bottom path get up to levels just that much quicker if they want to be going against a tough Blissey in the form of Drampa on Five Eye. Five Eye's Drampa is so good. They take split pushes way more than any other Blissey I've ever seen. You'd think they were running 3 stacking items, but how often Drampa is rushing in to try to get these little scores on goal zones.
Dr. Ampa. You can't just pluck away a person's doctorate like that, Zoinks. We've got a little video package action out here. We're gonna jump over to that, and we're just gonna go through the rigmarole of it. Talk about a little bit as we're watching these teams square away. Well, let's talk about Espeon, because that's where we're going at here. A Pokemon that we haven't seen with, but is available for this event, but one you and I have cast and looked at before. Talk to me about Espeon just a little bit.
Espeon, of course, if you're new to Pokemon World, another evolution. So the same starting or stage 1 Pokemon as Sylveon can evolve into Espeon, a very strong ranged psychic attacker. This Pokemon boasts a lot of great moves, but Psyshock and Future Sight, the strongest of the few. They provide a great stun ability when playing in Path, and Future Sight actually lessens the cooldown on that stunning Psyshock. So a fantastic utilization of moves together.
Yeah, we just saw that Unite move pop out. Something that's really impressive, similar to Sylveon. Espeon also gets their Unite move at level 8, which makes it a very mean machine when it comes to the early objectives like Dreadnought and Rotom as well.
A lot of times we talk about how strong a Pokemon's early game is, and Espeon has gotta be at the top of a tier list when we're considering early game strengths. When you're playing an early game Pokemon, you need to make sure that you're winning early, getting a good lead, and then making sure you're keeping that ball rolling consistently. Espeon, though, a great Pokemon to make sure that happens every single game.
Without a doubt. You mentioned the early presence. We've seen the success of Sylveon and what it can do with the Hyper Voice. Of course, Espeon, if it were to make kind of into the texture of these competitive matchups, probably would slot less into like a central area split scenario, more into, the bottom path attacker role. That is a little bit more traditional, I would say, but impressive nonetheless, as we're seeing it use its Future Sight and Psyshock combination there to get some clean KOs.
No, yeah, it's amazing. Espeon's secure. We say that word secure so often, but what we mean is securing the last hit on enemy Pokemon as well as wild Pokemon. Espeon, one of the strongest Pokemon in the game at doing it at any point in the game, but the fact that they have it early is such a huge asset. We didn't talk much about the Unite move. It's amazing. It's so big, but when there's a lot of other Pokemon in the metagame right now with Unstoppable and Pokemon that give Unstoppable to their teammates,
exactly.
It's a little bit tougher to use, but still very strong.
Yeah, I think you're leaning into that Blissey, for example, that Blastoise, for example. Those two Pokemon we said are kind of linchpins as of late. As you see, these teams finally go into the character selection screen for this game. Everything is honky-dory. We're ready to go. Inferno back on the Sylveon. Gonna leave Pikachu at home this time around.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed by that. I'm not gonna lie. Don't get me wrong. I bet they play an amazing Sylveon. But as a fan of 5-Eye, I love seeing Inferno play Pikachu. That being said, the Double Glasses Focus Band, a great build for this Pokemon. Focus Band gonna give it a lot of extra strength whenever it enters into one of these paths after taking a Central Area Pokemon, or even if they want to rotate early.
Yeah, Energy Amp on the Hoopa Brian for 5-Eye. Now gonna try and out Hoopa Unite Zervis on the other side of the coin here.
An interesting selection. So Energy Amplifier, of course, its main effect is that it lowers your Unite move charge cooldown time. The other thing that it does, though, is when you use your Unite move for a short time after, in addition to the normal buffs you get by using your Unite move in terms of damage and attack speed, it actually increases those even slightly more with the Energy Amplifier. So this could be a sign that Hoopa, while using that Unite move, may not try to use the Hyperspace Fury or the Phantom Laser to do damage, but instead focus it all upon Zapdos in case a rip situation happens. Maybe that extra little bit of damage will be what you need to secure the big yellow bird.
Yeah, also that Hoopa carrying a Buddy Barrier as well, and across the way, of course, the other Hoopa was going Muscle Band, Focus Band as well, going to give it a little bit of that sustain and be able to chip in and, of course, find its way to its Unite move when that's available. Here we go. Klaus in the top path, Brian supporting Dravix out of the gate.
Yeah, it seems like we have a 2-1-2 scenario to start the game off. It feels like we're returning to launch release meta. 2-1-2 again. I'm sure that'll change quickly, but Zante trying to get up close and personal. The little Strawberry doing what they can.
Inferno, unafraid to get down there as an Eevee, not willing to take any of the buffs in the middle, and just going to get level 4 a little bit further behind than what we traditionally see. Here's a Chelvin fun fact. He is most excited to defeat Enderclap Random Esports. Something that we mentioned before about Chelvin. It remains true today as they're trying to punch their ticket to the finals and go ahead and make that wish a reality.
Exactly. I mean, if there's a dartboard inside Chelvin's room, I guarantee it has Enderclap's Random Esports written on every single spot. There is a huge chip on this player's shoulder. They want to take them down. They want to prove they're the best in EU. And if they can win this game, they'll have another chance to do so.
Well, we've got a 4-on-3 here. 5-Eye trying to get some action over the Bees. We're going to see if they're going to be willing to push. Apprentice backs off a little bit. Poor Inferno, still level 3. We're so used to seeing that Sylveon take up to level 4 so early, and that's something they're certainly hungry for at 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the game.
Absolutely. Sylveon and Espeon, we're talking about Espeon a little bit, have different Swift moves on the Eevee, and Sylveon's Swift is not as strong as Espeon. So if they're playing it in Path, it's going to make it a little bit tougher to get the last hits. And remember, when you're evolving a Pokemon for that last level, you need to secure a last hit on a wild or enemy Pokemon or a score to get that evolution.
Yeah, so I mean they're eyeing it up. I mean that's got to be blood in the water if you're Apprentice Unleashed. You're seeing that Eevee just still sitting there. Finally a Sylveon, of course, as I'm saying that, but going to be a little bit further behind than they would normally. Good pressure by Apprentice Unleashed in the face of 5-Eye. They're all over this goal zone. Good reset here as the 3 players roll back through. They're going to see if they can get some KOs. Inferno forced back. They're still level 4, and they're getting pushed forward. Keep trying to hold it down. Nobody down in terms of player content yet. Oh, big reset. Blinks out all of them. They come back. Just Zervis does. Yes, there was a KO on the Lucario there for Apprentice Unleashed, but that Hoopa reset was just nasty business and saved a whole gamut of players on Apprentice Unleashed.
Yeah, Zervis the only player able to come back in the first place. Whenever you use a Hoopa portal, you do have a short cooldown where you're not allowed to utilize them again on the return visit for a short amount of time. Everybody else had used the first portal, they couldn't be back for the second one. Right now, Zante on that Serena is at level 7. That Pokemon is scaled up quite a lot already. Serena evolves very early, one of its big strengths, and Zante has already got it to that very nice power spike. So that is what allows these goal sieges to even start happening in the first place, is that strong of a Pokemon.
Well,
Travis,
here
though,
comes-
got something else to say about it.
Yeah, here comes the Machoke closing down on the Serena there. 2 KOs back the other way for 5i, and we're just gonna get some points raining in by Klaus up top as, you know, Apprentice just gently chipping in this Red Maul, gonna try and create space with the Water Spout, gonna buy some space, but here we go, the War Turtle can use a Water Spout, that's Keep going back the other way. Big Water Spout coming in, are the Egg Bombs gonna come in tandem? They do! Great work by the Blissey and the War Turtle to get that done in the face of 3, and now they're gonna push forward. Egg Bomb comes through, and Apprentice Unleashed forced to retreat. Great work down there with minimal investment of personnel by 5i to get that Dreadnought.
Yeah, no kidding. The Egg Bomb, of course, helps in that situation, but Keep is such an incredible Blastoise. They do such a good job of making sure they don't get KO'd in that scenario, even though they're 2v3 and they play just on the edge of safety, but doing so, they're actually able to secure a KO on a Dreadnought. That experience is going to be so important. They were getting out-leveled and outscaled early on in this game, but all that has changed. Now they're caught up and winning in multiple 1v1 matchups.
Great blink by Brian on Dravix there. They come back fully refreshed, ready to go. Who's trying to catch these hands? They activate the Unite move. They dive in. They catch 3 and a bunch of bees, and they're going to try and leverage that and push forward. There's a KO with the tandem with the Blastoise. Their Klaus going to have to get a berry. Chelvin getting pushed back. That's a big dynamic punch. They're going to chase down Chelvin. They can't quite close it out. Chelvin loops back, and Dravix caught in the slow path here as the Blastoise says, don't worry about it, Chief. I'll handle it with the shell on my back. I'm carrying everybody tonight. KO streak of 2, and that goal zone is gone.
That goal zone's gone, and now this Rotom does pose a slight bigger of a threat to Apprentice Unleashed. At the very least, they would have to commit some Pokemon to be stopping it. However, I would have liked if they held onto that Rotom just a little bit longer and waited until the Dreadnought timer got closer to actually send this down the lane. Now this isn't going to accomplish as much. That being said, Keep Running can get there. Buffs in plenty of time. 30 seconds until the next important objective of Dreadnought.
Absolutely. Just a good little look there. Again, was it perfect? Did it check every box? In my book, it did. I know you saw a little bit of a margin for improvement there, but 5i has to be very happy how that exchange went. They're positioning very well. Brian very far forward, catches out Klaus real quick, and they're setting up for this Dreadnought.
Brian's sticking with this Shadow Ball play. So remember, when a Shadow Ball, it creates those 2 other little balls that float around the Pokemon they hit. Any boosted auto attack from Hoopa, Unite moving to Machamp as they come through the portal. What a cool tech!
Yeah, here Klaus is getting caught. They try to work on Dreadnought for what, a split second? 2 players are down for Apprentice Unleashed. They're on the retreat here as the Blissey's playing far forward. Brian gonna try and bubble out, and here's Inferno. Here's Keep. They're working on Dreadnought. That was the objective the whole time, we said. We took the body. We made you look bad, but here we go. They're working back the other way. Zarina gets into the mix and is immediately on the retreat. They get KO'd by the Blissey. Egg Bomb, good night. And now Apprentice Unleashed went back for a pseudo re-engage. Just as Zarina gets caught, and they're like, okay, we're gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out for a bit. We're gonna put the brakes on this one.
Absolutely. Okay, another fight does re-engage.
I mean, they reset, they come back through. I didn't think they were going to. Just the absolute chest of this team to push forward into the face of 5i. After that particular exchange, Blastoise going to try and get some points in. That's the Hoopa opening the highway to get more support down here. Klaus picks up the Bliss Assistance. Let's see if they can find some KOs. The Blastoise gets back one the other way, and now they're going to try and get some points in. They need a goals into their own, they say. We're down on points, but not for long. Give us that lead, Apprentice Unleashed.
There we go. Okay, Apprentice Unleashed was a very, very good team fight there. I loved Gecko Kami's use of the Bliss Assistance in that team fight. They waited a very long time, but they knew that 5i utilized a bunch of Unite moves in their own team fight around Dreadnought just a short minute ago. Great knowledge and, Unite move calculating coming out of Gecko Kami to be able to do that. And not to mention, we were talking about split push Blissies already. 31 points goes in from Gecko Kami into a tier 2 goal zone in the bottom path.
Yeah, well, they got sussed out by the Blastoise real quick. The highway is open, and here comes the Hoopa rolling through. That's Brian gonna see if they can give support. Inferno just gonna make it down because the bees are here. That's experience we want. Gek just still on the retreat. Blastoise doing a water spin, rapid spout. Wow. Rapid spin, water spout action to get some bees there. There's 2 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock, and these teams are moving.
Yeah, no kidding. Spout Rapid Water Pit Spin is personally my favorite. All right, Inferno getting up to that level 12. Level 12, a very large power spike for most of the special attackers in the game. Zonte getting a nice escape. Great reset by Zervs. These two Hoopas have been playing phenomenally. I loved Brian and Dravix's combo around that second Dreadnought. Threw the hoops up into a bush, said aim for the bushes. Dravix agreed, fist bumped, and utilized the Unite move and ran all the way through.
Yeah, got a couple KOs for their hard work too. There you go, the Rapid Spin's coming a little late. The Egg Bomb gonna seal it up, as we've seen time and time again. Good work by 5i, and we can see these teams literally running in parallel, like train tracks running to that central air for the Zapdos. Are they gonna jump right on it, or are they gonna wait for a moment, as this arena looks like they're up top trying to get some points in, just hanging out?
Yeah, Apprentice Unleashed, obviously they need to buy time for some kind of level scaling. Serena only level 11. Right now they're doing a decent amount of damage to each other, but this is great time being bought for Apprentice Unleashed. Definitely the call was we gotta stall because we need Klaus to hit that level 13. They finally do. Keeps at 14 though, and they've started the Zapdos. If they want to rip this thing, they have the damage to do it quickly, but Inferno just playing a little more defensively.
Here we go. Brian is unbound. They're gonna pull the team through. We're gonna see if we can find some bodies here. Blastoise just kind of flashes in, uses their Unite move, catches a bunch. That's a Unite move back the other way by 5i, and that Rapid Spin's catching a bunch because they got the Bliss Assist. That damage is good. Chelvin has a Bliss Assist as well. They're not going down too easy. They're trying to hunt down the Blissey here, as there's two players down. That's Lucario, the Serena. They went down so early. Gecko Kami's on the chopping block for Dravix. He's like, I do karate classes, breaking through blocks. No, Blissey gets out, but that Zapdos is wide open. Can Chelvin make a hero play? They get sussed out by the Hyper Voice, and the Blissey egg bombs him to dust. And now 5i takes the Zapdos with no problems. Those goal zones are unlocked. Duck it time. Burgers on the menu tonight.
Oh, and Serena tried to use the Unite move to stop one of them, but of course Safeguard is going to shut that down very quickly with an unstoppable. 5i with a very, very long teamfight win, but they played it exceptionally well. Every single time Apprentice Unleashed would come in one by one. I don't know how Chelvin got to the other side of the Zapdos pit and came through that corridor, but they did go on that long flank. Unfortunately, not paying off. Great spot by the rest of the team. They shut them down, and the only player that had a chance of stealing Zapdos was maybe Zonte, but Serena, not a fantastic Pokemon to steal a last hit like that. 5i goes up 1-0 in our losers finals.
Yeah, and just a great show by them. They had the great battle in the top path, took the Dreadnought, got a good team fight there. Apprentice Unleashed used that momentum, rallied back the other way. But the big thing to me in that final fight, Zoinks, was everybody seemed to be trying to bait out the early Unite move to kind of make it wonky and not as coalesce with the rest of the team. No, neither team bit, which led to that prolonged team fight, and 5i with the level advantage came out ahead. Dravix, 274 points, give it to him.
Yeah, a fair amount of those came from a really fantastic split push where they dunked 100 points after in that late, before Zapdos was even KO'd. So a great play there. 5 KOs for themselves. A pretty low KO game in terms of how aggressive both of these players, or both of these teams, we consider them to be. But that being said, damage numbers pretty even across the board. This game was close. So close, in fact, that if you see when Zapdos spawned in, because of some backcapping scenarios, we were at 259 to 259 before the Zapdos got KO'd. So a really hilarious path to get to both of the exact same scoreline, but of course, that was all over when Zapdos was knocked out. 5i played great defense, locking them out, and they of course secured the objective because they earned it. They owned every last bit of real estate around Zapdos.
Absolutely. If we kind of harken back to the damage output, we just saw 4 players on 5i had higher damage than everyone on Apprentice Unleashed there. So that can't go unstated. Yes, the game is about points, but you got to be able to battle a little bit too. 5i just looking a little bit more crisp in that one. Let's look at our highlights though for this game 1 to see how 5i actually executed against Apprentice Unleashed in this one. This is that early push here by Apprentice Unleashed and just amazing resets by the Hoopas.
Yeah, no kidding. Unfortunately, Klaus couldn't get out of there. The red buff out of keep running, just keeping them in place. The slow effect, too much for them to escape in that situation.
Great in tandem work here by the Wartortle, by the Blissey to be able to get that despite the personnel disadvantage. Just played it very calculated, very clean, and able to get it using just one set of cooldowns there. Great work by 5i in the early game.
Especially what I would expect coming out of Dr. Ampa. They earned their doctorate. I tried to take it away, but they showed me again why they have it up on the wall. Great plays. Egg Bomb, one of the best securing tools we have in the entire game. Pokemon Unite is Egg Bomb ripe for sure. And played out exceptionally well. 2 Dreadnoughts go over to 5i. Did they get the third one? I'm not sure. But 2 Dreadnoughts in total is a monumental lead.
Absolutely. This is what you were talking about where I think it was Chelvin that was found on the backside of nowhere. They get caught out really quick, making sure they lock that down. Of course, Gek gets a KO there, but here is our MVP, a player we've mentioned before. We'll mention him again. Dravix with 5i on that Machamp, just looking oh so good, especially with Brian the Hoopa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That little play, I gotta bring it up again. It was so cool. For a moment, I was appalled. I had no idea why Dravix hit their Unite move button. There was no one around. But then immediately they took the Hoopa portal while having that Unite move buff. It looked so good. So fantastic coordination from the team. Great execution by Dravix. Spraggles called him the best Machamp around. I think it's almost impossible to argue with that right now. That Machamp's got a championship belt though, and Dravix is looking to have a championship title today.
That's true. That championship belt also given Machamp some power. That's what the P's for power. It's a power belt. Power belt. I would flex this jacket, would just eviscerate it as 4 sizes too small, and I can't really lift my arms. So here we go. That's where we're at. Great game 1 win by 5i, and I can't stress it enough. I was talking about support before that. The moment that you most appreciate in that game was unlocked by good communication from the support player, Brian the Hoopa, to bring them back through. And I was kind of trying to set that up for the folks at home, that Machamp, to be able to keep up pace with Lucario in the top path early game, really needs proper support. And to the point where this game, Brian literally said, hey, I'll just roll upstairs with you. We're going to start 2-1-2, and we're going to do it that way.
Yeah, that is true. You're right. Coordination and teamwork are important. I've always been a fan of big damage number, mean do good Pokemon game. But unfortunately, not going to be the case every time around. You're right. Actually, teamwork and coordination are going to win championships. And that's what we're pushing for today. This May Finals tournament win is so important in terms of seeding headed into our regional finals. You want the best path possible because regional finals, a huge tournament, lots of money on the line. But the big thing that's on the line, Dupe Snacks, is EU has 2 slots in the World Championships that will be given away in that tournament. You need to be the top 2 teams in all of the country, in all of the countries, all of the region to be able to get to Worlds, and you want to have the best route possible. That's going to be achieved with great seeding. You need to get these tournament wins.
Well, the first item on the checklist was checked off by our top 4 teams here. Of course, they're all auto-qualified. That's where you want to be. They don't have to go through the regional qualifier, but if you think you got what it takes, you just sign up at battlefied.com/Pokemon Unite and then try and contest for one of the available spots remaining. Now that they've checked those boxes, Zoinks, their eye on the prize can be a little bit further. Like I always said, you want to win the one in front of you, obviously. Yeah. But you can't say that they aren't thinking about that regional qualifier, though.
Job's not done. Job is not done.
Dr. Ampa with their doctorate going on the Blissey. Why do you think they allow them in Pokemon Centers, Zoinks? It just works out that way. They're qualified. Dr. Ampa on the Blissey again. I'm trying to take a look through, see if Brian, I'll tell you what, that amplifier looked good. Looked good.
It looked really, really nice. I mean, Hoopa already, when they enter into their Unbound form, become this gigantically strong Pokemon, terrifying to see on the other side. But when you add that energy amp to it, it adds some spice. Speaking of spice, though, Dravix is going off of their iconic. They're back. Spice be gone. We're just potatoes and salt, Dupe Snacks. Potatoes and salt, and Dravix on Machamp.
Well, that's the number 1 menu item for 5i here on in Remote Stadium. Dravix, I love that they're locking in Machamp. And you know what? You say we're not going spicy. There's a lot of flavor in that Machamp already. You just don't. You don't need to add gratuitous spice when the flavor is already spot on. And I love seeing Dravix back on Machamp. They're MVP for a reason, and they're going to look for a repeat performance here in Game 2. As 5i is trying to do some quick work. Apprentice Unleashed.
Well, honestly, I should not talk about lacking flavor. We have to remember the team name of 5i is not just those 2 letters. It stands for the 5 Italians, and I'm certainly not going to come after Italians' food, all right? I am a huge fan, and I'm a huge fan of this team, of course. They are showcasing so much great gameplay today in this tournament. We weren't able to see some of the earlier rounds in bracket, but we were mentioning it before. No team has had an easy road to get here. So many strong teams in this tournament. 5i is proving, though, that they are at the top of the pack with the best of the best.
That's right. I'm going to look for Klaus. I'm going to look for Chelvin for some hard carries here for if I'm an Apprentice Unleashed. You know, get on the same page and, of course, leverage your amazing players like Gek. Find Zante the opportunities with that Zarina here as Inferno's pushing down forward in that bottom path early with the Dr. Rampa going along with us. Oh, Dravik's kind of getting caught out, forced on the retreat here. Brian said, I got you, pal. There's a berry. Good odds on that being a healing one as they pull it through, and it totally pans out.
Brian and Dravix are playing like they had sleepovers every single weekend when they were growing up. Like, these two players are so in tandem. They're locked in. I love watching this. Also, we also got a little bit of a clue as to why Gecko Kami's leveling's been a little bit slow in this tournament so far. Zante is immediately going for the enemy goal zone to get those attack weight scores in. Gek knows that they can't contest that top middle auto at the start of the game. They just don't have the secure potential, despite being blissy, to out-secure two enemy Pokemon. So they opt into getting other wild Pokemon a little bit slower of an experience curve at the start of this game, but they do want to get up to that big potential and make sure Serena is able to do lots of damage.
Kind of felt like Klaus and Chelvin got the lion's share of those bees there in the top path, and 5i just working around, just going to find an opportunity here, see if they can score. Dravix getting their points on the back end. They're going to try and catch this portal. Can they make it? Blink. Yep, they did. They did. Are they coming back through? That's the real question. Yes, there we go. Although the Hyper Voice kind of catching Klaus out too as well, as Chelvin and Zervis are moving very well in tandem, and they're going to try and catch Inferno. Goodbye. That's a great KO for Chelvin as they're pushing forward. I wanted to carry. They're starting to find it. Zervis on the getting one too. And now it's just Dravix trying to hold it down in the goal zone. Those points are kind of going in. This Chelvin has the gap open. Now there's a big engage there by Dravik. And now Keep's here to try and help them out. They're going to blink out safely, of course, as here comes Inferno. Hyper voicing already over the gap. And Hoopa gets a KO back on Klaus. That's a good look for 5i as they're willing to make a push of their own. They're trying to find who's the next one on the chopping block. And they're going to eye up this goal zone. Can they engage? They're watching the HP. Zervis is so close to going down. Two players blink out. That's Brian and Dravik's coming back through. Forging the friendship through the fires of those portals here all over this goal zone as Keep is reigning in points, and we still haven't found a KO. Finally, they go down. The War Turtle does for 5i. Finally, but that is all the players that go down here in this ridiculous exchange.
5i with an absolutely incredible escape. I thought it was curtains when Zante showed up. That stomp doing AoE damage to all of those tightly grouped up Pokemon that 5i were setting up. I thought it was over. But no, Dravik's able to secure a great KO into the War Turtle of Chelvin. Chelvin sent all the way back. They wanted to get back into their central area anyways. They got the hyperspeed there now.
Yeah, I mean, those warp point highways are up, and those teams are coalescing downstairs because Dreadnought has arrived. We're going to see how they engage. Klaus kind of dragging Dreadnought over to their side a little bit, trying to give their team a little engage advantage here. But here comes 5i. They're moving all five together here. They're going to go in for the engage. They're going for the bodies here. Zante's deep in there. Going to see if they can get the KOs. That's a Blissey back on Dravix. That's huge. A big reset by Zante. They're getting back into the action. Two players down for 5i. This is all Apprentice Unleashed right now. Keep trying to do work, but they are kissed goodnight by the Blissey gently on the forehead. Good day, as Apprentice Unleashed is going to get this Dreadnought in clean fashion, and what a showdown in the bottom path on the beach.
Dreadnought looking like a Goomba in that situation. Zante getting a double stack. Oh, a nice Bliss Assist is going to send Klaus all the way in. They get really deep, but just barely. They run out of extreme speeds at the worst possible moment, not able to close the gap on Brian. And guess who's there to defend Brian in their moment of need? Of course, it's Dravix, who leaps out of a bush to help defend, makes Klaus have to retreat all the way.
That's a big Blastoise. Keep happy to hit that level 9 as well. But you're talking about that engage downstairs real quick on the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a really, really nice push there. I loved it. And Serena is popping off right now. Great play by Zante. We're finally seeing the value of this composition. With all these grouped up team fight situations, Zante is eating good with these stomps, hitting 2-3 Pokemon at a time. Not only does it do great damage, it also applies self-healing to Serena, allowing them to stay in the fight just a little bit longer.
Just great work. Dravik's going to get some points, going to get their attack weight up and down in the bottom path here, as Apprentice Unleashed is going to get this Rotom for the low, low price of free. as 5i is just hanging out. They're going to try and catch that thing, that just an underhand shot from this Rotom. They're going to try and catch it with ease here as an egg being tossed in their direction.
Exactly. Shelvin rushing back now is still being out-leveled by Keep Running. So Keep Running, amazing Blastoise player. They're definitely shoveling a lot of experience in their direction. Shelvin has got to do some KOing of wild Pokemon to try to catch up. They're going to keep parity no matter what. I mean, they have the Dreadnought on their side, so experience definitely going their way. I think the big important leverage point here, though, is Apprentice Unleashed has a 100-point lead and 2 goal zones broken. This second Dreadnought is going to be very, very tough for 5i to win, since they don't have that goal zone in that situation. That being said, Brian is posturing to use their Unite move. I think we're going to see both Hoopas do so, but it's allowing Zante to go get some extra wild Pokemon experience before we even start this fight.
Yeah, Zante going to get some quick points in before they jump down and get into the mix right away. Though it's a well-placed portal, getting them out of the action. That Dreadnought is just absolutely dusted. The Blitz, he takes it. Unite move from Keith coming through, and that's just a Unite move back the other way by Chelver. Going to see who they can catch, as that's Dr. Ampa going through, and the only players down is Dravix, as what was just absolute mayhem down here. Inferno getting caught with the Rapid Spin Water Spout. They're on the backside of nowhere. They get KO'd, and here comes Zante getting pulled through, getting a KO streak of 2, just slightly off screen as the Hoopa gets one as well. And what a show by Apprentice, who woke up this team. They finally decided to play. This is looking good.
I know, Apprentice is definitely now unleashed huge plays in that team fight. I love seeing that. I think the KO on the Dreadnought, by the way, I think was Gecko Kami's Bliss Assistance running through the Dreadnought. I can't confirm that. It was tough to see. Hoopa makes a lot of stuff on the screen. But that being said, great play no matter what from Gek to take that and try to get that 14-point score stop. Unfortunately, not quite in time with their Egg Bomb.
Brian just getting blinked out of existence just in time by their own portal. I don't see them coming back through. Are they? No. They're going to roll up top, get this to support theirs. Dr. Ampa's on the backside, working through it. And here's Zante as well. I mean, just, this is the night and day to this arena we've seen in the games past.
Absolutely. It seems like every other game that Zante was playing in, they weren't able to get up to the levels they needed to in time. But that has changed a lot in this game. Gecko Kami also out-leveling Dr. Ampa by 2 whole levels. This bottom path is a completely different story than game 1.
Like you mentioned, those goal zones are still up, the furthest goal zones out, and the fact that this point disparity is only 100 is actually something that 5i should kind of keep in the back of their mind. That's a good sign. They're going to get good overcaps if they take Zapdos in those furthest out goal zones here. But there's still some objectives to be taken. That Dreadnought can go to 5i's way if they get there early enough.
Yep, it seems like they're going for it too. On the minimap, we see 3 players rotating down towards Dravix and Keep Running, instead opting into knocking out some wild Pokemon. That experience is going to be very, very important in a late game team fight. Remember, Apprentice Unleashed's team composition wants to fight. Lucario and Serena, they want to take these one-on-ones or big group team fights.
They're playing very far forward as Gek. They're going to try and save it here, but Hoopa takes it with just that last auto shot there. And now they're going to roll up because it's Zapdos time. As the fight can engage early, we're looking because Apprentice Unleashed has the impetus here to engage. That's the Hoopa on bound, forced out by Klaus, and now they're going to put the chase down. Are they going to reset? They do, but the action's back the other way here. As that Zante's so low, they use the Unite move to stay up. They get a big K on the Sylveon. Unite move by the Blastoise after they pick up the Blitz Assistance. Zervis is getting chased out by Dravix, getting caught by the punches a little bit. 2 players down for Apprentice, only 1 for 5i, but they're finding the bodies now as Zante gets a KO streak of 2 after a great reset. Zante just still staying up. Dravix finally shuts the door on them, but that gives Apprentice Unleashes Blissey enough time to come back, and this battle's gonna reset here with way less Unite moves.
Is the amount of time that Zante bought, is it going to be enough? Right now we have Gecko Kami running up to stop Dravix's score. They're able to do so with a nice Egg Bomb. The fight is posturing again, but Zante still has a 10-second respawn cooldown.
Keep has half HP. That's Unite move back the other way. That catches a couple players. That's going to be huge. Is the damage going to come through? Bliss Assist on Klaus. Blissey gets a KO on Sylveon. We're moving through 3 players down for 5i, and Apprentice Unleashed takes it with the full team wipe. Absolutely nasty business in the Zapdos pit today on Eos Island.
Incredible team fight. I can't believe Gecko Kami still had Bliss Assistance available to them. There was 2 KOs. They must have happened immediately, but the fact that they held on to it was so important to secure that Zapdos hit. But I mean, are you kidding me? The MVP of that team fight is clear as day. It is the queenly majesty herself of Serena. Zante stayed up for so long. The amount of time that they fought meant that everyone from Apprentice Unleashed was back in time, and they took another team fight. Shelvin dropped an amazing Hydro Typhoon, and now they're up 730 to 108. This one's done and dusted. We're tied up 1-1 in the losers finals.
Oh yeah, we call this garbage time, baby, because if everybody on Five Eye has full pockets, full hearts, and a full commitment to scoring, they're still going to be losing by a couple hundred. So that's Five Eye, you know, not the sesh they wanted, but man, I'm glad to Zante just use the Unite move, because why not? Just getting one about the other way. Hey, it's fair game here. But Apprentice Unleashed, I'll tell you what, you said Zante, and I'm happy that Zarina turned out here, because that looked good, and I was waiting for the moment to see why they kept going back to this well. And man, that was a statement for sure.
No kidding. Klaus with that MVP crown as well. 269 points is nothing to sneeze at. Klaus was doing extremely well in the top path against a very tough opponent of Dravix and Brian. So Klaus putting in so much work as well. They cannot be understated. Sharing the KOs though. 6 and 6. Very even damage distribution by the 3 damage carries on the side of Apprentice.
Yeah, I mean, I want to highlight again that last Bliss assistance went from Gek to Klaus and allowed them to seal up 3 quick KOs, open up the door on that Zapdos, of course, put an exclamation point on that game. Great work by Apprentice Unleashed. As we see, they're in reasonable control most of the game with those far goal zones gone, taking a majority of the objectives here, and after that Zapdos, it was all Fisher-Price. It was all elementary.
Exactly. 2 Dreadnoughts are going to help themselves so much in the experience race, and like we were saying, that first goal zone being down, sometimes it doesn't help you secure the Dreadnought, but what it does, it means the enemy team has nowhere to retreat to after that team fight. So as soon as you get all of that experience and shielding, you can rush down the enemy team, and they do not have a safe place to retreat to, at least not close. And so great job by Apprentice Unleashed to find that value all across the board. Zante, Klaus, Gecko Kami, great plays from everybody there today. 1-1 in our series. This has become maybe my favorite game today.
I'll tell you what, it's looking good, and we have a Game 3 on the horizon, but let's see how we got there, because we got Game 2 highlights coming up right now.
Awesome. I could rewatch this game again and again. So yeah, let's get this play. I love watching these 2 teams play.
It's a little bit of that early push action here. We got some big KOs, Chelvin finding one on Inferno, and then Brian going down real quick before they could reset. Little hoop on hoopa action, and Dravix forced to try and hold it down here as they get chased and bullied a little bit in that top path.
Yeah, no kidding. This is the moment. Zante rushes in and then Grassy glides, but they don't have that Queenly Majesty cooldown reset on Stomp immediately. If they did, that double Stomp, it would have been curtains for all of Five Eye. Zante would have shut down the entire team. Instead, Five Eye plays it off pretty well. They get out, and Klaus gets themselves a couple KOs in the aftermath, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, this was just a wonderful team fight and a wonderful push and presence by Apprentice Unleashed as they get that Dreadnought there early after just a big team win.
Yeah, no kidding. We saw a lower third in this game already that Shelvin wants another shot at Interclap's random esports, and right now this is the first step towards doing so. You're gonna need to do it again though. It'll be very important. But yeah, there we go. That Bliss assistance towards the Lucario, and they shut down everybody else. Extreme speeding through the entire team. Klaus looking good out there today.
Yeah, tons of points, tons of KOs. The storyline, and like I said, the exclamation point on the short sentence that was that particular show down in Game 2, and Apprentice Unleashed building a little bit of momentum here to get themselves into Game 3 and hopefully punch their ticket to the Grand Finals.
Yes. Apprentice Unleashed, the storyline for them in EU so often has been an amazing team, but just outside of top 4. That has all changed with last tournament and this one. Now they're finding themselves at least top 3 and pushing for top 2 and better. So very, very incredible change for them, but the kind of the same is across the board for Five Eye.
Yeah,
very consistent performances in a lot of brackets, you're right, but not quite hitting that mark, but that has all changed again. These 2 teams are catching a lot of steam and momentum, and they could not have picked a better time to do so.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Interclaps Random Esports is the boogeyman hiding under the bed of the EU teams here, and they're the ones waiting at the finish line. So, you know, get your flashlights, whoever wins this one, and start shining under the bed. Maybe get your parents in there to give you the assist. But like I said, you got to win what's in front of you. Apprentice Unleashed looked really good. Zante finding their mark with that Serena looked really good. Really turning
finding
the tide.
Their footing?
Yes, finding their footing, very well said. Finding their footing, without a doubt. I want to see more of it. Now that I've seen what Zante can do on that Serena and what they've been working towards this whole time, I want to see it again. That was a blast.
I'm a Serena believer. I believe is what it's called. Through and through. No more Serena doubting, chat. I'm all in on it. So Zante has showcased why they are one of the best attacker role players in the entire game, but switching over to a melee character is really cool too. One thing I wanted to say is a great enabler for these melee Pokemon that have the self-healing and get engaged is the Hoopa portal, and having an amazing Hoopa player in Zervis. You know that they can always drop down that hyperspace hole when you need it the most, and even though you're up in the business of the enemy team, you have an escape route all the way back to your home base.
Yeah, it looks like Apprentice and 5i are going through some crucial and traditional selections for themselves here in what could be their final game of the May Finals. I love seeing Inferno on that Sylveon. I just wish in my heart of hearts they would tick over to Sylveon just a little sooner and really get into that, get into the mix with Dravix at the same time. You know, maybe forge their own friendship, much like Dravix and Brian has.
Yeah. Sylveon is a great pick with Hyper Voice, of course, for a few different reasons. One, the amount of space that attack takes up, it just really takes a lot of real estate against the enemy team that they can't push into it. Another great reason is that Sylveon is one of the only Pokemon that is even remotely capable of 1v1ing a Pokemon like Blastoise. The amount of special attack that you're doing is great. I think their special attack defense is our special defense a little bit lower on Blastoise, so you can do good damage that way. And Hyper Voice just has good, consistent damage that can rip through a big HP bar. Not to mention, your speed boost can actually keep up with a spitting Blastoise. So you have a few great options in teching that in. I don't know if they're finding the value onto it. Shelvin, whenever they're in that situation, are not very often alone. They have the backup of their squad. So if they want to get value out of the Sylveon, they're going to need to play a little more niche and find these very few spots, the very few cracks in the armor that Apprentice Unleashed are going to present.
With that, use that spacing well, right? We've seen Desu kind of the just absolutely meticulous with the spacing on the Sylveon, really showing what it can do and what doors it can unlock. I want to see Inferno just catch a little sniff of that and start seeing it here, especially in Game 3.
All right, nice adaptation. This time, Gek trying to contest into that top one. Dr. Ampa takes it instead. So Dr. Ampa is saying, nope, back. You got to retake your thesis. I've already won.
A good Hollowware, though, we got to mention on Inferno for 5i.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, Inferno looking good all the time. No matter what Pokemon they're playing, they're always dressed to the nines in terms of Hollowware. Another adaptation by Apprentice Unleashed in this game, they actually committed service to the top path to start the game. So knowing that the side of 5i is going to be doing so, not to mention keep running, already hitting that War Turtle, just barely ahead of Shelvin, is also going to be headed to that top path. And I'm looking at the minimap, and I'm also watching Eevee run up that way. We're about to see 4 Pokemon at first B's in top.
Well, you know, if you're gonna go in all the way. As 5i just has that poor Lone Blissey hanging out downstairs, and that Hyper Voice just so good at securing those Bs in the middle and getting that experience into the direction of your own squad. Of course, you know, it would be nice to pick and choose which Pokemon get the experience, but if you have to choose between the opposing team and yours, you're gonna choose your team every single time, Zoinks.
Yes. I really think that this 4 Pokemon committed to top path is honestly just a hard counter to say we are not letting Klaus get 5. Or at the very least, we are making it so that they don't hit it or just as late as possible. If Klaus doesn't have 5, they can't rush through our entire team. They can't rush through our entire team. We can breathe a little easier. And so I think 5i makes a nice rotation. They stop them. Of course, they're finally going to hit that level, but it was a little bit slower, and 5i got a little bit more Bs. And look, that goal zone is not sieged as much by Apprentice here.
Yeah, no, great defensive stand, clearly part of their strategy and executed pretty well. Klaus coming back through that healing blink there through the portal and was able to run back. They get caught by a good chunk of Hyper Voice. Klaus diving in right at the end of the Hyper Voice, but that thing resets quickly. That's a double stomp right in the goal zone. They're going to use that to push forward. KO on Dravix here, and that's the momentum they might need as Apprentice Unleashed gets points in. Is this where they're going to go? Can we get a reset on the Blissey? We do. KO streak of 2. Everybody's catching the boots today in the top path from the Serena, just stepping over him. Hoopa finally takes care of Lucario, but the Hoopa back in it as well. What a look. And you talking about playing defense on that sieging goal zone. Holy smokes. You can't let Zante have another one. Level 8. Level 8 Zoinks. Are you kidding me? Zante's still doing work, all stacked up, ready to go. All the Bs. Give them everything.
Why are you going back up there? I mean, you're not even enemy Pokemon at that point. You're just a trampoline. Zante has got the hops, and they are putting it to the other squad. Dreadnought's coming up in 2 seconds, and Zante is a level 9 Serena. 9 Serena, Dupe Snacks.
I mean, you said it before, but Zante about to treat this other squad like Goombas. Everybody's catching the stomps today. Bang, bang. Brian already down to a 3rd HP. Can they reset themselves? Nope. Wartortle gets the KO on the Hoopa. They're coming back through. Apprentice Unleashed looking real mean, and that's on the back of this Zante. It is a sunny day. Oh, was that an egg bomb steal? What a... The Doc gets it done. Dravix eating the receipt of a mad Zante now as the chase is on. Just another one. It's a sunny day on Eos Island, and Zante, drink it in.
Absolutely. So, that is one thing we have to point out, though. Apprentice Unleashed, Zante is scaling to the moon, right? Almost level 10 already. They're going to take over in just a moment. That Dreadnought going over to 5-Eye, though, so important. They are now out-leveling in almost every other matchup, other than, of course, the attacker role. But other than that, they are doing extremely well. That Dreadnought, it put 5-Eye back in this game, and some would even say it almost put them in the lead, Dupes and Axe.
Yeah, that's fair to say, especially if Apprentice Unleashed is going to send their strongest Pokemon to just deal with Rotom by themselves and not really engage anywhere. Of course, I say that. Zante finding a Sylveon in the middle. We're going to see what they can do there as the rest of 5-Eye is just working through Rotom.
Yeah, definitely. Zante getting these bees in short order. Serena, a great Pokemon. Pretty much every all-arounder. Very, very strong at clearing wild Pokemon objectives. That's a Blastoise who I'm pretty confident did not see the Serena.
Oh no, but Dravix is going to suss it out as they run through. Double stomps there. Brian working in tandem with Dravix. Is Dravix going to catch the reset? Big rapid spin on Zante. Zante getting mowed down really quickly. Catch a little Shadow Ball action as Chelvin was trying to go in for the save. And here we go. Dravix with full engage. Big Unite on Chelvin, and that's a huge KO. Catching the hands, but look at Zante's HP. Fully reset, baby. Of course. Bring me back into the action. Big rapid spin coming out. We're going to need to blink out. That's a KO on the Blastoise before they can reset. That's huge. And now Zante's hungry for more. They're chasing Dravix. They're gliding in and finally says, all right, Fish, I'll let you off the hook.
Okay, so in the pre-roll before we started this game, I shouted out Sylveon as one of the only Pokemon that can 1v1 Blastoise. Let's add another one, Dupe Snacks. Let's throw Serena up there, because a level 11 Serena is absolutely doing work. Of course, they have Zervis, an exceptional Hoopa player, helping him out, and Klaus has found Brian undetected.
Yeah, Brian forced out the Unite move, and they're going to pull through. Everybody's unbound, everybody's coming through. That's a Unite move by the Blastoise, come back through. Klaus picks up the Bliss Resistance against Hoopa, gets KO on Machamp, but Klaus is going to try and E-speed through. Can they find Brian? Brian's pushing far forward here, and there's 2 players down for 5-Eye. As the arena's starting to chalk them up on the bodies down here on the beach, and they're moving through. That's a big KO on the Blastoise by them. Apprentice Unleashed taking the Dreadnought here. It should have been their second, they believe, but just their first of this game, as they're just going to rain in points, and that's a big overdunk of quite a vibe. I can't even do the math. I think it was at 54, 31. That's 24, 28, 26 point overcap, I think.
Okay, well, remember, numbers don't matter, it's teamwork. So, yeah, fantastic job there from Apprentice Unleashed. Amazing team fight. It was a really phenomenal play there. I mean, but the best part about it was, of course, Klaus's very early rotation to that bottom path. They got in that bush, completely hidden. The Hoopa had no idea that Lucario was hidden away there. They go to try to put a very aggressive Hoops Unbound portal to block off the enemy team from getting in there. And unfortunately, instead, they find a Lucario.
Huge engagement by the Machamp, using their Unite move to get in deep, and some good Unite move penetration, but only caught 1 player. Unite move by Keep on the goal zone, chips up 3. That's a lot of damage sitting on Apprentice Unleashed. Are they going to be able to get KO'd here? As look how far up Klaus is, forcing the team back the other way. They get KO'd for that, but there's 2 players down for 5-Eye. What a recovery by Apprentice Unleashed. All the Unite moves getting thrown to their face. They withstand the storm, get some KOs back the other way, and now they're going to be able to surround Rotom.
Their HP's pretty low, though, here. They might need to reset on the back of Zervis, but they're able to secure it before. I was thinking if 5-Eye chose to re-engage that, they may have a good chance of hitting that Rotom, but you have to remember that Rotom's only going into the first tier goal zone, so not a phenomenal amount of value anyways, even if 5-Eye wanted to commit to it. Not worth the risk. Very good macro gameplay from 5-Eye. They're only down about 100 points, just over, but another Dreadnought is going to be coming up in about 20 seconds. They're going to have 20 seconds of availability to knock this Pokemon out, and whoever gets this will have a very, very important experience lead, not to mention shields, headed into the final stretch.
Yeah, Dr. Rampant down here in the Dreadnought. They're going to see if any team wants to contest this thing. Zerva's playing pretty far forward. That little experienced shell light bulb getting a good idea as they're going to chip back and forth. And I think somebody with a little bit more firepower is going to have to get in there. And it looks like Five Eye is fully committed. Enough for Apprentice Unleashed to back off here. And I'm looking for Gek and Zante to reset a little bit, get some heals, because Gek was pretty low on HP, but they're scrambling to the middle of the Zapdos pit.
All positioning given over to Apprentice Unleashed right now. Five Eye making their way up into the Zapdos pit via that bottom corridor, and now they have good presence as well. Blastoise keep running though, is going to be caught alone versus a Serena in that top path situation. They are pushing them all the way back. Now Blastoise has to retreat and get some healing. That's one Pokemon taken out of the scenario.
Big Egg Bomb finding Dravix. They're going to move forward. Dravix engages a little bit, gets a good chunk of damage on Gek as that portal's there. Is anybody going to reset through it? No. That's just to buy some spacing. Neither Five Eye or Apprentice looking to go, and look where the Blastoise is. They're just slowly getting their experience up, just slowly filling their pockets, trying to come back a little bit, ready for more action. As, oh, there we go. Klaus is getting in the middle. The Unite move comes through. Brian gets the call from Keep, says, pull me in. I'm ready to go. Unite move on the nose comes through. Keep uses them back the other way. Who's going to pick up the Bliss Assistance? One player down. That's the Hoopa big time. Two players down for Five Eyes. Apprentice Unleashed looks real good. Chelvin, so much HP. Had that Bliss Assistance. That Hyper Voice, though, finds a KO on Lucario. We're pushing back through that Rapid Spin, trying to hunt him down. Gecko Kami getting covered like a Super Soaker here. As Keeps trying to find the next one. They're eating a Hyper Voice, Celine Dion style, and that's a big reset, but nobody's touched this Zapdos. All these players are coming back in. Gecko Kami so low. Chelvin, have you even been touched? That shell is unscathed.
That fight was completely over unless Inferno was able to get so much damage like they did. That Hyper Voice got everybody so low. Brian can't get to the portal to reset. No, they do. Oh my gosh, they both do on a sliver of HP, and they're already back in the team fight.
Yeah, they're trying to find Chelvin. They're trying to hunt them down, make sure they can take them down. As Brian's so low, they get taken out by the Blissey. There's two players down for Five Eye, only one for Apprentice Unleashed. They're moving forward. Keeps the next one they're targeting down. The Hyper Voice is so spaced out and so far away, they can't find anyone. There it is. It's finding Gek. Goodbye. Zante getting low, but those stomps are going to help them out. As this Zapdos is on the edge, everybody's flipping their attention, and Hyper Voice comes through, and Apprentice Unleashed takes the Zapdos, and now Klaus and Zante are going to try and convert. Can they get any points in? Oh, no. Nobody gets any points. I don't even remember the score before the team fight started, Zoinks.
I don't know if they did. This is a very important scoreline, but there we go. Apprentice Unleashed takes it. Oh my word, what a phenomenal team fight. Well casted, by the way, to you. I do need to give you props. That was around a 2-minute team fight, so phenomenal job breaking that one down. 230 to 124. Apprentice Unleashed gets a great team win. Inferno, though, was really getting a lot of extra value in that team fight. I thought they were going to be the centerpiece of that. So many Pokemon were brought down to half, a quarter HP. Because of Inferno's great movement around the bottom side of that Zapdos pit, but just unfortunately, it wasn't enough to stop Zante and Klaus, these two Pokemon that love to rush you down, get up in your face, and kick and punch you until you want to tap out.
I mean, that was the Zante show for sure. If Game 2 was, Game 3 certainly was. Apprentice Unleashed, nobody scored at Zapdos because of that prolonged team fight. It didn't even matter who won. Even the people that had the team that had the express lane to score couldn't get any points in. The clock was so low there. But Apprentice Unleashed getting the job done for all the points they got in before that 8-minute mark. What a show. What a show.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the team profile here for Apprentice Unleashed as they've punched their ticket into the grand finals. Zervis, Chelvin, obviously hungry to get another bite at Ender Claps Random Esports. Zante, Gecko, Kami, and Klaus just all walking highlight reels in that particular matchup for me.
No kidding, this team so good. A spectacular team to watch too. They're not a very slow and careful team. Instead, they are an aggressive rushdown team. They would rather force you in a position where you are making the mistakes because you don't know how to deal with everything Apprentice is throwing at you. Great work from Apprentice Unleashed. They are having a very familiar run in a tournament run, very similar to the Chaos Cup bracket, but now their wishes come true. They have another chance at beating Ender Claps Random Esports, but this time they're going to have to beat them in 2 sets in a row.
Yeah, it's tough sledding. It's an uphill climb. But if there's a team that's ready for it, it's the team that's asking for it. And of course, before we send it to the grand finals, let's take out how they sealed up that Game 3 and their ticket to the grand finals. Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, no kidding. This early game, so good from Zante. Oh, man. This time, too, we were mentioning it before. The Hoopa portal came down for 5-Eye and got everybody out of dodge. This time, you saw it on that goal zone coming in as Zante was entering. Obviously, that means that move is on cooldown. There is no way out, and Zante shut the door on everybody's hopes.
Those work boots were on and laced tight, Zoinks. Zante was ready to play, or should I say, all work and no play makes Zante a tired boy, but it was all about them in this one as they just rack up more KOs. It seemed like every second they were getting KOs.
These boots are made for team fighting, and Zante was doing just that. That's not quite the lyric, but they were so incredibly strong. I can't stop shouting about them. They were so good. This match also was interesting as we broke it down too. You see the Dreadnought allocation, 2 for 5-Eyeing and only 1 for Apprentice Unleashed. That kept the experience game in this entire match incredibly close. And there we go. They got the MVP. Zante is your MVP. How could it not be? Phenomenal play on Serena. Shout outs to you, kid, but you gotta do it again and even better versus Enderclaps.
What a look. And you mentioned messing up a lyric. I, of course, messed up the ridiculously easy dull boy line that I was trying to set up, and of course just fumbled on the 1 yard line here. But let's now that we've given Zante all the proper credit that they deserve, let's take a look at our full bracket to see how this whole tournament has shaken out. Zoinks, can you run us through it?
Absolutely. Let's just talk about 5-Eye's run to get here in the first place. They take down Attack on Eos. They have a close match against Filth. They take them down. They did lose to Apprentice Unleashed earlier on in the winner's side of the bracket, so this was their rematch. They weren't able to quite beat their bracket demon this time around, but they did beat an incredibly strong opponent in DZ in another close game, trying out some fun, wacky stuff. So a great run from them, but now the story of this tournament is going to be, are we going to have a different game than Eos, or are Enderclaps Random Esports still the kings in EU? Apprentice Unleashed, they don't want to be apprentices much more. Well, that's their sponsor. They want to keep the sponsor, but they don't want, you get it.
No, we get it. We got it. Let's jump to the next screen for all the folks at home that are seeing this action and want to be a part of it. Please jump on over to Battlefy.com for the regional last chance qualifier. The top 12 teams will qualify for regionals where the teams will compete for $50,000. Plus, the top 2 teams will get a spot at Worlds in London where they will compete with the best from all the other regions in the UNITE Championship Series. Whew. Zoinks, we just watched an absolute barn burner. We're going to take a pause for the cause because Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland are going to bring us these grand finals between Apprentice Unleashed and, of course, Enderclaps Random Esports. Don't go anywhere. Get something to drink. Stay hydrated, and we'll be right back with more UNITE Championship Series action.
Can't wait.
Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon UNITE. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon UNITE. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Eos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your UNITE ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
What a goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. You are watching the May Finals for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, and we are moments away from the EU Grand Finals. And we've got a rematch on our hands, Jeff.
We are live. Do not touch that dial. We're going to be watching Apprentice Unleashed versus the recently rebranded Ender Claps Random Esports, formerly Random Gaming, and neither of these teams are strangers to being a grand finalist here on Eos Island.
That's right. You saw them last month in the Eos Cup go up in this exact fashion. Winners finals into Apprentice coming back through the losers bracket and then into the grand finals. The question I think on everyone's mind is, can anyone beat Ender Claps right now?
Yeah, they definitely are the team to beat when it comes to the EU. And we can take a look here at our winners bracket path here that shows Ender Claps Random Esports putting Apprentice down into that lower bracket. Oh, looks like we got these flipped a little bit here because Random Esports did come through the upper bracket here to the grand final. So they will have the advantage of having a reset in their favor for this final match.
That's right. So Apprentice has a long road ahead of them. They've got to win a ton of matches, but they've got a really cool strategy going on right now. I wonder how Ender Claps is going to deal with it, but I think every team has to deal with Ender Claps. Every team has to figure out how to beat this dominant strategy right now.
It feels like it is a Sylveon early push top world and everybody else is just trying to adjust to it. And so far, no one has been able to, with Random Gaming, Random Esports from Ender Claps slide along to a grand finals in that upper bracket, taking down team after team yet again. Let's see if they can do it another time.
You know, interestingly enough, Ender Claps Random Esports has a few matches to give here, so they can actually come in here with a strategy that a lot of people wouldn't expect, but they also could use their tried and true and just try to close this thing out as they've done with every other team in their path.
Yeah, so we see here Zante locking in that Zarina for Apprentice Unleashed here. This is very atypical for what we see from teams because even though Zarina is kind of a mainstay of the format, usually when we see teams select it, it takes that top path role where we see Lucario. So 2 melee brawlers for Apprentice Unleashed here is a big deal.
It absolutely, it's different, it's interesting. They've got their attack weights, they're coming in. We saw them in that last match. I mean, Zante looked absolutely amazing. I wonder what it's gonna do into this incredible lineup from Ender Claps. It's a David and Goliath story that's already been a David and Goliath story that was once a David and Goliath story, and then before that it was a David and Goliath story, and now we're here doing a David and Goliath story.
Did my alarm clock just go off? Am I repeating this? What's going on, Spriggles?
So. I think so. Jeff, these two teams are clearly some of the best in EU. And the question is it Apprentice's time to take them down?
Yeah, definitely going to keep an eye on how that bottom path plays out, or perhaps is Random Gaming going to adjust where they put their pressure with that early Sylveon coming out of that central area.
And here we go. Our first game of these grand finals. Again, Apprentice has a long road ahead of them right now if they want to win this whole thing.
We see not one, but 2 characters going into the top path for Random Esports here. And we see them fighting over this first Dino here with both the Blissies. We see that Zarina normally playing that stacking item in the bottom path, getting those Eos energy deposits to build up its attack stat permanently for the rest of the game.
That was a very fun moment of those 2 Blissies both realizing they didn't want to touch that because the next one would be able to steal it. Just looking at each other there in the bush for a second thinking, who's going to do this?
Yeah, one of the honestly most interesting things we see here develop in this tournament is this 2-1-2 format that was originally how Pokemon Unite kind of started out, and then the competitive moved away from it. We're now back to it with both Lucario and Hoopa playing in the top path for both teams here.
Well, it's really interesting, Jeff. I mean, the more these teams need to score, the more they need to stack those items, the more you want to try to deny that, right? So we're reacting to all these strategies all the time, and it's very cool to see.
Strategies and reactions, do you see Zarina on the radar there in the central area for the opposing team, stealing these incredibly valuable buff Pokemon and acquiring additional levels before Random Esports can get back there and get them for themselves?
Apprentice is making plays right now, and interestingly enough, I think we saw Enderclap send their Sylveon down to that bottom path so that it could stop Apprentice from getting the levels that it needed, but they said, Zante's heading into your central area now, get ready.
Love this play from Apprentice. We see Zante now splitting the buffs in their own central areas as well, hitting that power spike that Zarina gets at level 6 early. And are we going to see a 4 top push here from Apprentice? It looks like it.
This has been so common today that a lot of pressure in this top path. Well before Dreadnought and Rotom, there's just a big push up here. I think it's a great strategy to get some stacking items in to deny some experience from a very important top path Pokemon like a Lucario or Machamp. It's been a really interesting play.
Yeah, we see actually a pivot here as Hoopa pulls people down to the bottom path for Apprentice. We kind of see characters from both teams just going all over the map here as Sylveon for Random Esports kind of venturing in that central area looking for buff Pokemon, but the bees are about to spawn, and this is contestable experience for both teams.
Looks like we've got a level 7 Blissey on the side of Enderclaps. I mean, that Bruv there is a bit of a monster. It's got that Egg Bomb. They are ready to secure this Dreadnought here. Coming up in 5 seconds right now. Let's see if Apprentice can stop them.
Yeah, not only is Bruv almost level 8 here, but Apprentice's Blissey has now just barely ticked level 5, and Bruv's about to have their Unite move with this Egg Bomb hit.
Wow, and what a punch there from the Lucario, and then the stomp from Zarina taking down 2. This Dreadnought is getting taken by Apprentice. Big fight.
Yeah, really seeing some of the upside to that Zarina there. Incredible big bursts of damage with this Stomp. Stomp, one of the highest attack scaling attacks in the game for these melee characters. When you hit those double Stomps back to back, it does over 600% of your attack stat as damage.
You know, characters with a lot of burst damage, Pokemon like Zarina, are incredible into a lot of these situations because while you want to do a lot of damage to the enemy, you want to do it in a big chunk so that hopefully you can take them down before they get a shield or before they get healed. It's really, really important to be able to burst someone down, and that Stomp is doing a great job. Got a big Unite move coming in from Blastoise right here. Do we have a fight? It looked like this Zarina was kind of waiting for it, but misses their attacks there and gets taken down.
Then appropriately deleted off the map by that Blastoise Unite, followed up by a Lucario push. Looks like this Rotom is going to be contested, but this Rotom not really huge value to either of these teams, with both of the outer goal zones being present here still in the top path.
Yeah, we do have the Lucario going down from both teams right here, but I am with you. I don't think either team really cares too much about this Rotom. They would like it to not go in, but at the same time, it's really not the end of the world for either of them.
Yeah, you see that outer point get broken, those yellow dots spawn on the top left side of the map there. Those are wild Audinos, which provide catch-up experience for your team when one of your goal zones gets pushed. This is why we will frequently see teams decline to this as a bee takes out Hoopa. What a disaster.
Oh, wow. And there goes the Zarina for Apprentice. This has just been non-stop fighting in every path. I mean, this is a really incredible match when it comes to just constant battles between these two teams.
We see here as we're heading on in to the second Dreadnought fight, and neither Hoopa on either team has hit that important level 90. I say as Giz rolls over here, which is a big deal. Having your Hoopa Unite for this fight is huge.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Apprentice to deal with. That Hoopa Unite is just so incredible. Not only does it position your team, but you become this huge monster that does so much damage. It looks like they are going to break this point with Lucario getting a big cap in there. 40 points in that bottom goal. And look at the scoreboard here, Jeff. 30 points to 217. I feel like Enderclaps has got to be feeling pretty good about their position in this match.
Not only has Enderclaps secured a very dominant point lead, but look at the levels on the left and right side of your screen. A level 12 Blastoise for Random Esports, while Lucario has just barely hit level 11 for Apprentice here. Apprentice looking to catch back up, using their Unite move to push up and maybe catch back up in scores, and perhaps secure a knockout or two here to catch back up in experience.
Wow, and there it goes. Wow, what a stomp right there. I mean, incredible play there by Zarina, and you're right. They really need to pick up some of these KOs right here. They're worth a lot to the team that's behind. If you KO a higher level Pokemon, you get more experience than if you were to KO a lower level Pokemon. So that catch-up experience is big for Apprentice.
We see both teams kind of fanning out across the map to clear all of these yellow dots, which are wild Pokemon, trying to acquire that valuable experience so they can be as strong as possible for the end game fight. Apprentice mostly ignoring this Rotom. It doesn't have much positional value for them since the outside goal on the top is present for Interclap's Random Esports. I expect Apprentice to push this off their point here, though.
Saw a Unite move, pretty late Unite move there. They should be able to charge it back up, but that was about a 3-minute Unite move from this Blastoise, which means that they are going to need to play some Pac-Man, as we talked about before, find those yellow dots and eat them up to make sure that they can secure another Unite move for the Zapdos fight.
It is noteworthy that I do believe Random Esports Blastoise is playing the Energy Amp held item, which will allow it to recharge that Unite move a little bit quicker than it normally would. So I would be very surprised if it's not present again for that Zapdos fight at that 2-minute mark.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they know their timings on this extremely well. This is the team that invented this strategy. I'm sure they have it under control. Looks like we've got Dreadnought going down here to Interclaps. No one is going to contest it right now. 20 seconds until our first Zapdos of the grand finals. Apprentice is behind, but the score is getting a little bit closer. The levels are inching a little bit closer, but they're going to need to win a fight here.
Okay, Lucario ticks over to 13, which is an important breakpoint for that character with Apprentice. One real upside to Zarina is that it gets its second plus attack move at level 12, so it's already hit its important breakpoint. But Blastoise for Apprentice here is still only level 12.
Here we go, the Unite move coming down for Apprentice. We have the Hoopa Unite, and it looks like Interclaps is just pulling back here. They don't want to engage with this Hoopa right away. Double Blastoises Unite right next to each other, and I still don't think we have a Unite move from the Hoopa on Interclaps right now. Well, a lot of damage is being thrown down. 2 go down here for Interclaps, 2 down for Apprentice. We're pushing back and forth, but it's a bit of a stalemate right now.
Huge reset here for Interclaps, getting back to completely full health. They are down a little bit in terms of points. They are looking to take this objective off the map, but the double stop from Zarina able to swing on in here, and the right side team secures with Red Moss still on that Lucario.
And this is what they do, Jeff. They take these objectives. Every time they know their timings of it so well, they are ready to do this. So Apprentice needed to stop that. They needed to win a big fight there. But unfortunately, it was a bit of a stalemate. Pokemon going down from each side. And finally, once Interclaps had the Pokemon advantage in that area, they decided it was time to take down that big bird.
Yeah, they not only had the Pokemon advantage, but again, they had the securing attacks advantage. That power-up punch from Lucario, that Unite move, these attacks deal incredible amounts of damage in one big burst, making them incredibly likely to secure the final hit on the objective, giving your team the bonus for it.
Right now, they're trying to take down a Desu right here, trying to get rid of this Sylveon, but this match is slipping away from Apprentice here. They are going to be down 1 in these grand finals, and Interclaps Random Esports doing what Interclaps Random Esports is known to do. They find the big yellow bird, and they take it down.
Can't leave them alone with an objective for even a minute. Heck, sometimes you're babysitting the objective and they just take it away right in front of you here. Very commanding endgame fight for Random Esports there.
I ask you, Jeff, can anyone beat this team? They are just so incredible at what they do. They have found their strategy and no one plays it like them. Interclaps with a big first win here in these grand finals. And look at that. We've got the Zarina as the MVP, and of course, we've got the Sylveon as the MVP there for Interclaps Random Esports.
Yeah, 244 to 611 here. We see that Zapdos going down, and then Interclaps taking a close game and making it no longer close at all here. Kind of a lowish number of knockouts on both teams, but big damage from a Desu there.
Yeah, big damage. It felt like these teams were brawling a lot. The score was pretty close most of the entire match, and it was just about which team could really secure in that final fight. Again, as soon as Interclaps was ahead, they pushed their advantage, and they did what they do best. Great first game for them.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that stands out in my mind over the course of the game, we're going to see some of these highlights here in just a minute, is how good Random Esports is at reacting to what the opponent's team is doing. They see where the opposing team is putting key Pokemon, and they don't change their composition, but they change their rotations on the map, meeting where they need to meet to push the advantage appropriately.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at some big moments from that first match right here. And I wonder if Apprentice is going to be able to fix some of these problems that they had inside it. We had a big fight up at this first Rotom, but as we talked about, this wasn't a super important objective, but boy, it was quite a fight.
Yeah, honestly, the incredible number of knockouts that followed was more important here, and this was huge. Not only did Random Esports get the Dreadnought, but they pushed up, they got a bunch of dunks here, and they got a bunch of KOs to increase that level lead even more and their point lead.
Yeah, the point lead went up. It felt like that was the Hoopa diff right there. And we saw Apprentice right here coming in, trying to secure some of these KOs, and a nice big stomp there by Serena. Some huge moments for Serena throughout this match, but they were just behind a little bit for a long time. And then we have the Zap fight.
Yep, you see here, pretty commanding fight from Enderclaps. I was actually surprised they took the fight as strongly as they did. Usually we see them trying to flip the objectives earlier, but they secured a couple of knockouts here and then very easily secured this with 4 players to 2 and the incredible amounts of secure that their team is capable of putting up.
We saw Apprentice jump on in there. We almost had that Serena secure, but boy, it's tough to get it away from the hands of Enderclaps. And here we go, our MVP, the Sylveon, a Desu there. And I mean, I don't think there's a more fitting MVP given this is the reason you see Sylveon when you're playing Pokemon Unite right now, Jeff.
Yeah, the Hyper Voice from Sylveon, just so powerful at that level 4 spike. Most of the characters we see people playing into that central area need to hit that 5th level in order to really power up, and Sylveon hitting this breakpoint sooner allows it to show up either top or bottom path and start pushing an advantage early, which you can then snowball into that first Dreadnought objective that's super important.
Now, here we're ready to see if Enderclaps just wants to close this thing and go home. I know they've been playing around with a few different strategies throughout this tournament, but this is a winning combination for them. They could become your grand finals champions in this next match. And I'm wondering, what do we have Apprentice do? Do they change anything up? I don't know if they have a strategy that they think is actually better into random gaming here. Enderclaps Random Esports. Sorry.
Whoever they are fantastic at Pokemon Unite, and they are definitely the team to beat here in the EU, making it to the grand finals for the 2nd tournament in a row and being up a game here with a reset in their back pocket should they need it. We'll see, is Apprentice going to simply change their positioning of where their characters are going early on, or are we going to see them draft differently to try and counterpick what Random Esports is doing?
Yeah, you know, we had some interesting moments throughout that match where I think Apprentice was pretty close a lot of the time. That big moment where we didn't have a level 9 Hoopa on the side of Apprentice, that was a really big moment in this match. That might have been the big tipping point throughout it. However, at that final Zapdos fight, it was really close. They were going back and forth. It's just unfortunate for Apprentice. Once Enderclaps got that advantage, they were just able to push the gas. They put the pedal down, and all of a sudden, that big bird was gone.
Yeah, very smart on the part of Random Esports to take that Blastoise out of play for Apprentice, because that was easily their character that has the best chance to secure those last hits. And once that one was removed from the equation, they felt very safe to secure that objective 4 versus 2.
You know, and even though that fight, Jeff, felt pretty close for a little while at Zapdos, one thing to notice is Enderclaps never used their Hoopa Unite. They waited, and Apprentice used it very, very early, which is probably why that fight felt so close. I mean, it's such a huge power spike for their team. They get to move their team around, and of course, they become unbound, doing crazy damage, stunning everyone, hitting multiple enemies. So the fact that Enderclaps kept that in their back pocket, I think also really set them up for victory there.
Yeah, definitely. There's such a real cost to expending that Hoopa Unite as a resource early. If you're not able to gain an advantage when you fire that off and the opposing team does it, you've basically punted that end game team fight.
Yeah, they're in such a tough position because they use their Hoopa Unite. They want to fight, But at that point, Inderclaps can kind of pull back. And I don't think Apprentice wants to just fully attack Zapdos because they're going up against Inderclaps Random Esports, who is known for just taking it. They can take it right from you. So that is a bit of a mind game happening in that last fight. And I would not want to be on the side of Apprentice in that moment. It just feels like such a difficult position to be in.
Yeah, definitely. The thing that stands out in my mind as we head on into this next character selection screen is that neither of these teams are strangers to playing against each other, right? So I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see Apprentice run back the same team composition that they started with here, because they likely knew what they were going to be playing into, and they liked this comp that they picked into what Random Esports has been running this last month.
I want to see Inderclaps change it up. I want to see a new strategy that sweeps all the nations across the world, because they're the team who does it. You know, it used to be a little undecided what the best strategy in Pokemon Unite was, and of course it still is. Every region has their own flavor, but without question, Inderclaps they're the tastemakers right now in Pokemon Unite, and I want to see them pull out something new here.
You know what tastes great? Spraggles, Hoopa, and Blissey and Blastoise are kind of the power trio of this setup, as we see a Desu hovering the Decidueye here, perhaps thinking they want a little bit more secure.
They might also just be teasing me because they know that I want to see them come out with the new strategy that blows everyone's minds inside this game right here. But wow, are we locking in our Decidueye here? No, they're tricking me.
All right, and we see here Apprentice kind of going with a play perhaps that going to match in terms of composition what Inderclaps is doing.
I want to point out that they briefly locked in Cramorant. I wasn't tricked for a second, okay? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. I knew it wasn't going to happen. And of course, why would they change something up right here? They are undefeated throughout this series. They play this strategy better than anyone else. And right now, if Apprentice can't do anything about it, we are going to see Inderclaps Random Esports take another Grand Finals win and cement themselves as one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite, hands down.
Well, they're going to have to prove here, are they really the best at executing this strategy, at least in the EU? Because we have a full 5-character mirror comp here going into this, and I have to imagine we're going to see similar rotations from these teams looking to leverage micro here as opposed to a comp advantage.
Here we go, Jeff. Inderclaps looking to become your champions right now. Apprentice hanging on. They've got a long road ahead of them. They need to win a lot of games, but this would be the team to do it.
Yeah, we see action breaking out in the bottom path here with Gatlu pushing up. A little bit of a different split here. So same characters on both teams, but Apprentice choosing to have their Blastoise do the full central area rotation, while Inderclaps Random Esports is doing that kind of patented early push with the Sylveon at level 4.
Yeah, that early Sylveon heading into Path has become such a thing. It's just so incredibly popular, and it's so incredibly difficult to deal with. It outputs so much damage, stops Pokemon from scoring. You can chase down and get some KOs. It's a really mean Pokemon early.
We're going to see that first objective. Really strange. Neither team doing the center Audino here until Sylveon finally does it at the 8-minute and 54-second mark here, as the first bees are up and no one is hitting them because they know the Blissey could secure with last hit.
It is really interesting to see that, and here we go. And looking at this, interestingly enough, you know, Inderclaps kind of changing up what they're doing a little bit. They're the only team to have put some points on the board, meaning they're the only team to get some stacked, but here we go. It looks like that Wartortle is going to get 3 stacks up here in the top path right now.
Yeah, big push. We see that Wartortle use its eject button to catch up to the opposing Lucario. They're getting rewarded with a knockout for expending that resource. So definitely worthwhile to get those dunks in and get the special attack increase for Blastoise.
That's a stack right there. Can it make it home? Ooh, very nice dash making it home.
We see Blissey kind of solo pushing in the bottom path here, which is something that I did not expect, but has happened a lot this weekend. Just the last hitting potential of this support character, so good at contesting even multiple opponents in key spots.
Yeah, not only can it get amazing, whoa, big KO right there. Not only can it get amazing last hits, Jeff, but at the same time, it can put a shield on itself and walk away or walk right into you.
Yeah, we see 4 top here for Random Esports. Is a Daisu pushing off. We have those second set of Bs getting ready to spawn here at the 7-minute and 20-second mark. And Red Maw is here with Lucario, but notably, they are a power punch and not typically extreme speed.
Ooh, and here we go. War Turtle coming in here doing some real damage, trying to take down this Sylveon, but nothing seems to be able to stop it. Even the other one screaming at it. No KOs here. Enderclaps is able to retreat, and now they are all moving down to this bottom path through that Hoopa portal, and they are ready for Dreadnought.
First objective coming up here. We are team fighting and not flipping, it looks like, as War Turtle spins on through. War Turtle goes down here. It would be huge for Enderclap. First knockout going the way of Apprentice here, though.
Boy, and look at how low everyone is secured by the Blissey. There we go. Apprentice looking really good in this fight, taking out multiple members of Enderclaps.
Not only getting that Dreadnought, but also getting those knockouts, as Spraygulls pointed out. You see everybody pile up on the point. They're waiting for that Hoopa portal to pull them into the top path so they can start rotating to where there are not only wild Pokemon, but also this Rotom potentially, should they want to take that objective off the board.
And it looks like actually Enderclaps right here does want to take this down. Maybe they just want to get rid of it quickly here, or maybe they actually do want to push it in, get some points into that top path goal. Let's take a look here.
We see Rotom pushing forward. Will it get in? We see Unite move from Blastoise trying to keep that out of the goal, pushing up, getting a couple of knockouts here. Rotom not worth a ton in terms of value, as the Sylveon tries to survive with its Unite move, which gives an incredible amount of sustain.
Wow, and Apprentice is looking really great in this second match here, Jeff. I feel like they didn't need this Rotom. They were able to fight the enemy back pretty well here. However, here comes a big Unite move from Enderclaps. Are they able to take something down here? Just trying to spin on him right now, but they're not able to get a KO there.
We see Bruv's pregame ritual here, asking his squad, is he allowed to play something other than Blissey? And I gotta agree with Bruv's squad. Blissey is just a powerhouse in this current patch. It last hits, it provides unstoppability to itself and a teammate. Just a key part of all of these compositions.
As someone who often plays a supporter or defender role, I am often also on Blissey duty, but I gotta tell you, I love it. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to play.
I mean, there's something incredibly satisfying about lugging giant eggs across the battlefield, not only being disruptive, but also stealing objectives right out of the hands of the opposing team. Huge pickup here if Adesu goes down, but they make it out, hitting that movement speed barrier before they can reset here.
And here we go. We've got a big fight. We've got the Hoopa Unites from both teams coming in. There's a ton of damage coming out on Dreadnought right now, and it's secured right there by Apprentice. Gets to take it down. However, that Lucario does go down for its trouble. Both Lucarios getting KO'd right here as Unite moves are coming from both teams. Everyone getting knocked up. This Blastoise is chasing them all the way home. Big, mean Turtle is cruel, and it's able to get 1 KO here.
Yeah, incredible damage from the Rapid Spin there, really highlighting why Blastoise can be the attacker or central area of choice, as it just deletes member after member from Random Esports here today.
And it looks like Apprentice has decided that they are tired of having that goal up. It will be taken down.
See Apprentice bringing the score in line here. Both teams having 1 outside goal down, with a little bit of that catch-up experience present as the brawl continues in the bottom path. Bruv is able to escape momentarily here, though.
For Apprentice, they're the ones picking up Enderclap's strategy right here, and they are playing it very, very well, Jeff.
Yep, we'll see here that Rotom is likely to walk in here, and if it does, we get that 30 overcap from Lucario. At this point, we're at the 3-minute and 30-second mark, so the extra Dinos that are going to spawn will provide minimal value, at simply only happening twice before the Zapdos happens at the end of the game.
Speaking of 3 minutes 30 seconds here, that means we are close to possibly Enderclaps becoming your grand champions right here. But Apprentice is fighting. They've got some heart here, and they're playing extremely well in this match.
Yeah, not only is Apprentice finding themselves up points here as we head on in closer to the final stretch, but they're also up on levels. Level almost 13 Blastoise, while Blastoise for Random Esports is still at level 10. Lucario and Sylveon both hitting 12 as well for Apprentice. They're just solid commanding lead across the board here for them.
Now, I know that Random wants this. They really want this extra experience, but it's just such a hard fight for them to take. I think they're probably, well, I was going to say probably not going to come back, but here they are. They're going for this Dreadnought with a big Unite move. They're coming in to fight right now, Jeff.
These Unite moves here are incredible. I wonder, is this Blastoise going to be able to farm its Unite move back up for Enderclap there? They ultimately did not get their get the objective.
Yeah, well, I mean, we did get a Unite from Shelvin as well. So both teams throwing a Blastoise Unite in that moment here. Both of them right now looking for some experience. Shelvin actually positioning themselves. It looks like Apprentice is ready to go here, picking up some Corpus, just trying to get that Unite back. But I feel like, yeah, here comes the full-on attack towards Zapdos right now. Who can get the big secure? It is Apprentice. The Hoopa takes it.
It's looking like we might be heading to a game 3 here, as there are 5 members from each team up, and that Zapdos debuff is going to mean that all of Apprentice is likely to dunk their 100 points, while on Enderclap's side, not all of them are going to be able to get in before people like Lucario and Hoopa can get back to start stopping them. We have a 200-point lead for Apprentice as we head on in, 300 almost point lead with Blissey scoring here as well.
Wow, this game is not over, but boy, oh boy, Apprentice has put a lot of points on the board. There's still a ton of time left here. Blissey going down. It's going to be down for 20 seconds right now. Obviously, Enderclaps here. They need to get a lot of experience. They need to charge up their Unite moves. They need to make sure they have enough Eos energy to score, and they need to win a huge fight.
Notably here that both Blastoises are going to have their Unite moves for this re-engage, since they both use them at that 2-minute and 30-second mark. The knockout on Lucario is huge here. So not only does Random Esports need to push, but they need to push while they are down a player, which is unlikely to be particularly successful.
Yeah, that Lucario knockout was massive. Unfortunately, just caught a little bit before they wanted to fight right there. Without Lucario in this moment, I think Apprentice has this pretty well sewn up. And in fact, it looks like Enderclaps is kind of pulling back here, maybe trying to charge their Unite moves so that Hoopa can bring that Lucario in. But we do have Gecko Kami here for Apprentice, scoring a few more points in the goal, just making it a little bit harder. I think we saw some dancing. Is it dancing time or is it fighting time?
Dance if they want to, because there are no more points to score this game, as we see an almost 300-point lead for Apprentice here, running on in to have some fun. Some pretty colors and Unite moves pop off. We are heading to a game 3 and what could potentially be our first match of this grand finals.
Wow, incredible right there. Apprentice pulling out the strategy that beat them in game 1. They're saying, we can do it. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you, Enderclaps Random. So here we go.
And that this lead, 445 to 744, this wasn't just a fluke where there was a Zapdos flipped at the end and Apprentice happened to get it. Apprentice was up levels and points at almost every point over the course of this game.
Yeah, Apprentice really had control over a lot of moments there. And boy, that fight down there at the second Dreadnought was a bit of a head scratcher. Both teams throwing Unite moves. It was really interesting, but I recognized that Enderclaps was behind. They needed some experience in that moment. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. Apprentice ahead, and then taking Zapdos and staying way ahead throughout the rest of the match.
Yep, and something that was noteworthy, the difference between where these teams sent their characters early, while they both had the same 5 Pokemon, is important to remember that Apprentice had their Blastoise do a full clear to start, while Sylveon only did a half clear like they've been known to do for Random Esports. And we saw this reflected in that mid to late game where the Blastoise for Apprentice was consistently higher level than the Blastoise that Random Esports was bringing to the table.
And this is a Pokemon we've talked about so much. Blastoise being so important, especially the first one to get to that big level 9 and then that big level 13. Let's take a look at some big moments here from our second game, a game where Apprentice was actually able to make a comeback.
Yeah, really big engage here where this Blastoise was almost able to convert, but then was unable to.
And here we go. A ton of fights happening in every path all the time. This has been the story of these two teams. It's just constant brawling here. And here was that big attack down here for the second Dreadnought right here that went in the way of Apprentice.
Yep, just all of these Unite moves not converting into that many knockouts, all things considered. And only a knockout on a character that was lower leveled. This is where the point lead really started to stretch with this Rotom secured in the top path, as yet another Dreadnought happens here in the bottom path with Unite moves popping off, but Apprentice ultimately securing their third Dreadnought for the course of the game.
Yeah, this was the nice moment that Apprentice said, yeah, and here came the fight here at Zapdos. Apprentice was ahead, so they got to make the decisions they wanted to. Enderclaps behind, so they needed to fight back right there, and they were not able to do it. And what are the odds? Sylveon with another MVP here in these grand finals. Zante from Apprentice.
Yeah, just incredible mobility that this character brings with the calm mind to let it move quickly around the battlefield, and just the sustained damage that it puts out with that hyper voice is so good at chunking through these thicker characters present on these teams like Blastoise and like Blissey.
So now as we're getting ready to head into our third match here, if Apprentice takes this, Jeff, they don't become our Grand Finals champions quite yet. They need to win another series against Random here. But if Enderclaps Random Esports wins, they are our champions. I have to wonder if Enderclaps wants to change anything, or if these two teams are saying, let's go, run it back, both these squads again, let's do this.
I think we could not only see potentially character selection changes from Random Esports, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see them perhaps give up that early push with the Sylveon and maybe just match the Blastoise going center, so that way they're not behind on that important character like we saw in that second game.
And it really does go to show how important it is, these small amounts of experience. It doesn't seem like a lot that one Pokemon's 12 and another Pokemon's 13, but there are actually massive differences throughout the game, especially when a Hoopa is 9 and another Hoopa happens to be level 8. Not having a Unite move is incredibly important. That's why these Dreadnoughts are so impactful throughout the match there. You saw it in that last game. Apprentice was up. They were able to stay up. They were able to make reactionary plays that they wanted to, and then they were able to win that big fight there at Zapdos.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we saw them kind of start the fight, get a little bit of an advantage, and then take the flip of sorts when it was weighted in their favor. It's very rare in Pokemon Unite that we'll see any objectives be 100%. The thing that separates the good players from the great players is the great players understand when they're supposed to make that percentage play, because the percentages are skewed in their favor.
And here we are on Pokemon selection. I mean, we could see some different Pokemon, but certainly we might not. We've got Gatlu hovering onto this Greedent right here, locking it in, but they might just be teasing. You really never know.
Gatlu loves them some Greedent, and we see here that energy amplifier as well as Fluffy Tail here. Greedent's Unite move is very good at securing last hits on objective, especially when you combine it with Fluffy Tail. And I kind of like this move from them. They're going to take this character in where they're giving their team even more secure potential than their opponents can bring to the table.
And this is a really nice moment from Enderclaps, because they can lose this one and stay in this game. So they actually have the ability to try a strategy that Apprentice might not be able to counter super well. Given that I'm seeing an Energy Amp Buddy Barrier weakness policy on that Greedent, I'm guessing it's not going to spend much time in path trying to score. It has no stacking items, so it's going to be in the enemy central area, their own central area, top, bottom, other places. It's going to be out. It's going to be here with me at certain points. I mean, that Greedent's going to be all over the map.
Yeah, I would wager we're going to see Gatlu either invade the opposing central area or play into that bottom path. These are typically the spots where you see that Fluffy Tail utilized at its best, where you're going to be contesting wild Pokemon against a lot of different things. I would also expect a Desu to likely do a full central area clear, matching what we saw from Apprentice, so those Blastoises can be similarly powered, unlike in the second game.
And here we go. We see Gotlu heading into that central area. They are the one taking down that Lillipup, but I don't know if they're going to be the only ones getting all of that center there.
Okay, yeah, I'm interested to see what the split looks like here as we have just dueling Blissies here in the bottom path. We see Brubs kind of stopping the hit. Blissy's boosted attack mechanic, very unique. It's one that comes up after a set amount of time, not a set amount of attacks.
Boy, they didn't take either buff in their central area, Jeff. Enderclaps decided instead just to grab Lillipup, head down, take some of the enemy Audinos there. I mean, this is a really interesting strategy. It kind of looks like my solo queue matches.
And then we see Hoopa, of all things, being like, oh, I guess no one's going to do the central area. I'll do it, I guess. Doing, oh, Hoopa weakened the buffs, and Blastoise is going back in to clean up the last hits on them, it looks like. Interesting.
And now we have 4 heading top here for Enderclaps right now, getting ready for another big fight up here. And here they come. Sylveon coming up to start screaming at him a little bit, but they are getting pushed back. Apprentice having to run on home. Get out of here, Enderclaps said. Those are RBs, but they do lose Hoopa for it, and now they're being chased out.
We see Gatlu immediately going on into the central area for Apprentice with that fluffy tail, and even just honestly tackle. It is far more likely to secure a last hit here, but I believe it missed that one there.
It might have. It has the red buff. I'm not sure if it got that earlier or it got it now.
It had a red buff out of their own central area for sure. It's
either way.
With the Blastoise earlier. Oh, this might get taken down. This would be huge.
Yeah. Big takedown right there. But you know, that's what Greedent's doing. It's spending a lot of time annoying everyone. And it was bothering 2 members of Apprentice that entire time. Redmaw trying to make it home here, but they are in a bad position. Can they get out? Oh my gosh, it's so close. And they don't.
Perhaps should have stayed hidden in the grass for a moment longer there before the portal could warp them back home. Thankfully, knockout timers are really low at this stage of the game as we see Gatlu running around in the bottom path.
Here we go, getting ready for these Bs that come up at 720 right now. And this is an interesting strategy. They don't have their class. Ooh, big KO right there for Redmaw, taking down the Lucario for Apprentice here. They don't have their Sylveon. I wonder how this is going to play out.
Yeah, not only is that knockout huge for the experience that they get, but it takes the Lucario off the board for Apprentice before these Bs spawn, meaning that Random Esports is going to essentially get uncontested Bs in the top path, scaling up their levels even more.
Here we go. Everyone getting ready. Everyone's showing up early. They're lined up. They all want to see Dreadnought. They all want to get the big KO. Tons of damage being put down on it, but it's Blissey who secures it there for Enderclaps. Brub with the big secure.
Yeah, while the objective went the way of Random Esports, the team fight really did not, with 2 of their members going down and not getting any knockouts in return, I say, as Lucario goes a little bit deep there and ultimately gets punished for it.
Here we go. We've got Shelvin heading to that central area. They want to become Blastoise here. They need to get there very, very soon. Both teams don't yet have a Blastoise. Both teams sending them to that central area so that they can evolve.
You see a little bit of a push up top here, perhaps wanting to try and break this outside point before they knock out that Rotom. Rotom, again, just having so much more value if it's marching down towards the opponent's second goal zone instead of just breaking this top one.
Look at that sneaky Unite move from Blastoise here on Enderclaps. I mean, they waited in that bush right there. They waited for the enemy to come just a little too close where they wouldn't expect Blastoise to be. Then they took it down. Redmaw now going to try to secure this Rotom for their team so it can walk down towards the side of Apprentice.
Yeah, not only will this Rotom create a little bit of map pressure, but it'll be a distraction as we head on in towards the second Dreadnought, depending on how quickly Apprentice is able to take it off the board. Bees are spawning here as well.
So teams are continuing to fight in this bottom path over experience, but after Enderclaps broke that top goal for Apprentice, they do not have to worry about that fight anymore. There's experience for them to grab, but now they do have to deal with the fact that they have less of their map available to them. It's harder to move around, and Enderclaps is able to push in on them with a mean Pokemon like Greed.
All right, Apprentice's Hoopa hitting that level 9 power spike, and not a moment too soon here. It's going to respawn and then book it right down to this Dreadnought in the bottom. Both teams have their Hoopa Unite for the second Dreadnought. There are about to be a lot of flashing colors and punching hands on your screen.
Here comes the Unite move. We've got all the damage being thrown down there by Lucario right now. This is just going down. Whoa! Stolen! Apprentice steals it with the Blissey, getting pushed back for their trouble. But man, oh man, here comes the Blastoise Unite to save it. Big, big play there by Apprentice.
Yeah, kind of a Hail Mary egg as Apprentice was a little bit late to show up to that objective, but gonna convert on it nicely here as they push up on this point. Can the Blastoise Unite keep them out? It looks like it can. Nice. Full reset for 3 characters there for Apprentice, getting out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, that hyperspace hole is just amazing. Sending everyone back, they get completely healthy. And when you have these bulky Pokemon like Blissey and Blastoise, I mean, they can be healing thousands and thousands and thousands of hit points.
Yep, we see heading to the top path, everybody just kind of fanning out, clearing all of the yellow dots off the map, trying to get as much experience as they possibly can. Both teams fairly even in experience in this game, with each of them getting 1 Dreadnought objective.
Both quite even experience, both quite even score. This is a real close one right here. I have to feel like Apprentice feels pretty good about how this match is going. This is definitely a match they could win, but Enderclaps does not want to let them reset this bracket. They want to send them home right now, Jeff.
If you're Apprentice, you don't really care about this Rotom objective in the top. Enderclaps still has their point. We could send someone up there and get it, but if they didn't get it, it would have been a big deal. What would be a big deal is if we can get either of these knockouts here, but ooh, Dreadnought comes back up. Did they overstep? The slow there from the water spouts. Oh, close, 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 and they're out. Huge escape from Dreadnought. Would have been big experience if Blastoise could have gotten that KO there.
That's right. What a moment right there. But they were able to push the Rotom in, break the goal. Not a huge break. It's one of the unfortunate things about that Rotom when the enemy has that top goal up. It does not give you much value at all unless you haven't scored anything there. And here we have our final Dreadnought. Apprentice is ripping it right now, putting tons of damage on it. We've got Enderclaps trying to fight back right here. Eggs coming from both sides. Eggs are the new secure. They are the new secure, Jeff.
Notably, Gatlu not present for that engagement, looking to be clearing wild Pokemon, working towards their 13 in the top path. Really strange third Dreadnought looking at the map. Both teams still having up their outside points in this bottom area will make positioning at the Zapdos a little bit different than it usually is.
Here we go. We are in the championship moments of this match. 10 seconds until Zapdos. 10 seconds until possibly Enderclaps is able to secure another Grand Finals victory, or could Apprentice upset them right now? Zapdos has spawned.
We get a notification here for the players letting them know that they are behind if they are on the Apprentice side. We see the objective getting deleted in the center with Enderclaps. Random Esports doing what they do best and ultimately securing that bird before they start raining in these hundreds of points worth of AOS energy here.
Yeah, hundreds of points coming in right now. This is going to make them 366. We got 466, but we do have points on the side of Apprentice. They want to get back in this game as best they can. There's a minute 30 left on the clock, but it looks like they're actually being stopped from scoring right now.
This knockout on the Blastoise is absolutely devastating. The Blissey goes down as well here. They are knocked out until 1 minute into the game, meaning they're going to need to respawn and book it as fast as they possibly can across the map to try and put some kind of last push together. But remember, when you get knocked out, you also drop AOS energy that you're carrying, and they are down almost 450 points. They need to collect their points and push now.
Got it. Grab AOS energy, get Unite moves, knock out every member of Enderclaps, and score in 1 minute. It's gonna be tough. It's not impossible, but boy, this is their moment. If they want to win this tournament, they need to win this big fight right here. They're forming up for it. Lucario has not made it down here yet. Blastoise fighting. We have a Unite move coming out from Greedent. They're just pushing them back. Greedent trying to get any KO it can. Any KO means that Apprentice really can't win this thing. Sending them back through the hyperspace hole. They are all full health right now. This is great for Apprentice. Gatlu going down. from Enderclaps. Okay, we have one Pokemon down right now, Jeff. We have the Unite moves coming out. Redmaw's going down, but the clock is ticking. 10 seconds left. There's not enough time to score. Enderclaps is going to take this tournament. They are your grand finals champions once again.
What a fantastic showing there, showing us why time and time again, Enderclaps Random Esports are our EU champions, giving us a final score tally of just 130 to 566 as they secure yet another Zapdos and another victory.
There you have it, Enderclaps. I mean, they set the strategy. The others try to copy it, but no one can do it as well as they can. What an incredible series. Apprentice played their hearts out right there, but there you have Enderclaps as the victors. And look at that damage there coming out from Blastoise and Greedent. You can see, they switched off the Sylveon and they could still make it work.
Yeah, I think, and this is really what separates Random Esports from all the other teams, it feels like, is their ability and flexibility to respond to what the opposing team is doing just feels unmatched in the territory.
Absolutely. And here you have it, the Zapdos. The teams are close. Only 36 points divides them, and then a whole lot more after Enderclaps was able to get the big secure there.
Zapdos reigns in the points immediately afterwards. There, that extra securing potential from the green and really paying off in that big engagement at the end here. Enderclaps Random Esports second place in March, and they decided that they didn't really want to do that whole second place thing again, winning the last two tournaments that we've had here in the championship series for the EU region.
Yeah, that's right. And, that roster we just saw right there, those are some of, if not the best players in Pokemon Unite. This team is incredibly dominant. I think anyone heading into regionals right now must be thinking, oh man, what are we going to do about Enderclaps Random Esports? This team is a beast, Jeff.
Well, thankfully for regionals, for those that aren't familiar with the structure there, they will only have to get second place to make it to Worlds. So even if they can't figure out how to best the champs, they could still make it to the biggest stage. But let's take a look at those champs in action here with some highlights from this last match.
Absolutely. It was a big match for them right here, and Greedent just being absolutely annoying throughout this match, fighting them. But, Apprentice actually had their number with this top path push here. And then we moved down to our first Dreadnought that I believe was secured. It was either by an egg or it might have just been a little slap from the Blissey.
Blissey does not do little slap Spriggles. They are all massive and powerful with last hitting potential as we see it take last hits again and again and again with these pushes around these Dreadnoughts.
And here was another big fight at Dreadnought. Great fight for Apprentice right here. And now we have this final Dreadnought right here as they're fighting over it. And it's a battle of the eggs. Which egg will land first? Which egg will land true, Jeff?
We see, again, just chaos in the Zap Pit, but extra securing potential going over to Random Esports with that Greedent being able to belch after its Unite move, especially with the increased damage from that energy amplifier.
Yeah, what a series, and we knew it was going to be tough to take down Enderclaps. I think Apprentice really fought their heart out. Game 2 was amazing. Game 3 was incredibly close, but this is just such a tough team to beat.
Yeah, especially in a best of 3, I think. We saw Apprentice react after losing game 1, and then Random Esports was able to react in kind, but then that was it. That was the entire set. That is the advantage of playing through this upper bracket that they were given, that they were earned.
Now, I want to bring back in Doob Snacks and Zoinks so we can really break down everything that happened here today with EU and the May finals. Gentlemen, hello. Zoinks, what do you think of that final series?
An incredible one. I'm really glad that we got a full best of 3 series. These are two phenomenal teams, so fun to watch. Glad we got to see a great showcase of that in that game. However, honestly, a huge shout out to Gatlu on the Greedent. Always impressive.
Yeah, incredible. Doob Snacks, thoughts?
Yeah, it was great to watch. For me, it was all about Bruv's performance here, of course. Random Esports used to winning. They make the roster change. They expect that to continue to excel. They obviously delivered. And the EU just plainly showing us that the game right now is about the 3 Bs. Blastoise, Blissey, Bloopa. You got those 3. That's a recipe for success. Garnish as you wish around them.
Yeah, absolutely. That is how you spell Hoopa. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this bracket, how it played out, Dupe Snacks?
Well, let's go ahead and pull that up and let's take a look. And of course, Apprentice Unleashed falling to Enderclaps after their heroic venture through the losers bracket, which you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Dispatching of teams such as 5i in that foray. Of course, Enderclaps, they didn't lose. They just went through the winners bracket and got it done, something that we're familiar seeing with them. Of course, 5i punching their ticket, DZ as well for next month. So tip of the cap to them for also falling in the top 4 teams this for the May finals.
And Zoinks, tell us a bit about this MVP.
Absolutely. I am very happy to give this MVP over to Redmaw. This was the player that we said at the start of the day, you gotta start watching. Enderclaps Random Esports, Lucario extraordinaire. Fantastic secures, great team fighting, especially when against very aggressive teams like Apprentice Unleashed. Amazing plays from the entire team, but Redmaw really stood out, and that's why they got their MVP.
Absolutely. Now, this is a little treat. We are going to be joined by a trainer from the May Final Champions. We are going to be talking to Adesu here from Enderclaps Random Esports. Let's bring him on in.
Hello.
Hello, and welcome.
Thank you.
I mean, what an incredible series that you had there. Sorry about that. I was saying, what an incredible series you had there. My first thought is, of course, congratulations. Your team is just incredibly dominant, so impressive. My first question for you is, how does it feel to be the team that everyone copies?
Oh my God. That was after IS Cup. Then everybody was playing Sylveon on ladder, and I was like, oh, I mean, I like this because I love Sylveon. So even if he's in the enemy team, I'm glad this. Like, I want more people to play Sylveon. It's such a joyful character. But I mean, I don't think they are not copying us. They are just like realizing that you can play the game in many ways, not just sticking to one meta. Like, expand your mind and try new things. And I think that's awesome.
When it comes to trying new things, your team is definitely the best that we've seen at that. So I have to ask, did the Gatlu changing to the Greedent against the composition that your team had kind of pioneered, that's something you all planned in advance, or was it kind of a spur of the moment type thing for that final match?
Actually, since some people were playing the comp we played in IELTS finals, we tried to play like to organize something against our own comp. So, and we thought that Greedent could be an awesome option to actually counter this comp, since Greedent is pretty powerful against Sylveon. The level 9 of Greedent is, I mean, his Unite move is crazy. Against Sylveon, against Blastoise, it's also unstoppable. I don't know, like, Greedent is just so good against this comp. And also, for flipping the Fatos, he provides big value as well. So, yeah, we have talked about this.
Yeah, so I guess my big thought is, now that you're here at the mountaintop, I mean, the most dominant team in EU, without question, what do you do to continue to innovate? Once you found a strategy that you feel like is working, what's forcing you to push yourselves past those boundaries that you yourselves have already set as the standard for winning?
It depends on what other people are playing, mostly. Like, if you play, for example, Venusaur, you find counters to play against Venusaur. If they play Sylveon, you find counters to play Sylveon. Depends on the playstyle of the enemies. And of course, the patch notes. It depends who is the patch notes actually dictates which Pokemon is actually big or not. And in this patch, for sure, it is Blastoise. So you have to look for Blastoise in every comp, and Sylveon is really, really good against Blastoise. That's why at first we choose Sylveon to be against Blastoise. It always is like this. Like, it depends on who the enemy are playing.
So I want you to take a second, if you can. Do you have any words for all your fans out there, for everyone watching at home? I would love to hear some final thoughts.
Yeah, of course. Like, first of all, my team, that is completely awesome. I really love to play with these guys. These guys actually saved my whole year. because I was a bit depressed before starting to competing in this game, and they are bringing me such joy and like such emotions, like competing with them. I want to thank all of them. Also Chroma that is not here with us anymore, but I love those guys. They are crazy. Thank you, Gatlu. Thank you, Redmouth. Thank you, Brav. Thank you, Kiss, and thank you, Chroma as well. Thank you. Also,
Incredible.
well,
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah. For the enemy teams, I can have words as well. Like Blaine, for example, is such a nice and funny guy. Kusen, it's like my bueno boy, and I don't know, like most of them, I love every one of them. Even Unleashed, I love Unleashed. Close is one of my best friends, I could say. And like it doesn't matter who wins this. I'm going to boots for the guys that are winning this in regionals for sure. I'm going to London, no matter what happens.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much. Incredible victory. Once again, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interview. Also, we're looking for sponsors. Don't forget.
Oh, I thought you were sponsored by Enderclaps. Aren't you? Enderclaps? I'm also sponsored by Enderclaps currently.
Yeah, Master Indie is helping us to find real sponsors as well.
Great. Well, they are looking for a sponsor, and they are one of the best teams in Unite. Thank you again so much for being here. Wow, what a day. Doob Snacks, tell us about this finals leaderboard.
What positive energy by Addis. You gotta love that. Let's talk about this May Finals leaderboard here. Of course, the top 4 teams are already locked in for the regionals in June. That's Enderclaps, Random Esports, Apprentice Unleashed, PogChamp, and 5i. Now, out of the remaining teams, the 8 with the most championship points will also automatically qualify, and the rest will have to go through the last chance qualifier. So, that being said, if you think you're the team that has what it takes to be the best, then go to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to register. Teams will be competing for $50,000 in prizing, plus the top 2 teams will be given a spot in the season finale at Worlds in London.
Wow, what a tournament. I mean, what a showing once again for Enderclaps. Such an incredible team. My big takeaway from this is, boy, I would be shocked if we don't see them at the World Championships, and they are a real team to watch. I'm also a little offended that he didn't thank me, but fair enough. Jeff, some final thoughts on the day.
I think it was fantastic to see our top team come back and not only make it through to the end yet again, but also showing us why they deserve to be there with further innovation, coming with that Greedent counter pick into the Sylveon that they had previously pioneered.
Doob Snacks, what do you think? I mean, just kind of trying to round this whole thing up for EU.
Yeah, I mean, we know who the pace car is for EU, right? Now, so it's up to the rest to figure out where the gas pedal is and try and catch up. And I'm looking for some big things out of these teams, specifically like 5i and DZ that have kind of finally broke through into the top 4 and are looking to continue that momentum. EU, what a show. What a show as usual.
What a show indeed. Zoinks, your thoughts on this incredible series of matches?
I think that EU has really taken it a page out of Enderclaps' Random Esports book. We're getting a lot of innovation, but it's no longer just random gaming doing so anymore. We're seeing other teams try to find their own unique adaptations, and that is pushing a lot of teams very far ahead in these tournaments. Apprentice, 5i, and DZ all got to showcase some of that in our top 4.
Absolutely. Huge congratulations once again to Enderclaps Random Esports, the best name and the best team maybe in Pokemon Unite. You're this month's champions. We'll see you in June when we kick off regionals. We're going to take a quick break, but do not go anywhere, because when we return, we are going to be seeing the best teams in North America duke it out for that grand final spot. Stay here.
Use a water spout. That's keep going back the other way. Big water spout coming. Are the egg bombs going to come in tandem? They do. Great Unite move on the nose comes through. Keep uses them back the other way. Who's going to pick up the Bliss Assist? It's 1 player down. That's the Hoopa big time. 2 players down.
Here, they don't want to engage with this Hoopa right away. Double Blastoises Unite right next to each other, and I still don't think we have a Unite move from the Hoopa on Enderclaps right now. They are. They're going for the Shredder with a big Unite move. They're coming into fight right now, Jeff.
These Unite moves here, obviously the objective getting deleted in the...
Random Gaming had a couple amazing moments there at the end where they tried to stop them. They tried to put points in the goal, but such incredible defense, specifically from Yoshi there on PogChamps. They are your Grand Finals champions.
Salut les fans de Pokémon, my name is Yoshi. I'm a professional player of Pokémon UNITE. I'm the captain of the PogChamp team. So for the March Cup, I play most of Duraludon, but it's not my favorite Pokémon, you know. I just have to play something to win, right? So my favorite one is Decidueye because I think it looks so cool. It looks so cool. We were just playing with friends really casually for fun. We just made a really friendly tournament and we just won pretty easily and was like, should we just try to maybe do better and maybe compete in the game? And we tried with my friend Sariu, the top laner of the team, and we get more other French players, and we just entered the first tournament and we won. And I was like, okay, let's do this. Just let's do this. We came in March with different strats, and we just wanted to beat everyone. There was you can be random gaming, German, English, whatever you want. We just here to beat everyone. That's what we did. We just 2-0 everyone. There wasn't. We didn't drop a single match, and yeah, for the World Cup, we just do the same. Just be ready, guys, because if you face PogChamp, be ready to lose, my friends.
Hi guys, I'm George. I play professional Pokemon Unite for a team called Game & Gladiators. My tag in the game is Goof. You might know me as Goof GG on Twitch. I play the attacker role in the bottom lane. It means I play stuff like Pikachu and Hoopa now.
It's 6 a.m. I just woke up, gonna go get some bagels. I'm gonna go to the gym, get a workout in.
My life right now is I wake up, I go to the gym, I come home, I cook, I stream, solo queue practice, and then scrim. I mean, I've played in big tournaments and stuff for other games, but never like at LANs and stuff. So they have an idea of what's going on, my parents, and and again, that's what makes the game special. My parents can turn the game on and be like, oh my god, it's Jigglypuff. They're like a little confused, but they have an idea what's going on.
You know who I play in Pokemon Unite?
Of course, you're Pikachu.
My mom texting me she's watching the game. It's the same feeling, to be honest. Obviously, I'm close with my mom.
You used to watch my friends play games as well.
Right, but this one is better because you're playing. I get to watch you play.
We're so blessed with our community that we have. Like, these guys are nuts in Twitch chat. Like, they never stop. They just put it in emote only mode and they're like trying to spell stuff with the emotes. These guys made it possible for us to, you know, it was a few months until the circuit started and Twitch was the main source of income while playing the game, and these, like, our fans made it possible. Our fan base is incredible, and we're just like, we're so blessed in that regard. So I guess thanks to our fans. Shout out to the whole gang.
Fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium, the crown jewel of Eos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokemon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokemon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Eos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokemon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokemon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokemon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokemon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokemon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Eos energy, and 15 Eos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds.
Goal!
That's all you need need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time!
Completely wiping this squad off the map. Game and Gladiators are getting the absolute break speed KO by the Blasters on the Ninetales. They close out the goal zone, but they're still short. They're still shy. What a showdown.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. We are continuing our coverage of the May Finals. You just saw the best teams in EU duke it out to see who was the best of the best. And now it's time for the teams in North America to shine. Hi, I'm Jake, aka Spreggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw to you and yours, and I am joined by an incredible team of casters. Hello, gentlemen. Jeff Hoagland, Zoinks, Doob Snacks. I am so delighted to be here with all of you. I will be casting alongside Jeff Hoagland today. Hi, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Spriggles. Good to be back here on Eos Island, checking into the North American region. Interested to see if we see some of the strategies from EU bleed over into the competition again here this evening, like we did last month with the Eos Cup.
Absolutely. That is going to be really exciting to see because strategies were picked up very, very quickly. And the first half of our second dynamic duo, we have the incredible Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here. Obviously, being the eye on the sky on Eos Island here, resident Dayman, we'll say. If you're the content cowboy, I'll claim Dayman, that's fine. But most importantly, a lot of these NA teams went through some roster shakeups, and we're kind of seeing the results come to the head today. And with these top 4 teams, we're going to see how it shakes out. Gaming Gladiators, always trying to chase that thing that's avoided them since February, that top spot.
Absolutely. And of course, no broadcast would be complete ever without Zoinks. Hello, Zoinks.
What's good, Spraggles? Hey, everybody. So excited to be back here casting yet again. We have some incredible games lined up. North America always delivers. It's so fun to watch these hyper-competitive games in this region. These teams have all leveled up so quickly, and it's always up in the air who's going to win a tournament on any given day.
Now, the Eos finals were a little bit of a barn burner. Let's take a look at the finals here with Full Send and Game & Gladiators that Doob Snacks and Zoinks got to cast.
I mean, barn burner was absolutely an understatement because this barn was on fire for a long time because it was a marathon down here through the bracket reset. But what absolute work was done in an unprecedented best-of-5 bracket reset for the Eos Cup.
There's nothing like watching two titans fight each other in these bracket resets. Constant games won back and forth. I remember highlighting in this series that it was one game was a dominant victory by one team, and then immediately the next game was the opposite of that fact. So back and forth, game to game, so exciting to watch, and Full Send went the entire distance and took this grand finals win off the back of some amazing plays from the entire squad.
And some adjustments from the entire squad as well, adopting a strategy that they watched literally earlier in the day on this broadcast and saying, yeah, I think we can do that, and put it to great use here, winning the first 4 games and resetting the bracket, and then winning in the 5th game of the bracket reset to crown themselves the Eos Cup champions. Absolute madness out there on Eos Island, and I'm glad I got to be a part of it.
It really was a special series. I mean, one of the best I've ever seen in Pokemon Unite. Now, things have shifted up a little bit with some of the teams here in NA and EU, but specifically here in NA. Zoinks, tell us a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, roster mania is always going to exist after these major tournaments, but there has been a few major shakeups that I want to talk about. Blackhand's changing 1 or 2 of their members recently. IXGT and IX Gaming might be the biggest one. There is a name not on this list that you would have seen before, which is Blossom. No longer operating as a team, their players have moved to different other teams. IX Gaming, one of those. Now Retsu and Rin call that team home.
And Doob Snacks, tell us about the teams that qualified here.
Well, the top 4 teams that qualified for the May Finals through the AOS Cup were the ones you see at the top of your screen there. Full Send, Gaming Gladiators, Aphelion Esports, and Blackhand. But there are some names that we recognize here. IXGT, IX Gaming, SCC, Sandra's Cheeky Children, of course, SKT, Sigma Canto Trainers, Overcap, Foreign Famous, Millennium. I mean, a bunch of teams have been able to prove that they got what it takes to hit the top 16, but these teams are striving to break into that top 4, something that's eluded some of these teams quite a bit so far.
Now, we're about to head into the losers finals right now, which should be a really exciting match. But before Jeff and I take the reins, I'm curious, Zoinks, do you have any final thoughts for about what's about to happen here in the NA Championship?
I think we're going to see some amazing gameplay, of course, but honestly, what I'm really excited to see is what does IX Gaming's look like? I'm assuming we're going to see Rin on an Aegis or a Greninja, very big impact plays. That player is a mechanical wonder, and when they are given a Pokemon where they can really get scaled up and be a big impact on the map, they're going to do it every time. Very excited to see that player in action.
And Doob Snacks, any final thoughts before we see last month's champions take on IX?
I want to see Full Send maintain that malleability they've had throughout the AOS Cup, able to adjust strategies. Yes, Rin is a powerhouse player. They did also pick up Retsu, a great player. How do you adjust around that? How does your team that hasn't been changing up really take into consideration what the other team's bringing, adjust, and then deliver yourself a big W? Get back to those grand finals and win yourself another one, back to back.
Well, we are going to see Zoinks and Doob Snacks in a little bit casting those grand finals. Gentlemen, have a good day. Jeff and I will take it from here. You will see them cast Gaming Gladiators very soon, but before that, we've got our losers finals here, Jeff.
Yeah, this is a place Full Send is no stranger to, coming back up from that lower bracket to take down Gaming Gladiators, which we kind of have a repeat of that again here. Gaming Gladiators is waiting for them in the grand finals, but it will only be best of 3 this time through, not best of 5. But before we get there, they're going to have to get through IX Gaming in these losers finals.
And this is the new IX Gaming right here. So it has a lot of players that you've probably seen, but this is a brand new team composition here. We've got Pikadiff, Retsu, Rin, Nudo, and OG here for IX Gaming, taking on your champions from the AOS Cup: Snowpoints, Bloodline, Celestial, Otter, and Bulby from Full Send. This is sure to be an amazing series of games, and I know both of these teams want to make it back there to the winners bracket and win the grand finals today.
Yes, both of these teams have competitors that have made it to that championship title, and is definitely something they want to do again, as we see here our upper bracket with the Gaming Gladiators waiting in that grand finals for whoever wins this match.
That's right, they're waiting in the wings right now, once again walking to the grand finals. Undefeated Gaming Gladiators looking absolutely amazing here today. And let's take a look at one of the players to watch here in this upcoming match, Jeff.
Yeah.
This actually is not Rin, but Rin is the player that we're going to want to watch here. So Rin, in my opinion, is one of the best players in Pokemon Unite. They are absolutely incredible at this game. This new IX team is a team to be feared. Rin was one of the star players on Blossom, a team that won the March finals. So I think we're going to see some incredible plays from this player and from both of these teams. This is going to be one heck of a match.
We see here Gengar and Blastoise as the primaries for Rin there. Rin, really a player that's super flexible in the range that they play. Spraggles had mentioned Aegislash earlier, but we've also seen Rin on teams in the past flex even into that attacker role in the bottom slot, letting other team members take over that central area if there's someone that's more in tune with the character they want to play there. So this is a player that is not only high caliber, but super flexible in the characters that they play and the roles that they play inside of their teams.
That's absolutely right. And this is also probably one of the best Charizard players out there, one of the best Gengar players out there. Any Pokemon that takes a high level of skill and you can dominate the enemy team with, you will see Rin picking it up. And we're going to find out what Pokemon everyone is locking in here right now.
We see Nudo locking in that Absol, and we see attack weight stacking on that there. So I'm going to be interested to see what the positioning looks like for these characters. We also see that Lucario from OG there, a character they are known for playing. IX Gaming is looking to melee brawl here, it would appear.
Yeah, it looks like full send. We've got, sort of the same composition that we saw before, the one that won them the finals here. But what an interesting team from IX Gaming. Absol, Aegislash, of course, we've got the Lucario there on OG. These two teams are incredible. This is going to be one heck of a match, Jeff.
Yeah, I think Aegislash in particular is an excellent pick into this composition that Full Send is bringing to the table, because Aegislash notably does damage based on the total health pool of the character that you're hitting. Blastoise, Blissey, and even Sylveon to a degree is one of the more tanky attackers in the game. When these high health total characters are ones that you're looking to take down, Aegislash is an excellent pick to play into them.
Not only that, it's great at taking some of those big objectives. You see the sword just fly through everything or use its Unite move and secure it. This is going to be really interesting to see if IX has figured out a way around this dominant team composition from Full Send.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to see where the Absol goes in particular on IX. It looks like we have a solo Lucario top, but we have Lucario plus Hoopa in the top path for Full Send, with Absol looking to sneak by and get stacks in the bottom path while they are 2-3.
Yeah, that Absol is just being very, very sneaky, heading down there, trying to pick off those Audinos while no one's looking, get some stacks right now. But we do have IX scoring some points and Full Send as well. Everybody's stacking.
We see last hits being denied for 2 OG from snow points. They're preventing their second attack weight stack from going in. Rin doing the early push with that Aegislash, not quite level 5 yet, but likely going to dip in and get this crab to hit that breakpoint.
Here we've got Absol down in this bottom path, Nudo. It's really interesting to see, wow, this Pokemon unfortunately goes down. It duels so well, but Blissey and Squirtle able to push it off and get a big KO there.
And we see kind of trading Audinos on separate sides there, while Retsu grabs the Audino on the right side, but Absol notably just not present for this second set of bees here, which is a big deal.
As we talked about, IX Gaming have only played together for a couple weeks, but you wouldn't know that based on how good they are. And of course, these are all some of the best players in Unite. It's a dream team.
Yeah, if you take a bunch of folks that are all excellent at the game and mix them up, it turns out you get a team that is still excellent at the game, even if they're not quite as in tune with each other as they could be if they are a little bit more practiced. Definitely going to be a team to watch as the Championship Series develops and these players get more familiar with each other.
Now, it looks like we've got some points scored by Hoopa, Lucario, everybody's stacking up a little bit right here, but ooh, boy, that's Absol almost going down again.
Yeah, we see the kind of danger of playing Absol, the squishier burst damage character, into these thicker characters like Blissey and even Sylveon in this bottom path as the Lucarios bump off of each other in the top path here.
We see everyone right now is eating their yellow dots. They're in full Pac-Man mode, just getting enough experience so that they can win this big first fight at Dreadnought. This isn't as chaotic as some of the matches we saw earlier. This feels a little more contained, but they sure are fighting every opportunity they get.
We see Celestial coming down to this bottom path, giving this push-up before the bees happen here in order to get a dunk in and get that special attack weight scaled up on their Blastoise character.
And this is big for Full Send, almost breaking the point, but they want to keep it up so they can keep the experience there. A really nice fight for Full Send here in this bottom path.
We see the bees being largely uncontested there, and Full Send electing to try and feed them into the Sylveon so it can hit that level 8 power spike and get that Unite move that we see popping off here to have a big impact on this first objective of the game.
Oh, and what an impact it has. They're just decimating the enemy team. Lucario goes down, Aegislash goes down, Blissey goes down, and I think this Dreadnought is going down without much of a fight right here. They attempt to steal, but no dice.
Yeah, having a Unite move for this first big engagement is such a huge leg up because now it snowballs this advantage. Not only does Blastoise have a Unite move now for Full Send, but Blissey has hit that power spike at level 8 as well.
Full Send looking really good right now, but something to keep in mind is IX didn't have their Unite moves, so I would love to see how they fight when they have them, which they will very soon. Aegislash just got its Unite move, and the levels are getting a little bit closer here, and here comes Aegislash trying to rip through them, but it doesn't look like they were able to do that. Sylveon taking it down with a Hyper Voice.
We see Blastoise here getting all of these little Aeos energy deposits. That stacking up does not care how many points you put in, just that you put in points in general, and they should be fully boosted up. A maximum of 6 times you can gain additional special attack with that item, but going to pay for it with the knockout here, it looks like, but definitely worthwhile for the late game boost that those dunks are going to provide.
Absolutely, and look at those two Blissies. Huge level difference. One at 6, one at 9 already.
Yeah, levels spread a little bit strangely between these two teams. I wouldn't say that IX Gaming is behind overall, but definitely a large delta between the Blissies here as Rotom walks in and IX Gaming tries to figure out, do they want to break this? And if so, by how much?
Oh, it looks like they're letting their Absol stack up here. That's going to be really important, just getting it stronger and stronger so that those critical hits hit even harder. And now they're deciding if they want to break this. Maybe just waiting until the last moment before they break it. Yeah, so they don't give them time to get all of that experience.
Yep, remember, as soon as this point breaks, those Adinos in the top path spawn. So OG sitting there waiting to let them spawn until the Dreadnought timer is closer to popping off. So that way they kind of have to split their focus. Hey, do they want to push in on this objective, or would they rather be able to farm the Adinos in the top path? As we see here, Hoopa's starting to portal off.
Yeah, but we do have 3 members of IX still in the top path here. It looks like they're trying to make a play before they take this portal and get in. Dreadnought might be gone by the time they do it, but they actually are scoring in that top path. They're staying up there. They didn't come down for the fight, Jeff.
Yeah, interesting push here, prioritizing getting ahead in points rather than getting experience on the rest of their characters. Both Hoopa and Blissey there able to attempt to steal, but unsuccessful. And overall, they're up by almost 100 points now because of this. The question is, can they make up for the experience differential that they have now because of this decision?
I can't believe throughout all this, I haven't even noticed that IX does not have a Blastoise. I just feel like that's almost against the law. I have to look. Oh yeah, it looks like it is against the law. I think they're going to get fined, Jeff.
And we have 2 of the Bees present on their team, Blissey and Bloopa, I believe Snacks was informing us of earlier.
That's right, 2 of the big Bs, Blissey and Bloopa right here, and we have Slash right down here, fighting on this bottom point. They're looking to get a score in here. They're not going to break this point, but it's going to give them a lot of experience. It's going to charge their Unite move, and it looks like they're going to be heading back to continue getting more experience here. One of the most important things with your big, strong characters is getting them at a high level so that they can carry the team.
We see the both upside and downside of Absol in quick succession here as it deletes the Sylveon, but then is subsequently pushed out by the tankier Blastoise. Tons of Unite moves popping off here at this 3-minute and 20-second mark. Kind of last call for these to be used before you have to start saving them for that Zapdos engagement at 2 minutes.
Wow, I honestly, I'm a little shocked. I thought that Aegislash was going to clean that fight up, and then it was actually taken down by that Lucario there. Very impressive.
It's important to note that while Aegislash is incredibly tanky when it is in that shield mode, when it is in the sword mode looking to be bursty with damage, it is incredibly fragile itself. So if it fails to delete its opponent off the board, it's going to get deleted itself.
Ooh, this could be a big KO here, Jeff. A level 13 Blastoise right now. This could be nice, but no, they're fighting it back. It's got the shield from Blissey. Wow, OG from IX is just an incredible Lucario, almost taking down that Blastoise as well.
And we see Nudo kind of sprinting around the edges. Absolute character that's looking to burst with its skill attacks and going to be unable to put out consistent damage outside of that. So trying to get a good opportunity there. We see the Rotom objective going down, and notably, this is walking at Full Send's home base at 2 minutes and 10 seconds, which means they cannot simply ignore this.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play. They also have that bottom path goal still up. That's an easy score right now for IX. 4 members of Full Send on the Rotom, but it looks like this is happening right now. We are fighting at Zapdos. The moves are being thrown out. We've got Unite moves coming down. Who is going to be able to get that secure? It is secured there by Full Send. And does it surprise you?
This is what the Full Send team competition is looking to do. We saw that Blastoise Unite move go off, throwing all of IX Gaming up in the air, giving Lucario the window they needed to easily secure. But this game is not over yet. We have a 20-point differential, and we have a team fight going on here on Full Send's base. I would not be surprised to see folks push off here and wait to see what the score update is at the 1 minute mark here in 20 seconds.
They're trying to take it home, and they do. Wow, this match is incredibly close. And now we can see what IX Gaming was setting up that entire time. They said, yeah, they're probably going to take down Zapdos right here. But if we score enough points early, and then we can peel away from this big fight, we'll still be in this game. And this one is incredibly close.
Something to note about the scores here. There's a 24-point difference, which tells IX Gaming they need to score. Had this score been even just 4 points closer, it would have been close battle, leaving both teams wondering who was in a favorable position.
Obviously, this puts Full Send in a great position because they know all they need to do is defend right here. They're not going to try to make any sneaky scores unless they want to continue to pad their score right now. And we've got a big fight ready to break out. 30 seconds left right here. Can IX Gaming get in here and score? Can they make a big KO? If Blissey just scores the 16 points it has, that will be enough.
Yeah, we see Blissey running around the edges looking for a score, and everybody on Full Send aware that this is the person they need to be watching. Score shield not enough here. No longer stacked with other shields. We have action going on in the bottom. OG almost gets in, but fails the last possible second. Full Send with the incredible defense to close this game out.
Wow, there were Pokemon there, and now there are just orbs. What happened?
The Eos energy was dropped as all of the Pokemon fell with it, and Full Send takes the first game here in our loser finals off of IX Gaming.
Wow, it really felt like both teams were playing the strategy that they wanted to.
What?
Wait, whoa, there was a score!
In the middle!
There was a score!
I missed it, Sprinkles! I guess don't call it until the final scoreboard is up. Rin must have dunked at the last possible second. He had 19 points in there while they were all on that base. Incredible recovery.
Wow, what a match. And I was just saying that both teams are playing the game they wanted to play. IX knew what Full Send was going to do. Full Send continued to rip, but still IX able to pull out a win there. What an incredible performance. I didn't see the goal. Jeez.
There was just so much going on, and we were focused on the Blissey. It must have gone in there, and you could see that really small dunk. Yes, it looks like the Aegis Slash was in right at the very end there. Plus,
yeah, just like you said,
19 points went in.
Absolutely. Wow, what a finish right there. And IX, it looks like they have a strategy that might be able to dismantle this Full Send strategy here. I mean, that was an incredible performance, Jeff.
Yeah, really good understanding of the composition they were playing against. They kind of played the game in a way where they even punted a Dreadnought early so they could open up that home base and get that huge point lead because they knew that they were going to be disadvantaged at that Zapdos engagement, but they could make up for it anyways.
Let's take a look here at some of the big moments throughout that match. Obviously, that one came down to the wire. Some incredible stuff here. Here we have Full Send early, putting a lot of points in on this goal, and they had an incredible engagement at this first Dreadnought. It went so well for them.
Yeah, the early push was everything Full Send wanted to be doing. They got a stack built up on their Blastoise. They secured this first objective, guaranteeing themselves an early lead in this match.
And right here we see OG just waiting till the last possible moment to let that score in. And we have the sneaky scores happening in the top path. Full Send is down here, and they are fully sending that Dreadnought to the Poke Center. But IX Gaming is setting up their win. They want to score to win.
Yeah, and they knew exactly that the Dreadnought play there was so strange in the moment, but it became clear as this game played out that it was exactly what they needed to be doing, and they understood that very well on IX Gaming's side of the game.
And look at how close this comes. I can't wait to see the score here. So we have the points going in, and it looks like Rin is able to pick up some more points here soon. Where are the points? I didn't get to see it.
It happened right before there, right at the kind of 12-second mark. It was 461 to the 447. Rin sneaking in right under the wire, and a very, very deserved MVP there for IX Gaming.
We told you he was the player to watch, and there you go. Not only slicing and dicing, but also scoring and dicing. Couldn't think of another word besides dicing, so we got it twice. And now we're going to see if these teams decide to switch anything up. I think there's probably no chance that they want to change their compositions up. When a match is that close, I think it could have gone either way. Both teams know how to play it, and they're going to run this one back. IX might be making their way to the grand finals here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I expect Full Send to prioritize defending their second inside points a little bit higher this game after seeing how IX Gaming was able to convert that early lead that they built up.
Yeah, definitely. You're right. I think strategy-wise, how they react to the other team will change up. I'm just thinking, as I'm always thinking about roster selection, you know, I'm a softie for some Pokemon that we don't see a lot, and of course I would love to see someone switch into a Cramorant right now, but I know these teams have some pretty solid strategies set up with the 3Bs, the Blissey, Blastoise, and Boopa, and now maybe the 4th B, Aegislash, which seemed to be a dominant force in that match.
Aegislash definitely seemed Bay with that last second dunk there in that first game. We'll see if they can maybe cement an even further lead so it doesn't quite come down to the wire like we did in that first game. Definitely a little bit too close for comfort regardless of which team you are on, I think.
I don't know if you've ever said Bay before. I'm not saying that this is something that I say, but I feel like it's fun to have gotten a Bay out of you today, Jeff.
As we head into character selection here, we see Pika Diff and Retsu locking in those supporters very quickly. Will Rin go back to the sword? Looks like they are here.
Yeah, taking a look at this character selection screen, I mean, it's always interesting to see some of the item choices on these Pokemon as well. We don't have any stacking items here for the Aegislash. It spends most of its time there in that central area, but it does have a Razor Claw, so after all of its moves, it's going to get that extra pop of damage, it's going to get that extra slow, and it's going to increase its critical hit rate. So it's pretty cool to see a top player show off their Aegislash build here.
We see that stacking special attack specs from Celestial as expected. We saw them prioritize getting lots of dunks in last game and try and scale their character up. And then a notable fun one on Bulby there is the energy amplifier on Lucario, making their secure on their Unite move 21% more effective with the additional damage that that item provides.
Yeah, when you see that Lucario Unite move, if you're standing right next to it, you are in a lot of trouble. It does incredible damage, and then your power-up punch right afterwards. If it already hit like a truck, it hits like, well, what's bigger than a truck? 2 trucks. It hits like 2 trucks. It's really incredible. So I love seeing that energy amp. It sets up some incredible plays.
I personally would have gone with a slightly bigger truck, but I guess 2 trucks works as well.
Of course, a bigger truck. Jeff, you're right. It should have been a bigger truck. We're going to head into game 2 right here. If IX is able to close this out, they are heading to the finals right now.
We see here IX Gaming yet again just sending a single player top. Same early split rotations on both. Can Absol get its dunk in? 6 points to Eos Energy does get in here. Big deal getting those attack weight stacks early for this Absol character.
Yeah, when you have a Pokemon that is stacking, it's so important. You will give up. You'll take a KO in a moment like this to see if you can get a second look at this. He's going to try to grab that 8-bomb right there, try to run back and score it. I love to see it.
We see Rin going a little bit deep here, perhaps, while they are 2-3, but Shadow Sneak allowing them to get out to safety there.
All right, and we do have Pika Diff still fighting over this. Ooh, very, very close. When those pounds come down, it's so easy for Blissey to take something.
I would like to direct you to Full Send's central area as we head on into these bees here, where Hoopa is present, looking to invade and pick up some of the experience. So kind of giving up these bees objectives, knowing that they're going to get to put their opposing center behind, as Retsu comes up to the top now, since there are 4 people present there for Full Send.
Ooh, unfortunately, Retsu not in a good position at all right there. I love the play. They were looking to steal something. It just did not work out. They ran right into a Screamion.
Yeah, just huge bursts of damage very quickly from this Sylveon, as we see OG trying to get out, but ultimately falling to the same fate here as Lucario for Full Send is able to work on his attack weight stacks in that top path. And speaking of, this Absol is having a good time in the bottom. Many, many stacks and almost level 7 already.
Yeah, and look at that. Needs to use its eject button battle item to get away there. Very, very close. But yeah, this is a very different Absol from game 1. Absol did a lot in game 1, but it didn't get to have a lot of its stacks in early.
Yeah, we see here, now it's at that level 7 point. It's got a couple of points. We might see it dunk again as we see IX Gaming fully overload this bottom point, being 5-2 here, pushing up for these dunks and breaking the point. In fact, early, we often don't see this before these next B spawn out. And then we see Absol pushing up into these Dinos that have subsequently spawned here now as well.
Wow, I have to wonder what the thought process is there. I mean, I guess they don't want to continue letting everyone get some free experience there, but now Full Send has got their Adino spawning on the bottom, but positionally, they are behind a little bit here. It's going to be harder for them to get down to that bottom objective.
Yeah, the downside of needing your Hoopa portal to be further back here, like we see from Full Send, is a big deal. And IX Gaming has this point to retreat to should this Dreadnought fight not go their way. That being said, the Dreadnought is going gone, it looks like, here before Rin can even get there. Quickly deleted. Do not leave Full Send with an objective. It will not be there for long.
Yeah, that's kind of what Full Send's whole thing is, right? Aegislash coming in here and really tearing them up. However, a couple members of Full Send are back, and they are going to head back after that fight. 3 members of Full Send go down, 2 members of IX Gaming go down, so a little bit of a parity there.
I wonder if we're going to see them break this top point as well with this Rotom, given the choice. Giving the opposing team not 1, but 2 sets of catch-up on Dinos in terms of experience is a big hill to climb if you are not far ahead. And the fact that IX Gaming lost that first Dreadnought kind of means that they're going to be behind in terms of levels.
Big Unite move here from the Absol right now, just trying to clean this one up. It looks like it might be able to get the Lucario as well. If the Lucario doesn't stay, the Rotom goes in. But here we go. Celestial now saying, we're going to break this path. No, stopped by Hoopa.
Yeah, Absol, definitely a character that has some very polarized 1v1 matchups. We see it being so powerful into characters like Hoopa and Sylveon on Full Send team, but folding kind of like a wet paper bag against Blastoise spinning around.
And here we go. Aegislash jumping in right there, but able to use its wide guard to stay alive. And now it's going to re-engage with all of its boosted attacks here, possibly on this Blissey. Let's see.
We see Blastoise get that Bliss Unite, but ultimately still need to back up, getting minimal value from that really powerful resource that Bloodline could expend there, with OG completely popping off here and getting another knockout, and likely getting to dunk 40 points here without breaking this top path open.
Big moves right here. Looks like Absol's going to get that KO as well. No! Sylveon stopped it there in the center. We just have Pika Diff throwing some eggs there at Snow Point's going to go home and heal. And now we are going to see, geez, you wake up, you get hit in the face with an egg, and here come the Hoopa Unites.
Both teams have their Hoopas. It can come on through these portals. The objective has not spawned yet. Will people be coming on through? IX Gaming is showing up in full here as opposed to pushing a point like they did previously. The objective goes down. And I believe Rin secures that with Aegislash's powerful Unite move that does an incredible amount of damage to things that are low on health.
Not only did they secure that Dreadnought, they secured a bunch of KOs right there. IX Gaming doing very well. And, you know, they set up an interesting situation. Full Send might have thought, hey, are they going to score again? What's the plan right here? IX took advantage of that, went in for a real big fight and won.
All right, we see Rotom being worked on here. This objective, nice to have for either team, but also not the end of the world if you don't get it. Aegislash getting a knockout there and looking like securing the objective as well. I believe this point is only at 7, which means if this Rotom walks in, it's just going to break the point. And this is one of the worst Rotoms you can kind of have. You get basically no value from it.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, a very small overdunk. It's nice to not have the goal there in some respects, but as we've mentioned many times, you give your opponents access to a lot of experience that it's going to be hard to take from them. So you have to wonder if it's the right play to break that goal. That being said, IX wants to score here. They want to be able to win even if Full Send takes that Zapdos, and they are ahead on points.
As we see a 100-point difference between these two teams, the question is going to be, can IX Gaming get a strong push in this mid-game to break a tier 2 like we saw in the first game, or will they be unable to accomplish that this time around?
Rin going for a 3v1 right here. However, it looks like Blastoise coming in with a Unite. We have a Unite move from Aegislash right here. Everything being cut up. There's the wide guard back into sword form. Slashing. Can it take down the Blissey? It can.
You see that incredible buildup of boosted attacks allow Aegislash to cut back and forth across this Blissey. Pika looking for a little bit of a back cap there, but being pushed off very quickly by Hoopa because Score Shield just ain't what she used to be.
Here we go. Dreadnought is up, and it looks like IX is going to be able to take this. Yeah, no one coming down here from full send. They're going to let IX have it. 40 seconds on the clock until our Zapdos right here. If IX puts it away, they're heading to the grand finals.
This is looking like a game where we're going to have a scaled up team fight on both sides, potentially, assuming full send doesn't just full flip the objective. We see 3 level 13s for full send. We see 2 level 13s and a 14 for IX Gaming. That is a very late Lucario Unite, and Bulby goes down as well in addition to using their Unite move.
Wow, this is not good for full send. We saw their team name means they send their full bodies at the Zapdos. Let's see if they decide to do that right here. Zapdos spawning in 1 second. We've got the Hoopa Unites coming out, damage being thrown on it, but it looks like, okay, here come the Unite moves from the Lucario. Can it get this secure? It is secured by IX Gaming. The Hoopa for IX secures it. They didn't even need to run and score, but they did. And now this game, oh boy, full send's in trouble here.
Full send gets a free 100 points in here and perhaps even another 45, but Aegislash for IX Gaming is likely going to get this 100-point dunk, and no, they're not even getting another one in. It is noteworthy here that IX does have an outside point top, so another 100 points or so can go in there, but they need way more than just 100 points to win this game.
Boy, full send right now might be seeing their tournament slip away from them. Your grand finals champion from Eos might be taken out here by the new IX Gaming. They're in such a good position. This could be a really big KO. Absol trying to clean this up. Absol and Blissey do. Boy, this is tough.
I think this game was already likely over for full send. I know I counted it out a little bit early last game, but I think IX has a firm lead this time around, and with the Blissey still on respawn timer until 45 seconds left of the game, they are just not going to have time to get across the map.
This could be a nice KO, but they are not able to secure it right here. Just waiting for him. Aegislash there saying, come on back. I'm going to put up the shield.
Yeah, I think Rin is padding some damage stats here on their way out the door. Even if everyone on full send side deposit there's Eos energy at this point, they're still going to be behind here. Oh, there's a Hoopa portal.
We've got a little something happening here, Jeff. They're trying, they're fighting right here. You've got to fight. Their tournament is on the line for full send, but it doesn't look like they are able to make this happen. Blastoise able to score 6, but that is woefully not enough.
Yeah, very, very commanding game from IX Gaming. And had just a little bit ahead, pushing their point advantage early. Full send did what full send tends to do best, which is try and flip that objective. But ultimately, Bulby, their Lucario, being down meant that they were behind in that flip situation. They lost it likely because of that.
You know, it's interesting. IX didn't put a ton of resources into taking down that Zapdos, but that really did feel like full send wasn't fully sending at that Zapdos to me. It felt like the damage was coming in a little too slow, and Retsu able to pick up that big Zapdos, and then from there, boy, IX was just in a position to win this thing.
Look at 12 knockouts from Absol here and a whopping 92,000 damage, cutting through the competition with its very powerful attack weight stacking scaling.
Yeah, incredible. And as we said a little earlier, you know, Absol was putting those points in early. They were stacking that attack weight, getting ready to dominate, and they did inside this match. We can see right there, IX ahead before the Zapdos, ahead after the Zapdos, and they're heading to the grand finals.
They are a new team to our finals here today, although some of their members like Rin and Retsu had previously been there while they were part of Team Blossom. Top 12 finish in March, top 16 in Eos, and now grand finals here today for May for this team.
Can't wait to see what they're able to do. What a roster. And again, it's all players you know, and now they are together on this dream team of a lineup, and they're going to be taking on one of the best in the game, Gaming Gladiators, very soon in the grand finals. Really incredible. Let's take a look at some of the big moments from that match, some of the difference makers that put IX Gaming in the position to win.
Yeah, really loved this 5-person push in the bottom path here before these second Bs. Not only did they get a couple of knockouts, but they broke this point early, which is something we don't often see. But I really like how they identified they wanted to take that map position away from Fulson, the way their comp tends to play the game.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. You know, as we talk about all the time, there are a lot of different ways to play Pokemon Unite. There's no one strategy that fits every situation. And the strategy that might work very well against a team like Full Send is scoring a lot of points, breaking their goals so that even if they win Zapdos, they might not win the match.
Yep, and this is what separates the good teams from the best teams, is the great teams in Pokemon Unite are able to respond and react to what the opponents are doing instead of trying to just make every match fit one mold that they've practiced.
All right, we're taking a look here. This was that Zapdos fight. Like I said, it didn't feel like the damage was coming out that quickly. Retsu able to get the secure, but even if not, you can see Blissey, Lucario, multiple members from IX were already ready to score, and our match MVP, Nudo, the Absol.
Yeah, Absol, just really fantastic showing for this character. Not only is it a character we don't see a ton of in competitive, but it being represented in the bottom path is something that's also very atypical. Saw something similar in the EU with Zarina, and perhaps that bottom path, something that teams need to rethink a little bit, what range of characters are playable there.
Absolutely. And do you have a Pokemon that you think could win in the championships? Well, head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. There is still time. Your team could make it to the World Championships in London. Sign up now to compete in the regional qualifiers next month. And Jeff, we're going to be taking a quick break right here. Coming up, we've got IX Gaming Gladiators, North America Grand Finals. I cannot wait. Please don't go anywhere. I'll be very, very mad at you if you do. Doob Snacks and Zoinks are going to cast these finals. They're going to be incredible. See you all soon.
São 3 jogadores já batidos pela Clube TV. Último vivo, Freeze tá no chão. Afro Brasil vence a briga e vai pegando os rápidos a seu favor.
I'm Ben Basil, I'm the checker from Brazil, and I'm currently in part of the team that won twice in the Worlds Qualifier for the SA server. I'm a Switch player. Me and Soto are both Switch players, and we both started like at the release date of the game. I was actually in another team called Overheat, which is like one of the top teams in Brazil as well. We were all from separate teams, except for Gisin and Soto. They were both in the same, but every single other player was in a different team. Every single one. And then there was this one tournament in Brazil that some things happened, and I decided to leave the team I was before, and I was like, okay, I want to gather every single best player in every single role and make the best possible Brazilian powerhouse. And that's when I was reaching out to the guys, and I was, hey, do you want to join? Do you want to join? Do you want to join? And glad everyone accepted, and glad it really worked out in the end. We have actually never met in person. Everyone never met we live in 3 different states, so that says a lot for how hard it is to meet everybody, especially in Brazil, because states are really big and really far apart. We're hoping to meet in London. For whoever is going to face us at Worlds, don't sleep on us, because we're going to try and begin hard.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the May finals of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. And right ahead of us, Zoinks, Grand Finals time.
We got IX Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators, two phenomenal teams. Everybody knows them. Everyone loves them. I'm so excited to see these squads face off.
Let's put them up on the screen here. Let's take a look at who makes up these amazing teams. Top of your screen here, you're going to see IX Gaming. You just watch them play and punch their ticket in the Grand Finals. Pika, Diff, Retsu, Rin, Nudo on that Absol looking good, and of course OG in that top path. And Gaming Gladiators, Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof GG. I'm expecting a lot of fun, a lot of fireworks in this one.
Absolutely. This match is going to be so interesting. The highlight matchup I love to watch every time these two players match up, of course, is going to be Rin and Toon. Two explosive central area players that can play a myriad of Pokemon. And every time they play against each other, it's both a chess match and a Formula 1 race. It is so exciting, but filled with strategy. These teams are a great matchup. And I'm like shaking with excitement to get this game started.
Well, I'll tell you what, IX Gaming's been throwing a lot of curveballs out there. However, Gaming Gladiators, they haven't shied away from mixing it up either, as I've heard we had a Toon playing Cramorant in the central area with stacking items. So Spraggles, I hope you're tuning in.
Yeah, Spraggles somewhere out there is cheering towards the sun. But yes, Toon, and actually that game was in this same matchup. So in a winner's semifinals game, Gaming Gladiators and IX Gaming matched up in this tournament already. Gaming Gladiators took that win that time around, but IX Gaming, you gotta just hope the download has been complete, right? You may have lost, but you gotta learn something, and now they have their second chance. On the other hand, Gaming Gladiators is seeking to get another tournament win. They want to be the first North American team to get two monthly finals wins under their belt. No team's done a repeat yet.
Listen, they've been gathering that community energy since February finals, right? Like after that, we thought it was going to be a rinse repeat, keep on plugging, but some plucky upstarts have put the game plan of Gaming Gladiators to shame these last couple months. They're looking to get a little repeat action, like you said, bookend this thing before the regional finals in the best way possible. IX Gaming, though, got a couple players that they're used to winning themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have two tournament winners on that side as well. Rin and Retsu on the former Blossom squad, so incredibly strong players. Retsu playing a new role though in this team. They swapped over to Hoopa, and I think a lot of people, including myself, maybe had doubts about not whether that player could play that Pokemon, but you're taking that player away from what their iconic pick was in the top path. But you have to remember, OG is on this team, and there's quite a big debate about who's the best Lucario in North America. If OG is not your number one, they're your number two, and this player is incredibly strong on this Pokemon. Of course, they've already locked it in. I love watching OG play. If you run into them in ranked ladder, you may as well just dance in your home base, because that player will walk all over you.
No nonsense here, as we're selecting, if you're Gaming Gladiators, some traditional favorites here. Lutano back on Lucario, back in that temporarily in the Lucario shackles, we'll say. As Goof is picking up Pikachu, we haven't seen them on that Pokemon too much lately.
Yeah, wait, the right-hand side of my screen looks like release. It looks like a month after release meta. This is wild. Gaming Gladiators, you know, going back to their heyday of having a Cinderace and Goof on Pikachu. Of course, Indy Bear, not only an exceptional player, also an Orgoner now, if you want to count Inderclaps Random Esports. Indy on the Hoopa is also going to be a great addition. Love watching this player play on this Pokemon. I mentioned earlier when we were casting EU a little bit, but in North America, we haven't seen as much, but a lot of Hoopas are starting out the Phantom Force tech now. It's your other option of Shadow Ball when you're playing as Hoopa, and that Phantom Force, I've heard it described by top players as more of a pop-off potential. Shadow Ball will consistently get you more damage numbers throughout the entire game. The playmaking ability of Phantom Force is way up there, and when you have players as talented as Retsu and Indy Bear are, they want to have that game, you know, wrestling ability in their hands.
Yeah, and who else better to have it than these top two squads here if that's the direction they elect to go. Toon, Rin in their central areas respectively, ready to go as a Honedge, and of course, the little tiny little score bunny working through for Toon.
Yep, Toon is the adorable score bunny in this matchup, who I think out of those two aforementioned Pokemon will probably have the advantage in terms if I draw it up on paper. I would say that the Cinderace has a quite a strong advantage over top of the Aegislash. Having the range is going to be amazingly strong, and the consistent damage is definitely a different look. IX Gaming, on the other hand, same as last game, they are burst damage all the way through, even having OG run the power-up punch close combat for another huge burst of damage.
Now Nudo again just going to try and get those stacks up, but they are squishy as they get chunked down really well by a coalesced Gladiator's effort there to push them back and make sure that their Audinos are staying in their side.
Gaming Gladiators playing together as a tight pack there, and you know that they can. Very few Pokemon on the side of IX Gaming have any kind of AoE burst damage. Everything they have is single target. Power-up punch, Absol, everyone is going to be trying to find one target at a time. Gladiators know that there's safety in numbers, and they're going to be rolling as a pack.
Zug ticked over and Goof hitting level 4, so that Electro Ball is going. Fun fact about Zugrug, he has a pet raccoon, and his favorite Pokemon is Zigzagoon. See how those line up? It makes sense. Good on you, Zug. Didn't know that about you, but hey, raccoons are cool with their tiny little hands.
Yeah, her tiny little hands, the trash panda, and if you've ever hung out or seen Zugrug stream, you know that an adorable animal like a raccoon is a perfect fit for that player. They may be kind and a nice person to talk to, but they are fierce in-game. Zugrug has been one of the most feared and talked about tank players out of all of North America since the inception of Unite.
Yeah, they keep kind of pushing the envelope both in terms of how much they get into the other team's face and in what these defenders can actually do. Zugrug, though, kind of getting caught up, push forward because you have to. They get picked up a little bit by the squad and make it out. Good little look by Zugrug. Pikachu playing it way far back, and I can't imagine Toon's going to let them go for this one. Pikachu doing their best, but that's a KO to the Cinderace.
Yeah, Pikachu definitely went deep there. They definitely went deep. Tried to get a little bit of wild Pokemon KOs. Rin also going down. Goof opting into the Electro Ball option on Pikachu. Now, last time we saw Goof playing Pikachu, we were definitely in a Thunderbolt Thunder meta. But instead, we have Goof moving over to that sure hit move of Electro Ball. It'll really help against these squishier targets like Absol and Hoopa and maybe even Aegislash if they're in that sword form.
Oh, absolutely. Getting guaranteed chunk of damage to set one of those Pokemon up for Toon to roll through and get those KOs is exactly what's on the menu here and what that Pikachu's trying to cook up with that good-looking Hollowware.
First Dreadnought coming into place here, and Gaming Gladiators with all of the positioning. However, OG is found out a little bit early, and Absol nets a KO on top of Goof.
Great look by Nudo as they're pushing forward. Now Gladiators are all over Dreadnought, and is IX Gaming going to engage? Rin says yes. They push forward. They're already half HP. They're still trying to chase down Toon. That's who they have their mark on. That's who they're getting pushed back by. And here we go. IX Gaming takes the Dreadnought. Can they leverage that into anything? 2 KOs. Rin is down. Toon getting fed a little bit. And although the KOs are going the way Gaming Gladiators, IX Gaming taking that Dreadnought.
Rin with the most tactical int there is how I'm going to call it. They threw themselves into the enemy against a level 9 Cinderace. Now, yes, that is not a winnable fight. Absolutely. You're right. I know everybody's saying, Zoinks, you're silly. But no, that was a great play because it took Toon away from the fight. They couldn't use that such a strong Cinderace Unite moves to secure the Dreadnought, and that gave it up for Retsu. Now IX Gaming has got the first objective of the game.
Oh, there's that Electro Ball, and they're trying to eye down OG. So they're getting pushed back real quick as Toon's on the scene, and they were able to buy some good time here. Gaming Gladiators still rating in points on the 2v2. Good little Egg Bomb. Rin's putting the pressure on. Can they get a kill on Lutano? That's who they're eyeing up. That's who they're going to keep chasing here. There it is. Big Unite move comes through, lands that KO, and the sword finds the back of Lucario.
The coup de grace that Aegislash unlocks at level 9 is an incredibly strong Unite move. It hits a pretty wide impact area as well as long, not to mention the damage is absolutely terrifying. So Rin utilizing that to get a KO on Lutano. Even though they had Zugrug in pocket, it was not enough to support to get away from that. So a level 10 Aegislash right now. They're the central area player, but you have to remember, Nudo is going to be taking a lot of that experience as well. So Toon being at level 11 and outpacing Rin here is not exactly surprising, but Rin being this close is a very important factor in this game.
Oh, Gaming Gladiators, good Electro Ball on Nudo, getting them chunked down really well. If they try to get back into the action, they might be able to get KO'd. Electro Ball goes in, and it finds a weird mark here, hits OG instead of the Nudo that they were looking for. Nudo closed it up, Goof goes down, that's 2 KOs. What pressure here by OG, escorting that Rotoman, gonna try and get a little bit more AOS energy, some experience, and this should go in easy peasy. Good little overcap there. Toon's not gonna let OG off the hook. They get I thought they got pulled through just in time, but they're a day late, dollars short, as now Gaming Gladiators all over Dreadnought. They're working through, they're putting the pressure on. KO streak of 2 for the Hoopa. They've just been slinging just fists the whole time, but the right side team takes it. That's Toon, KO streak all over the place here for IX Gaming. 4 players down. Gaming Gladiators looking good here with 4:20 on the clock.
Really cool micro play there. Indie Bear threw down the hyperspace hole completely away from the rest of their team, not utilizing it to reset, but instead getting the speed boost that is created around the portal for Toon so that they can chase down the running away Aegislash that Rin was controlling. Gets a max range blaze kick, knocks him out. Great tandem teamwork out of the Gaming Gladiators. They are up by a scoreline of 175 to 116. Not a huge leverage lead, but again, Toon is level 13.
Toon is never short on levels, it seems like. No matter how the game is going, Toon is getting theirs without a doubt. And we're following Toon as they're trying to join up here in the bottom path. Maybe find OG if they get caught out. Unite move catches Toon though. He sussed it out completely. Is there going to be a reset there? They get the KO. What a play by OG.
Yeah, so OG definitely has leaned into the psychic type abilities of Pokemon. That was an unbelievable play there. Toon must have regretted it as soon as that jump pad went off. They were entering into certain doom. OG with the read of the century gets a huge KO there, and they scale up in levels very quickly after that. They do get KO, but still great play at OG.
I mean, what an exchange. Good Egg Bomb by Zug. They're going to push forward, see if they can leverage that. Pikachu trying to play difference. Here comes Nudo, though. They're going to try and rein it in. They do. They take out Lutano. They're pushing forward. They're not going to let Toon off the hook. Can they keep the pressure on? Here comes Rin with a little bit of support. Egg Bomb by Zugrog. They're playing so far forward. Can they stop the reset? Oh, that Egg Bomb just fell a tad short to keep Pikachu from the reset.
Exactly what you were alluding to, Dupe Snacks, is one of the strongest effects that Blissey has in this meta is to block resets out of the portals. Any kind of vertical displacement will stop you from teleporting. Egg Bomb, one of the few options you have, but not to mention, it's also really good right now. So, those two things working in tandem, very, very strong. It seems like Gaming Gladiators want to send this Rotom all the way to the second goal zone of IX.
Yeah, they're forcing IX to choose, and IX has come up top here, and they're working through, and let's see who they take it. They take it in the face of Gaming Gladiators, and there's tons of people getting chunked down. That's the Hoopa already going down. Indie Bear biting the bullet here, and Toon gets worked through as well. They get KO'd. Is Goof going to be the next one up? Rin is feeling it. They're level 14 as well. 3 down on IX. 3 players down. We're down for Gaming Gladiators, and this Zapdos is here.
Zapdos is here, and the Rotom, I believe, is not stopped by Lutano. They do allow it to go in. I don't think they were there by jump pad in time. The rip around Zapdos has already begun, though.
I mean, IX Gaming's working through, and it's gone. It's absolutely eviscerated. Gaming Gladiators were just sent scrambling. They're all over the map, scattered like fallen marbles here, rolling all over the floor, and IX Gaming gets that one pretty much for free, and now they're just raining in all those double buckets, those ducats, those hundo burgers going in, but the lead isn't stretching as quickly as you'd think. Gaming Gladiators only down by 200.
Only down by 200. This is a winnable game. They have an entire minute and 30 to do so, by the way. So that is going to give them a lot of time to knock out wild Pokemon, enemy Pokemon if they can. However, Rin is putting a quick stop to that with a 2 KO in the enemy central area. They pay for their insolence, but 2 KOs with 20-second respawn timers at a time like this, Rin's popping off right now.
Well, they're going to have to try and leverage that respawn timer here. 17 seconds is a good time to push if you're Gaming Gladiators. You're down by 200. You have enough AOS energy in pocket between all your characters. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? Gaming Gladiators biding their time, though, and Rin almost off respawn.
Well, they gotta wait for Toon and Goof, right? Those are the biggest damage dealers they have. With Score Shield not being as powerful as it once was, no longer can you hope to just try to get scores in through enemy team damage. You do need to win a very, very tough team fight. Those second tier goal zones, and even more so the home goal zone, have so much healing and shields provided to their team. It is so tough to take these team fight wins, but Gaming Gladiators needs to in these next 30 seconds.
Well, Lutana's going to engage on Retsu. They're going to try and make something happen here. Indy's pulling the squad through the Gaming Gladiators. They all show up. Here we go, like the Avengers. They're using the Unite moves. There's a Pikachu Unite move trying to catch somebody. The Hoopa's already down. That's Retsu. They're pushing forward. 3 players down for IX Gaming here. They're mopping them up. KO Stricken 2 for the Hoopa. They're going to keep pushing forward. No one down for Gaming Gladiators yet, but has anybody scored? That's the question. They're all coming off respawn. Nudo feeling it, getting the KOs back the other way. I didn't see any points go in. Zoinks. Oh, Nudo with the KO Stricken 3.
If Gaming Gladiators are the Avengers, Nudo is Thanos. Are you kidding me? Nudo just snapped on Gaming Gladiators' attempt to take that one. IX Gaming earns game 1. They have a long road ahead of them, but what an incredible start. They rip Zapdos, they do it very quickly and give Gaming Gladiators just enough time to try to come back, but little do they know that Nudo is launching out of home base and is absolutely demolishing the rest of Gaming Gladiators. They used a lot of their support Unite moves initially at the start of that fight, so the buddy barriers weren't there as much near the end of the game by the time Nudo came off of respawn. They were there, and what does Absol excel at? Assassination and sweeping up. They get those KOs, they finish the job, and IX Gaming goes up 1-0 in your series.
What a game that was. What a game. Toon, tons of damage, 97k. Lutano, 77k. But unfortunately, they weren't in the middle for Zapdos, as that thing just, all of IX Gaming just coalesced around it, knew it was go time, took care of it. You saw that weird Lutano jump pad up top to try and stop the Rotom, but just failed to get there a second short, and means nobody was there for the Zapdos. It was flipped instantly. The points rained in, not a ton, but enough to let IX Gaming drop back and play defense. What a show. What a show.
Yeah. A great start to an amazing grand finals that I'm sure that we're going to be a part of. So a fantastic, fantastic showing. Now we have to start talking about Game 2 and adaptations. You have to remember, Gaming Gladiators are on the winner side of this bracket, so they can give up one best-of-3 series. I know they don't want to at all, but they could gather more information about their opponents on the other side. They are learning how Nudo wants to play around this Absol. We talked about it a lot off of broadcast of where Nudo is going to go with this Pokemon. We've seen these attacker or damage players start getting stacks in the bottom path more often. However, Gaming Gladiators adapted and threw 3 Pokemon into that bottom path to try to stop Nudo from doing so. Still though, Nudo's gonna do what Nudo's gonna do eventually.
Yeah, Nudo found a way. Let's take a look how they got it done here in Game 1 with some highlights, and take a look how Gaming Gladiators maybe can make some adjustments here for Game 2. That was a big Unite move by Toon here right at that first Dreadnought, and you mentioned it. I mean, getting a KO streak of 2 there. IX Gaming did get the first Dreadnought, however, worth noting.
Yeah, it's honestly, that Unite move was amazing. It just would have been even better 2 seconds ago, right? Like, if they had that spacing, they could have got there just in time, then it would have been huge. But no, Rin making that space was monumental for this squad.
And here we see the Hoopas are unbound here as Gaming Gladiators do take the second Dreadnought, and they get a lot of KOs for their efforts and a good investment of time and energy for them down here in the bottom path.
Oh, poor Toon. This was a nightmare scenario, leaping right into OG Unite moving all over the place. Lucario's Unite move is so strong, especially when you land right on top of it.
Oh yeah, I mean the timing of it was beautiful. IX Gaming here, you can see Gaming Gladiators rolling into the right side of your screen just a tad bit late to really have any positional advantage to close that thing out. And of course the secure that Aegislash provides, as Rin as the player, was able to get it done. OG is your match MVP, getting a ton of points, a ton of KOs, and ooh, the best snake in the grass Unite move that I've ever seen.
Absolutely. Yeah, crouching Lucario hit an OG, I think is how the phrase goes. Huge play. I think the Unite move was originally used to survive an onslaught by Indie Bear, but either way, great value there. IX Gaming with a great team win, and OG plays with this team so well. OG is known in the community often as, I would like to say, the silent warrior. OG doesn't communicate often to the rest of the teammates, but when they do, you know it's very important, and you gotta listen up.
Well, they're your match MVP, and they need to keep up whatever it is they're doing, because that looked real good in Game 1. Absolutely. In Game 1. So you're Gaming Gladiators here. I know you have some to give, but if I'm Gaming Gladiators and how the AOS Cup went, I'm not trying to give up more than I ever have to, because you never know what the future holds. I'm trying to win this thing now. What can Gaming Gladiators do to adjust and maybe combat this unique approach of the Absol?
I like the adaptation to putting 3 Pokemon in the bottom lane. It really put a stop to IX Gaming's strategy of getting a lot of stacks in, and not only getting those stacks in, they love to break those goal zones early. You have to remember, if 2 goal zones in a route are broken early, all of a sudden you have a secondary win condition around Zapdos. But okay, I gotta stop talking.
Yep.
We gotta talk about this.
Yep.
The blue bird is on the screen.
Cramorant is on the screen. A couple pairs of glasses for old Cramorant, Buddy Barrier as well. And I'm looking for Toon to do work. If you want spacing and chucking some damage in at a distance, Cramorant's got you, and so does Toon apparently.
Cramorant does have you. Toon, I believe. I will have to see how it plays out in game, but I think they like to move into that dive air slash sort of combination instead of the very high stun maneuvers of Surf Hurricane. Surf Hurricane would be more fitting if Goof picked it up and played it in Path, but instead we're gonna have Toon playing it in the central area. We're gonna see a bird, we're gonna see a very strong bird with buffs coming from Buffalo and Ludicolo, and we're gonna see one of the best players in the entire game.
Well, it's time to watch Cramorant engage a little bit. That's something I'm excited about. Of course, the puzzle to solve here is Nudo, as they had just an amazing presence to really just drop the absolute hammer down on the comeback that Gaming Gladiators was trying to mount here. I mean, that 200 points wasn't insurmountable. Nudo made it look tough, though, even though Gaming Gladiators took 3 KOs at the tail end of that game 1.
Absolutely. This is an interesting comp adaptation for Gaming Gladiators as well, right? Because you have to think you've lost your Cinderace, who is just such an incredible team fight Pokemon at that first Dreadnought. And you've instead replaced it with Cramorant, who I wouldn't give that detail to. I think they're strong in other points of the game, but these initial early moments, I don't know if they'll find as much value. It's going to be on IX Gaming to see if they can capitalize early and hold on to a lead. Toon is up in this path, though, so soon.
Yeah, all over OG, gonna try and use their skills and abilities to, oh, is that a KO? Is Lutano getting fed? Yes, they are. Rin came in for the support, but now it's Toon level 5, Lutano level 4. They're gonna be able to push pretty well here in the face of Rin, who's gonna try and keep that nonsense at bay. They do for now.
Okay, so interesting. So they were on grass side, so that meant that Toon was able to get the Ludicolo and move to top path extremely quickly. They're opting into giving the Bouffalant or the red buff over to Goof, so Goof not going to take it right away. They want to be there to contest the contestable wild Pokemon in bottom path first. These first set of Bs are going to be important. Toon's already at 5.
I mean, Lutano knocking him over here, pushing him down, and now they're engaging with each other as Rin is very low, but so is Lutano. Cramorant closes it out on the double-aid here, and Toon goes back the other way as well. KO Street 2 for the Cramorant. Didn't think I'd be saying that one as Goof gets the Absol downstairs.
You didn't think you'd be saying that? Just wait until you got to say the Cramorant's Unite move out loud. That probably the best named one in the entire game. But until that, yes, it is dive and air slash being utilized. So very, very interesting. A good amount of movement abilities on this bird that doesn't like to spread its wings very often. Instead, it likes to duck underneath the waves.
Yeah, just be like water, my friend. You know, form to the container you're in and feel the flow. Block out the bat. Oh, another KO for Goof on Nudo. That's huge right before that portal reset there. That's exactly where Nudo was trying to go, and they get gobbled up before that can happen. Good little plays by Goof down here in the bottom path.
That red buff had to be helping with that amount of damage. It was really huge with that execution there. Great play by Goof, knocking him out. Oh, are you sure? Okay, I'm terrified of that jump pad now.
Well, why did you join IX Gaming? Ren reached down and asked me to play attacker for IX. Not deep in the story lore here is Nudo, but a simple person that says, this is what I'm about. I'm about this Absol. You need an attacker. I got you. Nudo delivering for IX Gaming right now.
Doopsnacks, I don't know about you, but if Rin called me and asked me to be an attacker for IX, I would also say yes. That would be my story. So, I am in with Nudo. I have to agree, it's a great play. Nice little reset, Retsu utilizing to get Pikadiff back into this game here. Pikadiff, another defender we haven't talked about as much. This player got very well known for their Slowbro play. I think they were one of the best Slowbros in the game at the time when it was meta, but they have made a great swap over to Blissey. Hey, there we go. Another vertical stun is going to take them away from the portal. Great work from OG with the boosted auto.
Absol, big egg bomb there by Zugrug. They're pushing forward. There's 2 players down already. IX Gaming is feeling it right now because the pressure has been put on. KO Shrika 2 for Goop, and there's the Gulping Gatling. No, Gulping Gatling. That's close. But they're scampering around. They're scampering around. Toon already level 10. Already level 10. Come on. Another KO for Cramorant. Let's go. Toon is feeling it. I'm loving it. More of this always.
Yeah, the air slash aggressively forward and then or dive forward and then immediately diving back. Very nice. Goof the Typhoon, creating even more space. Finally, this goal zone should go down, and they probably won't be able to siege any further than that. Nudo again with these defenses, man.
I mean, just airtight defense. They're going to go down for this, and now it's going to get closed out. KO streak of 2 for Goof, looking good. Great Unite moves used back-to-back by Toon and Goof to really make it happen in that bottom path for Gaming Gladiators. And here in the top path, was that level 9? Lutano taking over to 10 and 3 levels above on OG. That's a rare sight indeed, Zoinks, as now Lutano's on the chase. They want this KO and they get it, and for their reward, they're going to get all the Bs too.
Oh man, Lutano, holy moly, guacamole! An incredible outplay there from Lutano. That level advantage is so strong. Very, almost never do we see OG at this much of a level disadvantage right now. They got some catching up to do for sure. Some KOs exchanged, but a lot of resets there in the top path is going to mean this Rotom fight could be pretty fair.
It's going to be fair, but Gladiators want it. They're going to push forward, and now they're just taking the body. Oh, did you see that boosted auto attack by Aegislash taking out Lutano? That was huge, and the Cramorant caught in the crossfire as they go down as well. And of course, Cramorant always doles out their receipts because they get a KO streak of 2 as well.
OG is able to collect this Rotom. That will be pretty massive. However, both Goof and Hoopa are here to try to defend against it, and that goal zone hasn't been touched with any scores yet. So even if that Rotom does hit in, the odds that they can break it and get an overdunk with this, extremely low.
Yeah, they're going to keep it from... Yeah, they're just going to keep it from hitting, right? No sense in it letting them get any free points up top as OG's just sandbagging, hiding out, and Goof resets because that next Dreadnought is right around the corner. Toon already on it. No delay there. No delay as Indy comes in for the support as well. Blissey and Rin on the right-hand side of your screen coming through. That's a Hoopa on bound for Indy. They're going to try and box out, stun him down, and Rin's getting caught. They're getting absolutely eviscerated by the Cramorant. Pikachu coming in with an Egg Bomb, but there's not enough damage gone from that Dreadnought for that save, and the Gaming Gladiators are going to get themselves another Dreadnought and are beating the absolute brakes on IX Gaming. A little bit of shades of what they caught in Game 5 of the bracket reset in the AOS Cup.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, Goof, you're with 50, going for a big 49-point overdunk, but of course, Nudo. Who else to stop those goal zone dunks?
Yeah, who else indeed? Well, it wasn't 49 points, but it was 24 points. A good little look by Gaming Gladiators as they're up by 175-ish points here in just under 4 minutes left in the game.
A monumental lead, and not to mention it's a level 13 Cramorant on their side, so that's gonna be quite a huge boon. Now, as we're heading into these late stages of the game, we have to think about the big Zapdos fight positioning, or this one that's already kicking off with this missile.
Well, Nudo's starting to feel a lot of damage getting thrown all over the place here. It's 3 players down for IX Gaming, 2 for Gaming Gladiators. Lutano might jump up and try and get into the mix. It looks like they do. The chase is on Nudo. Goof getting 2 KOs back. Nudo's feeling the leash, jumps on Lutano. Nudo already half HP. Lutano's not done with you yet, and that's just an absolute battle between the quadrupeds there as Lutano finds out their opponent OG gets caught up by the Egg Bomb. Is there another KO on the horizon? There is, and this one goes to Zugrug.
One score was the hope at the end there, but no, getting shut down by Zugrug. Great stuff from that player. Now, Rotom being left up here, Toon to start doing some initial damage. They're probably going to want to wait to KO this until the last possible second they can. That being said, you have to remember IX Gaming's composition, amazing at burst damage. You can't risk that too much. Pokemon like Aegislash, who just showed up, and Absol could steal that away from you at a moment's notice.
Yeah, they sent it down the path. We're not gonna do this dance too long. Gaming Gladiators in content, which is getting the Rotom, pushing it forward. Lutano about that action as Nudo jumps in, maybe trying to get a little reset. Wow, sent back to base real quick is Lutano there in the top path. And IX Gaming, seeing if they're even interested in this Dreadnought, it looks like Goof is able to keep the defense and the lid on that goal zone for just a little bit longer.
A lot of Pokemon have already hit their level 13 power. Oh, wow, nice spot out here by Goof. Nudo's in a lot of danger. That's so much damage from a boosted auto from 2. That is ridiculous.
I mean, Nudo's going to be down going into the population of Zapdos onto the map here. As Retsu's half HP, they're going to catch a reset. Are they going to come back through, though? That's the real question. They need to if they want to bring the team through. They don't, but Zapdos is here, and Gaming Gladiators is the one they're all around it here. Is this something I want? They're looking for. Look at Rin. They're bubbled out. They're staying far. We need a calculated Unite move to keep Rin from going in and taking this thing from under them. And Gaming, no! IX Gaming takes it, and it's Rin! It's Rin! It's Rin! And there's 3 players down for Gaming Gladiators, no one down for IX Gaming. What a play! I said you needed to watch for Rin. You can't let the sword chop down on that big electric bird, and it did, like a hot knife through butter. IX Gaming up 510 to 223.
Incredible. The amount of damage wall that they had to break through from Gaming Gladiators was extremely strong, but I want to shout out one player, if OG, what they were able to pull off in that last team fight. They actually went on a long flank around the top of Zapdos pit and launched themselves in towards the Zapdos. They started a rip, which, yes, they had the potential to knock that Pokemon out, but more so, they took some of the attention away from Gaming Gladiators and focused in on the Lucario. That gave a little bit of space for the rest of Pokemon like Nudo and Rin to rush up and get a huge KO. Fantastic work from IX Gaming. They have a very, very strong lead right now. Gaming Gladiators in an even worse position than they were in Game 1.
I mean, yes, exactly. That's what I was going to mention. That lead is much larger here. It's 350 and some change points, 370 points. Excuse me. Oh, big Unite Move going back through. Rapid spin by Goof, going to try and buy some time for the squad. Egg Bomb still raining in his Pikatif's moving forward. There's a Unite Move by Lucario coming across the goal zone as well, as Goof is getting real low on HP. Are they going to get taken out by Rin? The wide guard, is it going to seal it up? It does. They're pushing back forward, and here comes Toon trying to do some damage back the other way. Indy getting a KO on Rin. That's big. That's 30 seconds. Let's try and do something with it. As the team's rolling back forward, and Nudo makes it back. Nobody's KO'd but the Aegislash, and they're falling for Gaming Gladiators. Their chest chips are just getting donked right over as IX Gaming gets the full team wipe with 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We know the story on this one, Zoinks.
Yeah, would not be North America without a bracket reset, right? You snacks, we're headed into a new one. IX Gaming wins the Game 1 of Grand Finals 2-0. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay from them. What a team fight at the end. Gaming Gladiators, you were right. After seeing Retsu not reappear from that Hoopa portal, they started the rip. They knew that they had the early presence around Zapdos. Why not use that advantage? The problem is, their secure is just not nearly as good as IX Gaming's composition. Aegislash, so good at doing so. Nudo finds secures everywhere, not even just on wild Pokemon. Great play. Nudo with an 83k damage. Let's face it, a little low for them. They're playing so amazing today.
Sheesh, yeah, 83k damage. Gaming Gladiators trying to do their best, but like you said, just a little of rope-a-dope action here as OG gets into the Zap Pit, switches the attention, and allows Rin just the sliver of hope to shine that sword through, deliver just the absolute meanest blow onto Zapdos, take it for the team, and IX Gaming have reset this bracket. Let's take a look at them. Pikatif, legend. Retsu, legend. Rin, legend. Nudo, legend. OG, legend. They look good. Look at that progress of the squad as well. March Finals, top 12. Aos Cup, top 16. But here we go. They're in the finals now. Bracket reset, and it's all fair game. IX Gaming looking good.
This roster is brand new too, only playing together for a couple of weeks. That is something we also have to bring up, but the synergy seems there. Whether this is a honeymoon phase or just normal for the form of IX Gaming, either way, it looks real good in this May Finals tournament, and what a better time to turn up. You have to remember, if they get these points, if these first place points in May Finals, they will skyrocket up the ladder from where they were. That is going to be such a better seed for these regional finals, which biggest cash prize yet. Worlds are available at the end of that one as well. You want every advantage you have going into regionals, and right now IX Gaming is on the best track they could have possibly made for themselves to do so.
Well, in the May Finals, the bracket has been reset in the Grand Finals by IX Gaming winning 2-0. So let's take a look in Game 2, how they did that, how they brought us to this point, and what Gaming Gladiators are what questions that Gaming Gladiators need to answer if they're trying to win here. As the Gaming Gladiators look strong at the start, Cramorant getting some good KOs, Goof getting KO streaks as well.
Yeah, Goof was playing a really exceptional early game Blastoise. I think they are extraordinary on so many Pokemon, but I've been really impressed by Goof's Blastoise in particular. They were playing really well here. This defense around this goal zone, though, was quite an impactful, important one. Nudo definitely was going pretty deep, but they found a decent amount of damage. But overall, I think the story was Gaming Gladiators was winning so much of the macro gameplay. It's just they didn't have a way to shut down every secure option on the other side of IX Gaming. Gaming. They just had too many threats at Zapdos.
No, that's exactly right. And I want to keep your eye on the right-hand side of your screen as Rin's coming through. A perfectly timed Unite move seals it up. I mean, and that was like at the furthest distance that Unite move can hit as well. So it was like perfectly spaced, perfectly timed. Rin truly understanding the art of the sword, and what a look by them. But OG, of course, doing tons of heavy lifting. They're the ones that unlocked the door and cracked it open for Rin to shine through, getting that MVP. Tons of points as well, tons of KOs, of course.
Yeah, I really do think that flank they did around Zapdos pit was absolutely pivotal in that game to be able to at least take a little bit of attention away from Rin and set up that play. So OG being the match MVP, I think is completely fair, well done, and well earned by OG. One of the longest members of IX Gaming, by the way. I think they've been potentially the longest member. Maybe joining at the same time as Pikadiff. My history around IX gets a little blurry in that era.
Well, they are your match MVP, but let's take a look at this winner's bracket, because it's been reset. We need to see what brought us to this point, so let's take a quick look here. Of course, Blackhand, Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators advancing past Blackhand, the other top 4 team here. IX Gaming coming up from the loser's bracket, winning that thing and resetting it. Zoinks, anything you see on this thing before we plug on forward?
I think it will just be IX Gaming had an incredibly tough second round. They had to go up against Aphelion Esports, which I think a very well-known team. Everybody loves watching those teams. Artriu, Rex, Yeet Fan, stars in their own right. But IX Gaming taking down a tough opponent like that so early in the tournament, that's got to be confidence boosting.
It has to be. And IX Gaming, Gaming Gladiators, bracket reset. We're going to see these grand finals roll on. But we want to remind people to head over, of course, to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and register for the regional qualifiers. The top 12 teams will get to qualify for regionals, where teams will compete for $50,000. Plus, the top 2 teams will get a spot at Worlds in London, where they will compete with the best from all the other regions in the UNITE Championship Series. Listen, Zoinks, we've got a grand finals bracket reset. It wouldn't be you and I if we didn't get one of those. So what we're going to do is you and I are going to grab some water. We're going to take a pause for the cause. We're going to send this thing to a break. And when we come back, Gaming Gladiators, IX Gaming for your May finals to see who is the NA region champion. We will be right back.
Now, we're going to talk about items. There are 2 types of items in Pokemon Unite: battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press, and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Eos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the NA May Finals of the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Dupe Snacks and Zoinks here on the ones and twos because we just had a Grand Finals bracket reset, because of course we did, where IX Gaming is pushing Gaming Gladiators to their limits. But before we talk about the 3 games ahead of us, Zoinks, let's see how we got here.
Absolutely. A very, very exciting bracket, of course. North America always delivering a huge amount of games that we saw. Some teams go on incredible runs, but it all led up to this IX Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. They are now tied 1-1 in terms of this tournament's results against each other. So there's a winner semifinals that went Gaming Gladiators' way. Now this first game, the loser side of the Grand Finals, goes towards IX Gaming. It's a clean slate. Anything can happen in this next best of 3.
That's without a doubt. And we have to see who our trainers are that are battling here on Eos Island. So let's bring up both teams and let's take a look at these team compositions, these players that have been fighting so hard all day. Of course, Gaming Gladiators is going to be at the top part of your screen. GG, of course, Gaming Gladiators. Zugrug, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof. Toon going to be that player out of that central area and break us down on IX Gaming.
IX Gaming's got Pikadiff, Retsu, Rin, Nudo, and OG. A very, very exciting squad, newly formed together, but these players have been playing for a long time. But still, IX Gaming 2 weeks in, and they've already found themselves in a reset Grand Final scenario. They're not looking to end it here, though. I know they want this win.
That's without a doubt. IX Gaming, you know, taking the game cartridge, blowing on a little bit, giving it a shake, popping her back in, hitting the power, reset a couple times. And IX Gaming's looking pretty good after these changes as they found themselves in the finals. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, the community sending their energy their way. They need it, and they need it to figure out how to beat this Aegislash. And if Nudo is going to surprise us on anything but Absol, I would be shocked.
I too would be shocked about that. Gaming Gladiators, I love this composition option that they're going into. Goof, Venusaur, Toon, Aegislash, and Trevenant Lutano. All of a sudden, all of Gaming Gladiators has become so much more tanky. We are going to see what I like to call a freight train of a composition. We're going to see a lot of experience dealt towards Goof. Toon will find it on their own. Don't worry, that player's extraordinary. But Goof is going to be getting a huge level spike, and they're going to want to run as the spearhead, and Gaming Gladiators are going to want to stick it together and do as much damage to the enemy team as they can. Like a train does.
Like a train does indeed. But the conductor here is Trevenant with that Hollowware. And I'll tell you what, Lutano has had some shades of brilliance with that character over the Eos Cup and from games that we've watched them play. How is Trevenant going to factor into this equation here, and what are they going to look for Lutano to be able to do with this Pokemon?
2 words, and those words are Horn and Leech. Horn Leech is an incredible move on that Pokemon. Yes, it gives that Pokemon self-healing, which is just like the mainline games, of course. Sure. However, what its real value is inside Pokemon Unite is the amount of displacement you can do. You push enemy Pokemon, sometimes even multiple Pokemon, a great distance, and while they're being pushed, they're completely locked up in place. They can't move anywhere, so the amount of time that you're wasting for the enemy team sometimes is the biggest strength of this Pokemon. The weakness, however, though, is the early game. Not as strong as the Lucario at the beginning of these team fights, so that's going to mean that Toon is going up quite early. You can already see they're rushing up to attack OG.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Toon rolling up early to give that support to the Lutano who needs it. That's going to be an easy way to get 5 points in because, of course, Lutano is stacking as well, but here comes Rin in combo with OG. Gonna try and get the KO, but Lutano just a little too quick as Toon finds themselves in the back out and they get eyed down. I'm not too sure they're down yet as they were playing around their own goal zone.
That's the power of that X-Speed battle item, getting that huge speed boost, and eject button probably wouldn't get you away from a Honedge or Lucario. Both of those Pokemon have great movement abilities, but that X-Speed will allow you to win the race, not the sprint, if you will. So, great job on Lutano not getting KO'd there. Again, a weaker early game, but Lutano's making it look great.
Retsu jumping into the fray here to try and help the IX Gaming squad up top early as the Doublade taking out the Honedge, and now Trevenant's sending a receipt back the other way, saying your swords aren't strong enough to cut down this big boy. My bark's too tough. We getting our points in stacks, baby. Goof already in Ivysaur, putting good pressure into the face of Retsu.
Trevenant is the Grass Ghost type Pokemon, and they have access to 2 types of moves when they hit this level 5. They opted into Curse over Woodhammer. Now, Curse is a great option to have. Trevenant takes damage. The more damage they take, the more powerful the Curse is. Not to mention, that Curse does damage to themselves already, so it pays off very well, especially in combination with a held item like Weakness Policy.
Nuda's still sitting at level 6. They're a little bit on the retreat. They're going to keep trying to get these Dinos up so they can get their experience up. And of course they're trying to stack, but looks like Zugrug did a good job down there by themselves, holding it down for a bit as the Gladiators rolled up top to support Lutano.
Lutano's recovery is crazy, and you may be looking at that health bar not knowing exactly what it is. That, at that point, if it gets lower, it's huge damage boost. But what Lutano does for a pregame ritual, and you gotta love him for it, stays active, stays healthy, always hits those jumping jacks before they start playing. These tournaments take a long time. You gotta be sitting in your gamer chair for a while. You better keep that heart rate up.
Listen, calisthenics, and that is one limber tree. The bark is tough, but the tree is limber as these teams are working through each other in the bottom pass. Nudo getting a good portion of those, and a good little portal is going to help a reset and keep IX Gaming from getting KO'd too quickly here in the bottom path.
Yeah, I'm excited to see at what point does Trevenant and Aegislash want to come down to the bottom, because we are still sitting. Okay, Indy finally drops down that hyperspace hole. The limber tree has come down to start yelling timber.
Yeah, as Toon is still working on OG, they see a KO opportunity. They take it. They're going to be able to get some points up top as Gaming Gladiators are holding their own down here. They're already getting a KO. They're pushing back the Trevenant field. Oh, big push. KO streak of 2. That's Nudo getting caught up. But can they not reset? Lutano can't reset. That Ivysaur Goof is going to try and close that out on Rim. They do in tandem with the Blissey. What a look by Gaming Gladiators. Toon, who's Toon? Stay up top. We'll work on our own and on our own schedule down here in the bottom path. Gaming Gladiators looking real good, but that Dreadnought leashed.
That Dreadnought did leash. Toon hit level 9 though because of that split push and KO, and they are able to secure it with the coup de grace. So fantastic gameplay there out of Toon. What's crazy about this, Dubsax, is that it's exactly what Gaming Gladiators composition wants to do. That's in the playbook. However, we usually don't see those kind of plays coming out until 4 minutes, 5 minutes, because these Pokemon need time to scale and level up. But Goof was on an Ivysaur, making it look like he had the leveled up pedal dance.
I mean, it was great work, and Lutano gonna get some big stacks in. It looks like OG isn't too concerned about it. That thing's closed out, and that point lead is stretching 179 to 24. Lutano engaging on Rin here, actually out-leveled them as well. We're gonna see if that sustain is there with this Hornleash. Can they line it up? No, they use it for a retreat. Unite move catches the tree in the back, putting them down, and the sap pours all over Eos Island as that's a big time KO for Rin there.
Yes, I'm still waiting on a regional variant of H// that's an axe instead of a sword. Maybe one day. But now Gaming Gladiators in pole position for this Rotom. OG, the only one looking there to maybe get a steal. We do know that IX Gaming likes to get these Rotoms. They love to break multiple goal zones if possible. Nudo likes to get those stacks in and get these cheeky scores wherever possible. Lutano, though, so much damage, is at level 10 along with the rest of their team, albeit not Reds. Or albeit not Indy.
Yeah, Indy's trying to catch up. They're comfortable, right? Yeah, level 8. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. But you're looking across the way, and they're beating out their counterparts in every facet here. And that's an important thing to keep track of as these team fights continue. Big engagement by Toon in combo with Trevenant. Gets a KO on the Blissey. And now Retsu's caught on the backside. And a big Unite move catches them back. I mean, Toon saying, Rin, you ain't the only one that knows how the Unite move works, friend. I can lock it in, lock it down too. But now Toon's getting sussed out. Big wide guard gets a KO back on Nudo in tandem with the tree. Absolute nasty business as Rin is taken out as well. Gaming Gladiators looking mean.
Your IX sword cannot defeat me. Toon with an incredible dueling presence right now gets another one. Why not take down the biggest HP pool in the game of Blissey? Huge plays out of Toon. They may go down for this one, but they've bought so much time and space for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they're going to have time to come back, and Gaming Gladiators' big Unite move gets the KO on Hoopa in tandem with... I always feel like it's in tandem with the Trevenant. That Lutano is everywhere. I said they had hallmarks of brilliance. Big Bliss Assistance comes through to save the Venusaur, and they get the KO on Rim back the other way before they can pick up the Bliss Assistance. Are you kidding me? Nudo gets a KO on Blissey. Goof is on the chase, though. They want this KO. OG coming back through. Pikachu trying to buy some spacing. Gaming Gladiators, if you didn't get the time you needed, I don't know what you're asking for here, as Goof is still up. The team resets, but now OG finally takes care of them. But Gaming Gladiators are not done on the beach today. It's tanning season, baby, and we out here for a while.
Yeah, it's such a long fight. Pikachu doing an incredible defense job of making sure Goof couldn't secure the final KO, but finally Rin is able to take it through all of that. Are you kidding me? 3 or 4 members of Gaming Gladiators on that beach, I believe just 3, and they still couldn't do it. Now they need to get this score in. It doesn't matter if they're going for an overdunk or not. You need to break this goal zone at least 3 minutes.
Oh, that Unite move missed, and now Toon's kind of on the backside here. Gonna get some support by Zugrug, a good blink through by Retsu, and Nudo gets a quality reset. Toon getting the KO on Retsu for that action, and Nudo gets chopped up by Lutano. Look, I'm telling you what, if Gaming Gladiators would have gotten that Dreadnought, this experience lead would have been out of control, but IX Gaming sealing that up off the back of Rin, great start to give themselves a real chance in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just another paddle on this boat, right? They need to keep it up. 77 to 214, though. Also, score lead, they're having a really tough time in. No goal zones broken for IX Gaming at all. This might be looking like a situation where IX Gaming needs to begin this 2 minutes in Zapdos pit, but we have a Lucario at level 13. So a pretty nice power spike for IX Gaming. OG's going to try to find a weaker target. However, I'm looking right now, Zoop Snacks. There's no weaker targets on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, not a lot of reals. Whole big reset on both sides here. Gaming Gladiators pour back out of the hole, and they're going to try and find a target. There's Unite move back the other way. Rin trying to find a target. They're all over Rin. They get the big KO. Goof is low, though, and gets KO back the other way by Nudo on their Unite move. And now Nudo's going to go for the reset. They dive in. KO streak of 2. They take out Toon. Are you kidding me? Not like this, says Gaming Gladiators. All of IX Gaming is here. Goof is going to be a tad late, and there's not a lot of secure here as Lutano gets in the mix with the curse. They use their Unite move. They're trying to rein in the damage here. Zapdos already at 50% HP as we're moving through that boosted auto attack going back the other way. Bliss Assistance on OG. They're working through. Zapdos at 1/3, but Trevenant coming through. Lutano trying to do work. Rin goes down to the Lutano. The tree, the big tree. Can they seal it up? The Gladiators do. That's off Goof. That's off Goof. They get a KO on Nudo, and they've unlocked the goal zone. Get the points in, boys.
Holy guacamole, Trevenant with 3. Amazing work for Lutano. Goof getting 2 of them himself as well. That team fight was almost catastrophic. We saw it start out. The reset was put down by Indy Bear, but Goof was displaced and couldn't take it back. That forced them to use the Verdant Anger Unite move just to stay up and running. However, that Unite move being used so early led to them being KO'd, even though the rest of the team came back immediately. And there we go, a 602 to 77 scoreline. Too much to overcome. IX Gaming throws in the towel on this game 1. Gaming Gladiators are up 1-0 in this series.
I mean, Gaming Gladiators making me mind my P's and Q's in that final fight. Whoa! Here we go. Lutano, that would have been where I'd have put my crown to. 157 points. That tree looked absolutely disgusting. Zoinks. Absolutely gross in Remote Stadium.
A spooky tree is a very gross tree. 11 KOs on Lutano. Are you kidding me? Phenomenal plays. We were looking for an answer after that game one. Gaming Gladiators lost 2-0 against the composition on the right-hand side of your screen. They needed an answer, and where did they find it? In the grass-sustained Pokemon of Trevenant and Venusaur. Great macro adaptation in their Pokemon selection. Huge plays.
Pump Trevenant Lutano into my veins. I love watching that man work with that character. It looked great. Let's watch the highlights here of the Game 1 bracket reset of the Grand Finals, because I'm expecting a lot of Lutano in this one.
A lot of Lutano. Let's not forget Toon's pop-off moments on the Aegislash in this game, though. They were also put in work. But yes, you're right. 11 KO scoreline for a Trevenant. You don't see that every day. We save that for special occasions, like a grand final reset of the May Finals.
I mean, come on, Lutano, there we go. And this was just the absolute, just great work, great team fight down here. It's just a huge push, KO streak at 2. And I'm pretty sure this is the one where Rin actually saved the Dreadnought, did they not? Because at least it came back, and then IX Gaming reset. Just what work down here by the Gladiators and IX Gaming. I mean, Rin did their best to put the absolute whole squad on their back, without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely. And Rin was finding some great pop-off moments. Nudo, though, just couldn't find as many KOs. They weren't getting them. Don't worry. They were finding success, but it's a tougher composition to play into, for sure. And Gaming Gladiators knew that case. Pedal Dance Tick taking that last one, absolutely huge, but you have to remember, 4 Pokemon are down for IX Gaming in that. That's a team fight win from the Gladiators.
That was huge, and most importantly, buy enough time for Goof to get back in the mix, and they're the ones that sealed the Zapdos. We were watching those respawn timers. We knew it was going to come down to that. How was Gaming Gladiators going to adjust? Because it seemed like IX Gaming had all the pressure around that, the Zapdos pit, and here comes Lutano with the Trevenant. He's like, you want sustain? I got you, buddy. Like a recycle symbol. I'm always moving. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I'm here. Great work. And the Zap pit really opened it up for the squad.
They're the best. It was a great play. I love watching Lutano play a myriad of Pokemon. I know another top path player stuck in Lucario jail for quite some time, right? But be able to take these other Pokemon and how they implement it into their entire team composition. You have to remember, with this metagame that we've seen for so long, it's been that 1-1-3 metagame. Whereas, so whatever you put in the top path, they just need to do their own thing and do it well. But Trevenant is a little bit of the exception. They can hold their own against Lucario once they evolve, but they also provide so much value to the team. That Horn Leech on the beach was absolutely massive. And there we go. Lutano's there.
I mean, I love this pick. I love the little crown. I love how they're keeping the spooky theme across their trainer card and the Trevenant itself. I'm all about the creepy tree, and Lutano does it just as good as anyone else. Great look here. And honestly, if you thought they were in Lucario jail, I see a performance like that, I'm like, what are we doing, guys? Like, give me the key. Let's let them out. Let's let them play a little bit, because that looked awesome. That looked so good. So good.
Absolutely. If they're going to have that kind of game, get them out of there. Absolutely. So huge work from that squad. Now, though, the question is, we've seen IX Gaming pull out one miracle win, one really great win, and now they took their first loss. Do we see adaptation? We know there's a couple of Pokemon we're not going to see change. Blissey, Hoopa, and Absol seem to be staple picks for this squad. Yep. It's going to be up to Rin and OG. OG, I would be shocked if we see them off Lucario, so that leaves me with one more option. Rin's Aegislash has been putting in so much work this entire tournament, on the rank ladder, and in this Grand Finals case. We could see a swap, but honestly, if I'm being, completely forward, I think it'd be a mistake. I want to see Rin play the Aegislash again. I think they can take this match.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think it has less to do with Rin. I mean, I think they've dialed in. They understand how to close, how to take objectives, especially when they're down a couple players. And of course, they certainly know how to engage the other team. What I'm looking for personally, keep everything the same. Have a conversation with Nudo. Hey, what went wrong there? Why couldn't you find your footing like the other couple games? How can we help you find that footing and help you take over the game like you've done so many times before? And I think those two in tandem, you check those boxes, you're looking for a recipe for success if you're IX Gaming.
but you're always on your toes when you're playing against the Gaming Gladiators. Toon was probably what popularized the really early flanks coming out of that central area so often, and we saw another one in this game, taking the blue buff out of Ludicolo and then immediately straight up. This time, they're going to be on sand side. So if they want to get the blue buff and go to the top path, they're going to have to take a lot of extra time. Won't be there as fast. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if they just take red buff and head towards the top path.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I love seeing Gaming Gladiators lock in the same thing, and there's no changes on the other side of IX Gaming. They both know what they're bringing to the table. They just said, let us at it. You know, put us in the stadium, let us go to work here. That's what we're looking for as we are in the Grand Finals. Gaming Gladiators up one game. Grand Finals with a reset, bracket reset. Gaming Gladiators up 1-0.
The Grander Finals. But yes, Lutano in this pick of the well. But my mistakes and apologies to the audience. I actually mentioned them having weakness policy, not running that item. Instead, focus band, muscle band, attack weight. So we're gonna see a scaling Trevenant. They were trying to get those dunks in. You saw them, and they definitely paid off. I mean, Lutano was putting in work with that curse, getting a huge amount of burst damage. Not to mention sending the entire squad across the beach with a great Horn Leech.
Getting a lot of credit for a lot of KOs that the other squad did a lot of damage on, but hey, that's how teamwork works. Yeah, so Lutano got the crown there. That Trevenant looked good, but the rest of the squad looking very clean. I mean, Indy had the team where it needed to be. Crisp. Zugrug always pushing forward. Those egg bombs finding their mark, popping up players so that Lutano could come through with the Horn Leech and pick up 2-3 characters. I mean, it all worked in tandem, and Gaming Gladiators look like a completely different team here in that game one than they did in the previous two.
Rin following the Lillipup in that central area, meaning that they are going towards their blue buff first. So I'm interested to see what direction they want to push in after they take this one. They may just full clear their central area before going anywhere.
Yeah, maybe knowing that Gaming Gladiators are going to be a little bit late to the party or afforded just a tad more time, as the Gaming Gladiators playing very far forward. Lutano not hesitating to get those stacks up, as Nudo is looking for their opportunity to do the same.
Nudo has been playing exceptional on this Absol all day, a high burst damage Pokemon that really excels with the attack weight and scaling.
Here we go, just an engage on Lutano. They're all over Rin here. Toon's in there as well. Rin is so low. Are they going to close it out? What a counter play by Rin, trying to do their best, but Lutano finally takes out the sword.
Yeah, great 2-on-1 position there. OG did retreat, knowing that if they stuck around too long, they probably would have afforded them 2 KOs to the other side. So, good play there, but they have hit level 5, a very important level for Lucario.
Yeah, Toon hitting that double-blade level 5 as well, going to be out-leveling Rin a little bit. And Lutano, that curse was right on point, keeping OG, hey, if you're looking to engage, you're going to take a chunk of damage as well. Goof going to try and go for the secure, little Razor Leaf action, a little seed in there. Didn't quite get it, but it looked good. It looked good.
It did look great. The shot on point, for sure. Goof looking for this last hit. There we go. Finally hits that Ivysaur Evolution. Wow, Zugrog making it out with just a sliver of HP, but well-timed. Good reset from Indy.
Yeah, Indy pushing forward with Goof. They're all over Pikadiff. Nudo as well is really low, really low. Pikadiff getting sussed out. Zugrog coming through, getting a KO with that portal action on Nudo. Good look as Goof was rolling through at the top with Indy, trying to put some pressure on Pikadiff. This Gaming Gladiators squad is looking good in the bottom path as well, and they're really picking up good momentum.
OG this time not being as out-leveled by Lutano, though, so that is going to be a bit of a saving grace. 21-point dunk is not nothing against a Pokemon so good at stopping scores like Trevenant. Curse does a lot of just really small damage, but that can stop your scoring animation.
Big jungle invade here. Can they get the KO on Rin? Toon's going to have to roll back. Indy just gets it themselves. Like, don't worry about it. As Toon rolls back through, they're going to be able to take more of the Pac-Man dots, those yellow dots on their side of the map here. Gaming Gladiators looking pretty good after that IX Gaming failed invasion.
30 seconds until our first Dreadnought. Goof has hit level 6, almost at level 7. That's where they would love to be at this one. Maybe with first bees they can take it, and they'll be that huge, front of the spear or the, the front car of the freight train in this composition.
Well, the front of whatever it is punching holes through like this team like a howitzer as the Gaming Gladiators look good. Toon already level 8.5, and this Dreadnought is right around the corner. The highways are open. They're trying to pull the team through as Retsu and OG are working through. Goof playing very far forward with a pedal dance, catching OG a little bit, getting some good damage in, and Gladiators absolutely eviscerated. Good spacing by Goof by tons of time. IX Gaming didn't fully commit. Gaming Gladiators getting the Dreadnought. IX Gaming getting tons of points in, but here we go. They siege that bottom goal zone and get their lion's share in as well. 122 to 111. This game is staying close.
It's what I like to call macro math, right? You gotta calculate, is it more worth getting these scores in top and getting our attack weight stats up, or is it more worth risking the Dreadnought fight, which we are likely to lose considering our composition? So, great play by IX Gaming, a little bit of a split push to try to get extra value there. Lutano is all over the map on this tree. Those roots are not grounded and are considerably just proving to be such a threat. Nudo already brought down to a 3rd HP!
I mean, Nudo, just a squishy of the squishy Pokemon. Oh, Unite move seals it up! What a use! They're gonna get that back. They're not concerned. This Gaming Gladiators all about Rotom. They're gonna try and engage, so that's off the back of OG pushing forward. Pikadiff as well. They're pushing forward and they're trying to find Toon. Isolate Toon, can they? Pikadiff almost goes down to Toon as that was a long engage by them. Lutano playing forward. That's a curse picking up. Boosted Auto comes through. They're trying to find Lutano. Big Unite move by the Absol. Is it gonna catch anybody? No, I don't think it does. Excuse me. 2 players down. Nudo finally feeling it. Picking up some steam here. Can they close it out on Goof? What a look! KO streak of 2. I wanted Nudo to find their footing, and that's a pretty much an exclamation point on that fact.
Exactly. Here we go. Now even more scores going in. Everyone's stepping on the pad just to make that scoring a little bit faster. Nudo all of a sudden has unlocked another level. A level 10 Absol is such a gigantic threat, even to the high HP pools of the Gaming Gladiators composition. If they can find targets, especially Hoopa, but even Aegislash or Venusaur or Blissey, they are susceptible to Absol dives. So amazing work from Nudo. All of a sudden they're a huge threat that Gaming Gladiators has to worry about.
I mean, it's a close fight indeed as Goof is playing a little bit off of Lutano on the top path, but here's Retsu going to pull the team through as they see everyone come out, and Indy's not one to hesitate there as they're just checking Hyperspace, Fury Fist all over each other. They're pushing forward. Trevenant Unite coming through. 2 KOs, 2 players down for Gaming Gladiators. The tree is starting to feel it. The Blissey was one of the first ones down. The Hoopa taking out their opposition. We saw that action kick off early here as OG's trying to sustain the squad, only able to find the Venusaur, and holy smokes, that Dreadnought was absolutely evaporated.
2 snacks, Lutano popping off in that team fight again. Great play there by Indy Bear to make sure that the Hoopa Unbound Teleport was all the way on the other side of Dreadnought Pit from their home place. You could have put it a little safer back towards you, but that wouldn't have given you the advantage of dropping your team right on top of the enemy's heads. Amazing heads-up play there from Indy to make sure that Lutano, who's not an incredibly fast Pokemon, was already in range to get great damage and great value of their positioning. Amazing play by Indy. Great spot.
Gaming Gladiators, IX Gaming, they've got some work to do here with 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And, I mean, this team, I mean, the levels are looking fairly at parity here. There's some work. There's a Rotom on the map, but nobody's looking to engage just yet. Of course, I say that. OG just darts right through. Lutano pushes them back into the squad. They're going to try and get a KO on OG real quick. Goof goes down so quickly to Nudo, though. Nudo's heating up, and that's a big reset. Look at that Unite move coming through, catching Lutano, and they're going to see if they can push. Rin's feeling it. They take down Indy, and look at everybody's on the chopping block for the Gladiators. They're saying, Gladiators who? Gladiators what? It's IX Gaming, baby. We're about this thing in the top path. What a good little team fight off the back of Nudo.
IX Gaming all of a sudden having a firm lead in this game, not slipping away as much, 220 to 117. This game literally couldn't be closer in terms of points-wise, and the levels are so even at parity as well. Right now, Rin just out-leveling Toon, though. That could be monumental. They need to get his reset. They don't get it. Rin's going down.
Big reset stop here, and they're going to get their KO for their hard work. Took a little bit longer than anticipated, but a quality reset for the Gladiators. They put their work in. They got their deserved rest as Lutano and Zagrog are working and see the good push to make Pikadiff have to come forward if they're going to try and make a play. OG as well there to try and make a play as well. The Gladiators take it, and they're going to work back through as if they can push into Pikadiff a little bit. Pikadiff, are you going to go down? Yes, to the Trevenant. Who other but Lutano doing so much work, and there's IX Gaming looking to catch that Rotom. Easy peasy.
IX Gaming on an extreme speed Lucario now, so not going for that huge burst secure, leaving that up to Absol and Aegislash to be able to do that for the team. Only 15 seconds until Zapdos pops off. 2 members of Gaming Gladiators are going to clean up this Dreadnought. They got plenty of time to do it, especially with a Pokemon as good at burning wilds as Aegislash. So they take it, positioning, 2 lines up on either side. It's Civil War Pokemon Unite style.
That's what we're going to do. Big push by OG right out of the gate. Lutano's on the chase. OG trying to leash them out. Nudo on the backside outside, not quite in the central area, but Indy already uses their Unite move. They're gonna come through, big egg bomb, chips up the squad. They can't find anybody yet. They're pushing back through, OG gets caught, Pikachu gets caught, big push, misses them both off the safeguard, I think. Goof coming through, that's a Unite move back into the face, but the Venusaur gets the KO. That's OG down, they gotta find more bodies here. Rin is picking up the Bliss assistance. Can they convert on it? Nudo finds the Goof, the Venusaur, they go down, but now Toon is back into the Blissy's face here as Rin is just dancing down at the bottom of your screen. Here comes Nudo on the reset.
Such a spread out skirmish now, but because of this time gained, Lutano could threaten a 40-point dunk here. That's going to be 80 because of the final stretch. Great play, and they're willing to take this 1v1. However, Zulgrog gets a nice KO on Rin. That is the biggest threat to Zapdos removed off the board now. Now Gaming Gladiators can start this Zapdos rip. This one is for the entire tournament if they can secure this objective. They only have a 7-point lead in this game.
7-point lead gonna shrink real quick if these double duckers start going in. Retsu gets caught, they get taken out by Toon. They take out two, the Hoopa's down as well. They're moving through, and finally Rin coming off reset. They're gonna need them if they want to try to take this thing. Zapdos still so much HP. Are they gonna jump onto Pikachu? They do. Is there any back cap action? That's where Nudo's looking. They're chasing down Pikachu. They're chasing down Pikachu. Finally, Indy gets the KO there. OG's in the middle with Rin, and this is a full flip on this Zapdos. They're pushing forward. Nudo gets a KO on Indy. They're coming back through. Who's gonna take it? It's Gaming Gladiators. It's Gaming Gladiators. Can they convert? That's what it's all about. Get your points in. Get your points in. Toon's not letting anyone off the hook. The sword is finding the hearts of all of IX Gaming, crushing their dreams along with it. Here come the Hundo Burgers. It's on the menu tonight.
Toon won the 1v1. Toon won the entire game. There we go. 6 seconds left. Gaming Gladiators are your May Finals champions. Incredible game from them. They are returned to form, your first repeat winners in the entire North America region. Congrats to Gaming Gladiators.
It was a multiple month climb back to the top of the altar, but Gaming Gladiators sit on high as your May Finals NA champions, 357 to 250. Lutano, 234 points, getting that MVP crown here on this screen. What a showdown, Zoinks. What a show.
Yeah, it's so phenomenal from them. Great adaptations. That first game definitely slipped through their fingers because of the composition on the other side, but they made an amazing adaptation and they ran it all the way to the bank. What a huge win. 62k damage from Lutano, 66 from Goof, and 52 from Toon. Those are your damage carries. They were putting in work, but don't forget Zulgrog and Indy's amazing backup that they had throughout that entire game.
Just this game won on the just slimmest of margins. Very well done by Gaming Gladiators. And of course, we want to highlight OG for IX Gaming with that 72k on that Lucario. But once that Zapdos was taken, exactly one Hundo Burger was reined in by Lutano. And of course, in tandem with Zulgrog, Indy, Toon, and Goof are your May Finals champions, Zoinks.
Yes, an incredible showing from this squad. Welcome back to the throne of North America, Gaming Gladiators. It's been too long. If GG has only one fan, it is me. I love this squad. Zulgrog, Lutano, Indy, Toon, and Goof. They have been working so hard for this, and they are seeing the results of the labor. Gaming Gladiators, your May Finals champions, and in amazing form.
Without a doubt. And let's take a look at our highlights to see how they earned themselves that #1 spot here today in the NA May Finals. What a showdown. We're starting early. We're starting early here on this action, just getting kicked off. That was Nudo with a big Unite move. I think this is when they got the KO streak of 2 Zoinks and really started picking up the pace and really never let up off the gas pedal for the rest of the game.
It's true. Nudo was looking really, really good this entire tournament for sure. I think, if anything, IX Gaming's composition works so well around that Pokemon. They get so much great burst damage, great value, and it was looking good. But look at the shutdown that Lutano has in their back pocket. Hornleech can take one of these Pokemon that wants to be going in and out of the battle, exchanging, and they can just take them away from the fight for seemingly forever.
seemingly forever, is how long Toon stood up in this last foray here as Nudo was really trying to put the team on their back. They're able to seal it up. They just wipe out the whole squad, and then Toon going after Rin saying, This is about you and me right now on the sword, and Toon not letting him off the hook as Trevenant came in. That's Lutano getting that hundo banger in the back door, sealing that win up. And of course, we said it before, I'll say it again, Gaming Gladiators, your NA May Finals Pokemon UNITE Championship Series champions.
Not only did they win this entire tournament, though, you got to remember seeding and championship points headed into regionals. They have now secured the #1 seed for regionals. So whether that was in question or not, they took it over, and Full Send was also vying for that position. But instead, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators with that one headed into the most important tournament that we've had so far.
Without a doubt. Let's bring in Spraggles, let's bring in Jeff, and let's talk. I know Spraggles is just itching to talk about the Cramorant. You mentioned it early in the broadcast. I think Toon heard you and says, hey, we got a game to give. Well, we'll lock in a Cramorant for once.
I know, it meant a lot to me. I know they did it specifically for me, which is what really means everything. It took a little while for GG to find their footing there. I think they were trying out different strategies against IX, but they had the matches to give, and boy, once they found it, GG just lit it on fire. Let's go. May Finals champions, incredible stuff.
Jeff, what were your thoughts when you were taking a look at that, as we're going to go ahead and pull up the match MVP?
I absolutely loved seeing Lutano, as we have him here, break out of Lucario jail. As you put it, it's always fantastic to see lots of different characters represented in the various roles in a match of Pokemon Unite, and seeing a top team like this break out a character like Trevenant that's very atypical in that solo top role and be successful with it is always a breath of fresh air.
Absolutely. I loved watching it, and I know you did too. And I loved, I said it before, I love the trainer card and Trevenant synergy here. And we've got an interview that we're going to be queuing up in short order here. But man, that looked really, really good. That looked good.
That final game that we just watched, that was Gaming Gladiators' winning game, kind of their crowned match, if you will, was extremely close, and honestly, it did come down to Zapdos after a very, very long team fight. It being secured, though, is a huge amount of value, so congratulations to Gaming Gladiators, you know, finally at the top again. Long have we waited, Gaming Gladiators activated.
Well, yeah,
the kings of the reset. I mean, come on. They're bringing it back every time they go down to the wire, but boy, they sure can pull something amazing out. Lutano on that tree. What a star of this tournament.
I mean, Curse Hornleech will get it done. Those pushes were absolutely massive. Jeff, what do you think was the key to success in the face of that Absol that literally beat Gaming Gladiators 2 times on the hop, and then that switch up? Do you think the Trevenant was a key to that success in finding its way? I mean, obviously we can say yes because they won, right? But I mean, in a more analytical sense, what was the difference?
From a game theory perspective, I do think Trevenant is an excellent pick into that Absol, because Absol's strength is that big amounts of bursty damage, not sustained damage, which means thicker characters like the Trevenant that we saw there are much better into an assassin style character like Absol.
Without a doubt. I agree wholeheartedly, and I love watching the tree. But we have our interview queued up here. It's with Zugrug. Right. Playing forward on the Blissey, one of the best things going in that bottom path. Zug, congratulations, Gaming Gladiators back on top.
Thanks, guys.
Just unbound energy. I can feel it from here. Settle down, settle down. We've got questions for you. All right, so another Grand Finals bracket reset. I know the Gaming Gladiators aren't sweating, but what propagated you guys to switch into the Aegislash and make those the Trevenant and make those big changes and finally win yourself another Finals since February?
We had a bunch of comps in the works, like Toon wanted to play Cram, Sword, Cinder. He had a bunch of stuff he wanted to play. We were practicing a bunch of different stuff in scrims this week, but when it came to playing against these guys, they're the only team that really plays Absol, so we had to adjust our picks when we lost the first best of 3 in the bracket reset.
Definitely. Zugrug, you guys had quite a while to wait in that winner side as you were waiting for your matchup to happen. When you're utilizing that time, are you just watching game tape? Are you studying as much as possible? Or are you trying to get in games and practice while on the wait?
We're definitely watching the broadcast, seeing what all the other teams are doing, but we're getting ready to go as well. When it's almost time for us to go, we start queuing up some ranked matches, get warm, and we don't want to go into the match cold when these guys are coming out of their series and ready to go.
Absolutely, that makes a ton of sense. It looked like you guys really caught the stride there, of course, after the bracket reset, and looked very clean. Your engages in the middle were a little bit different, specifically from taking on Blissey as the tank player in the bottom path. How have you enjoyed your life as a Blissey player off of Wigglytuff, off of Slowbro, now taking this pseudo support hyper tank type thing?
I definitely prefer more aggressive tanks like Wiggly or Snorlax, but after switching from Helping Hand to Egg Bomb, I've been enjoying Blissey more. Like, it feels good when you can just knock people out of the portals, so I've been enjoying Blissey, mostly just, it feels good when you knock them out of their reset and they can just swing the game in your favor.
That's true. You did lose one of the amazing picks. I know we were all cheering for Zugtree, and then your teammate just went and took that pick away from you, which is, I don't know, that's ridiculous. But Lutana was playing exceptionally well. What do you think, though, is the greatest strength that Gaming Gladiators has as a team that gets you guys just such a great reputation of success? We see so many aspects of your squad, great mechanical play, great teamwork. What do you think is the key to success for the Gladiators?
I think the big key to success for our team is just like trusting each other. Lutano's like, guys, trust me, the tree's gonna carry here. And we're like, all right, if you think the tree's gonna be good, just be the tree. Like, I don't know, I'll be the Blissey, you be the tree. I trust you that it's a good pick. So I think that's an important thing and what makes our team succeed for sure.
Well, that trust level carried hard, and so did the Trevenant, but of course, all facilitated by Zugrug in the bottom path. Zug, thanks again for joining us for this interview. Congratulations again, back on top from the February finals, now in the May finals. Stretched out a little bit longer than I think anybody would have thought, but I'm glad you're back on top. You guys can go and enjoy yourselves this evening. We got a broadcast to close out. So Spraggles, Hoagland, get back in here, and let's bring this thing across the finish line.
That's right. And if you think your team has what it takes to be the best, then head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite to register. Teams will be competing for $50,000 in prizing. And the top 2 teams next month will be given a spot in the season finale at Worlds in London. Gentlemen, what a series from EU to NA. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. Jeff, some final thoughts from you.
Gosh, if you would have told me after watching all the matches we watched in EU that we would have a Blastoise free grand finals match there, I don't know that I would have believed you. It was really excellent to see not one, but both of these teams break outside the competitive mold a little bit with their character selection, and I'm excited to see what all these teams are going to be bringing to regionals next month. Easily the biggest tournament Pokemon Unite has had so far.
Regionals will be crazy. I cannot wait to see what teams make it through. Zoinks, any final thoughts?
Honestly, it's that it was such an incredible tournament, and I can't believe this is just an appetizer for what the main course of regionals is going to be. The most important tournament, the biggest prize pool for all of NA, not to mention the big prize of having a world slot given to your team at the end. It's going to be so exciting, and I'm glad that May Finals was a great preview of what we're about to see next month.
And Doob Snacks, was it enough of a slobber knocker for you? A Donnybrook? Was it enough?
It was both of those things and more. Of course, as Jeff mentioned, I love that my triple B theory of the Blastoise, Blissey, and Bloopa was wrong. I'm glad these teams mixed it up because we saw an absolute showdown. And of course, thank you to everybody that joined and for allowing me to be the eyes in the sky on Eos Island as usual. Peace, love, and hugs. It's been a blast.
Incredible time. Thank you all. It's an honor and a privilege. Yeehaw to you and yours. And that is a wrap here for the May finals of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Gaming Gladiators have claimed the top spot in the North America region. We will see you in June when we kick off regionals. Thank you all for watching. I love you very much. Have a great night. bit closer here. And here comes Angel Slash trying to rip through him, but it doesn't look like they were able to do that. Sylveon, but it looks like this is happening right now. We are fighting at Zapdos. The moves are being thrown out. We've got Unite moves coming down. Who is going to be able to get that secure? It is secured there.
The window they needed to easily secure, but this game is not over yet. We have a 20-point differential, and we have a team foul. Kind of means that they're going to be behind in terms of levels.
Big Unite move here from the Absol right now, just trying to clean this one up. It looks like it right here. However, it looks like Classway's coming in with Unite. We have a Unite move from Aegislash right here. Everything being cut up. There's the wide guard back into sword form. Slash, and can it take damage being thrown on it? But it looks like, okay, here come the Unite moves from the Lucario. Can it get this secure? It is secured by IX Gaming. The Hoopa for...
That's who they have their mark on. That's who they're getting pushed back by. And here we go. IX Gaming takes the Dreadnought. Can they leverage that into anything? 2 KOs Rin to the Nudo that they were looking for. Nudo closed it up. Goof goes down. That's 2 KOs. What pressure here by OG. Escorting that Rotom in. Gonna try and get a little bit more AOS energy, some experience in this.
Rotom, I believe, is not stopped by Lutano. They do allow it to go in. I don't think they were there by jump ahead of time. The rip around Zapdos has already begun, though.
I mean, IX Gaming's working through and it's gone. It's absolutely eviscerating. But so's Lutano. Cramorant closes it out on the double eight here. Toon goes back the other way as well. KO Street 2 for the Cramorant.
Creating even more space. Finally, this goal zone should go down, and they probably won't be able to siege any further than that. Nudo again with these defenses, man.
I mean, just airtight defense. They're going to go down for this. And now they're staying far. We need a calculated Unite move to keep Rin from going in and taking this thing from under them. And Gaming, no! IX Gaming takes it, and it's Rin! It's Rin! It's Rin! And there's 4-3 Pledgey. They're working through. Zapdos at 1/3, but Trevenant coming through. Lutano trying to do work. Rin goes down to the Lutano. The tree, the big tree. Can they seal it up? The Gladiators do. That's off Goof. That's off Goof. They get a KO on Nudo, and they've unlocked the goals. Tune as that was a long engage by them. Lutano playing forward. That's a curse picking it up. Boosted auto comes through. They're trying to find Lutano. Big Unite move by the Absol. Is it going to catch anybody? No, I don't think it does. Excuse me. 2 players down.
So this time game, Lutano could threaten a 40-point dunk here. That's going to be 80 because of the final stretch. Great play, and they're willing to take this 1v1. However,
the KO there. OG's in the middle with Rin, and this is a full flip on the Zapdos. They're pushing forward. Nudo gets a KO on Indy. They're coming back through. Who's going to take it? It's Gaming Gladiators. It's Gaming Gladiators. Can they convert? That's what it's all about. Get your points in. Get your points.